Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. Oh, we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top.
Guys, welcome back to some more League of Legends action. It's Legends in South Asia. We are in week 3, day 2. It's me, Madness, alongside Kaka. And one of the participants in today's BO3 unfortunately, gave up or forfeited their second game yesterday, Kaka.
Yeah, that was, a bit unfortunate. I heard one of the players couldn't make it or had some trouble. I mean, these things can happen. Obviously, it's an online tournament, so you don't know who can show up when. But let's hope they will be showing up today at least, as they are. They will be playing the first match of the day, right? Jettfire's Dojo is the team, if I recall correctly, that had to forfeit their match last night. I mean, it sucks for them as well as us. We don't get to cast or see the match, and they don't get to play it. So it is unfortunate, but it's all part and parcel of this game. Now, speaking about better things, prize and opportunity, 10 lakh prize pool of the tournament and a spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs. That is the crown of this tournament for sure. And yeah, take us through the calendar right now, Madness.
Yeah, so qualifier 1 began on April 27th until May 11th. Qualifier 2 was May 12th to May 25th. Qualifier 3, the final one, was between 26th to June 8th. The top 3 teams from each qualifier have made it to Legends and 3 into that's your 9 teams. League stage started 2 weeks back on June 13th, gonna go all the way towards July 20th, after which the playoffs will happen between July 25th to August 3rd. So we are pretty much in the midst of it in week 3 right now, and then you can see the format that we are following. It's a 9 teams round robin league stage that is currently going on. Out of that, only 4 teams will make it out into the double elimination playoffs that will happen later, where most of that prize money is locked in. And yet again, another reminder to people, we have completely embraced full fearless draft like every other region, and that is exactly what you expect from more best of 3 and best of 5 series in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I think that is the most exciting thing that has happened to League of Legends. As we look at today's schedule, Jettfire's Dojo versus Poro Patrol. Poro Patrol had a surprising win yesterday against SUVO haters, who will be playing later today against Precog Gaming, RPG that is, who have been pretty good themselves. I think that second game is going to be a banger, the series. But speaking about the first one, Jettfire Dojo versus Poro Patrol. I mean, Broken Blade, if he shows up like he did yesterday, this should be a pretty comfortable win for them. I mean, what a series by him yesterday. I mean, I can't still believe it. I'm still at a loss of words. The Amumu and then the Jarvan having an absurd KDA as well. He will be the one that we'll be looking out for today.
Absolutely. Like I said, he's changed this roster as much as you can. Jettfire Dojo is going to be starting on the blue side, Poro Patrol on the right side, and we do have Broken Blade. He is here in the roster, so let's see what magic he can work for them today. But first ban's coming in. It's going to be the Tristana against Invoker. Invoker not allowed to play the champion even in the last series. He played against SUVO haters, but that didn't hinder him whatsoever given the performance that he put out. Up to now, Poro Patrol for their bans. This time it looks like Riven Me again, instead of playing the support role, will be going to the top side instead. And most of the bot lane that Jettfire Dojo was missing yesterday are present. The Shen ban makes sense given that Riven Me again, that was his first pick, first lock-in that he did for himself when Jettfire Dojo had the blue side. As we continue on with the banning phase.
Yeah, the Tristana, I mean, I don't think we're going to ever see it for Invoker, but I would really like if Jettfire's Dojo pays some attention to Broken Blade. The Jarvan is still open, the Amumu is still there. I do think the Lee Sin should be banned as well, as you had mentioned yesterday and before as well, that the last time he played Lee Sin, he was the one who was carrying the game, and it was banned both the games yesterday, as well as more bans come in. The Shen and Ari are getting banned as well. The Senna that was played by Invoker in the first game yesterday is going to get banned as well. Yeah, this should be the Lee Sin ban. I think that is what we predict. But if that doesn't come through, I think Broken Blade will be very comfortable picking that champion up for himself.
Yesterday we didn't have Venom playing the top lane. We did have Shun instead for Poro Patrol. I think Venom has fixed his monitor that I think had broken yesterday, and he is now going to be in the mist. They do prioritize the Amumu ban over the Lee Sin ban, which I would say is maybe better given the amount of util that Amumu can do in team fights. But Poro Patrol are going to target free quite a bit after the ban against Rumi again with that Shen ban. It's going to be the Ari, the Yasuo ban against the mid lane of Jettfire Dojo as we head in to see what Jettfire Dojo wants to pick up for their first pick here. They are running down the clock a bit. I think now Poro Patrol looks even stronger with Venom in their side. The Diana is getting hovered right now for Jettfire's Dojo. It looks to get locked in. No, it's going to be the Jarvan instead, taking that away from Broken Blade.
Yeah, Jarvan taken away. I think still he can pick the Lee Sin. It's a good matchup. I mean, it's not a bad matchup into the Jarvan. I think you can still duel 1v1 in the jungle. So I don't think that should be a problem for the side of Poro Patrol. Terex still has his Taric available to him if he wants to pick the Thresh as well. That's there, which was picked yesterday, and he was excellent on that champion as well. They can pick something for Invoker as well if they want to. I do remember him picking Smolder. That was more of a denial, honestly, but it wouldn't be the worst pick. But I would still like to see something else come in for the side of Poro Patrol. And I'm very intrigued to see what they pick up, as the Lee Sin has already come in. I think we discussed that. I think that should have been banned. I haven't seen Broken Blade play Lee Sin, but with how much respect that he got yesterday, I think that should be seeing the ban phase as the Corki gets logged in.
Corki gets locked in, can be flexed a bit here, but I don't think Jazz is going to be playing this in the mid and probably going into the hands of Invoker. Many times against Poro Patrol, the Corki was like the third ban in the first phase of banning, but for Rook to D4, it's going to be the Vayne getting locked in. I think other than Lotus, we haven't seen many people playing Vayne in the South Asian scene, at least at the highest levels, but now we do get to see the Yone comes in. If you ban his brother, he's the one who'll step up into the face of the Rift. That's pretty much going into the hands of Free, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be the first 3 picks locked in. The Jarvan, the Vayne, and the Yone. Looking more like a rag comp than anything else. But Poro Patrol, now with their last pickup, let's see what they want to go for. They are hovering the Mel right now. Will Jazz's bot lock that in? And yes, that's exactly what he does. Already looking a bit spicy in terms of not the meta picks that you usually see. This is not usually the things that you get to see, in the Rift. You don't get to see that much Vayne, you don't get to see that much Mel, don't get to see much Lee Sin, not get to see that much Corki. But hey, that's so special. But yes, we head in to the second phase of ban.
Yeah, I mean, that Mel could go anywhere. It could go towards the support role. It could definitely go towards the mid side. I'm not a big fan of, picking Vayne with Yone. I don't think you have a lot of wave clear in this comp right now. So I think that's going to be a problem should Jettfire's Dojo fall behind in this game. For the side of Poro Patrol, though, I like what they are cooking. Corki really does really well into the Vayne, at least in the laning phase. With his Gatling gun, should be able to trade very effectively. The Mel as well should be a fine matchup into the Yone in the mid lane, and that is assuming that the champion ends up going towards the mid side. And even if you take it towards the bottom side of the map, it is a lane bully along with the Corki. So it's a good pickup. I'm a big fan of the Mel. I don't think it's played too much for my taste, but I think it's a very reliable champion. As we look at the bans coming in, the Thresh and Taric we spoke about earlier, both of them going to get banned. So Jettfire's Dojo have done their homework on this one, but the Braum is still open, and I do like a Braum pickup against Yone, against J4, even against a Vayne who is so short-ranged in comparison to other AD carries. So if the Mel doesn't go towards that support role, I think the Braum should be under consideration for the side of Poro Patrol, and the bans for them are Mundo and Gragas. So that tells us that Venom does want to place some sort of a carry towards the top side of the map as the Nautilus gets logged in. Still, I think Braum is an excellent pickup for either side. Jettfire's Dojo can pick that up if they want to, but they are going to choose the Alistar instead.
Alistar gets locked in for themselves. Let's see what they want to blind for their top side. I'm pretty sure that Yone is going into freeze, and he can be flexible of a champion. But yeah, I think they have, like you said, done their homework. They don't want Terex to play that Thresh. They don't want to play that tag. Let's see how well he can use his hooks on the Nautilus, because every time when he was hooking on the Thresh, he was pretty much landing it left, right, and center. So he was playing very good with that engaged foreign type of champions. But it's going to be Riven Me again. We're going to be piling the Camille in the top side for the side of Jettfire's Dojo once that gets locked in. So Jettfire Dojo's comp has been completed. It seems they lack a lot of AP over here, Kaka.
Yeah, the only sort of AP damage that they have in their comp is the Yone, who still can do some AP damage. But you're right, they do lack that AP damage, but the Vayne can make up for it. The Camille can make up for it, since both of the champions do deal true damage with their Qs and Ws respectively. So I don't think it should be a big problem, especially considering Poro Patrol don't really have like a Malphite or the On, or one of these really tanky champions. They have the On. I'm sorry, Mordekaiser. So I mean, while Mordekaiser can go tanky, you do prefer making the AP Bruiser build on him. So I think it's not that big of a problem. But having said that, I do think Poro Patrol have a really excellent draft for themselves, especially playing against 4 melee champions, as a Corki, as a Mel. And even the modder guys, I think they're gonna have a really good time in the team fights. And my God, if they had the Brom right here, I think it would have been lights out for the side of Jettfire's Dojo. But still, like, they have an excellent draft coming into this one, and they should be, taking this game just based on the draft.
Exactly, and like you said, the Brom would have rounded off like perfectly, like the chef's kiss at the end of everything for them. But yes, still looking really good. The poke heavy comp coming out from Invoker and Jazz's bot can do good against, like you said, 4 melee champions. Vayne also has a very short range, so if you play it according to the fights a bit slower, you're gonna do fine for yourself. Broken Blade, let's see how he does in the Lee Sin this time around. He did very well against Phoenix Ascension, did cause a lot of problems. We were questioning it quite a bit when the Lee Sin had come out in that game, but we are no longer questioning this man's ability on this champion after that performance that he put out there. Trex, I'm expecting big things from him because he was a main part for Poro Patrol in yesterday's matchup, where he was everywhere he needed to be. He did provide a lot of peel for Invoker. Invoker himself played really well, especially in that Senna game where we needed him to get a bit far ahead. He got far ahead, still had the souls picked up, still did the damage he needed in the team fights, kept himself pretty nicely. Jazz's bot, a really good improvement given the previous 2 weeks. He now sees himself cementing himself in the mid lane role much better because he gave up very few deaths, got a lot of kills for his team, and now we also get to see their captain, Venom, finally in the top side for them. This time going to be piloting the Mordekaiser. So they look really strong. Jettfire Dojo looks really weak in the comp against them, and I think we both, speaking for both of us, I think we're predicting a 2-0 in the series for Poro Patrol against Jettfire Dojo.
I mean, we'll have to see the first game. Honestly, I predicted a 2-0 for SUVO haters, and look how that turned out. So based on the draft, one game at a time, I think Poro Patrol should take this one. And yeah, I do agree with you. Poro Patrol have shown us a really good series yesterday, especially that game 2 was not even close. So yeah, we do expect them to win 2-0 here, but anything can happen in these sort of games. While the expectation still remains that Poro Patrol should be able to take this series very cleanly.
It is seeming like that. Jettfire Dojo, unfortunately, still no points for them of that variety. They are looking pretty weak, especially giving it up yesterday for themselves. That 0-2, it was a 0-1, but they forfeit the second game. They couldn't get the chance to fight back. Maybe something comes out of here, but they're already looking a bit down and out from how they are talking about or how they seem to be in the rift. Let's hope that they put on a better performance today against Poro Patrol. And Poro Patrol have seen a very good resurgence, especially yesterday's games. Like you said, game 1 was still a bit tight. Game 2 was a complete blowout in their favor. They did excellently over there. Broken Blade seems like the man in charge. The Amumu, the Jarvan coming in very clutch. This time he gets to pilot his signature Lee Sin. So expecting big things from this side. But like you said, at this stage of the competition, we can't predict who will be coming out on top because it can be a bit topsy-turvy in terms of how matchups go, and it can, change it. Because yesterday it seemed like SUVO haters were the favorites going into the matchup, but they went down 0-2 in that series to Poro Patrol. So anything can happen, anything goes, and let's hope maybe Jettfire Dojo can get some points in the leaderboard for themselves at the end of the day.
Yeah, and remember, if Poro Patrol end up winning, they will be climbing the ladder as well. They might enter the top 4, in fact, with the points that they have right now. I do believe they have 4 points right now. And with the victory today, they will be, if they can pick up the 2-0, that is, they will be at 7 points. And SATUL is at 9 points right now, I believe. So they'll
12.
be just... Or 12, okay, they have won 4 in a row, right? So, even making those top 2-3 spots for now, I think it's a great thing that can happen to Poro Patrol. And if they can keep the momentum up and just beat the teams that are below them, I think you'll be doing an excellent job trying to, make the top 4 of this tournament, because it's really hard. It really is. We have Revenants who are expected to finish top 3. We have Kakao, who will be playing finally tomorrow, I believe, and they will be the favorites for top 2 as well. So the 4th slot just has so much value right now, and it's the hardest one to get as well in this tournament. And Poro Patrol, just stack up the wins and see what happens.
They stack up the wins, see what happens. Hopefully, they can start climbing after a bit of disastrous start to Legends Ascent. They did get that one game away from Phoenix Ascension, and that was with Broken Blade. So now that he's mainly becoming a starter for the team, he does look like he has the time to play in these matches. It seems that he will be doing what his team requires of him, because that's exactly what he did. He put an MVP, series MVP performance from him yesterday. So hopefully now Poro Patrol can survive. And like you said, between the third and seventh place, or like the fourth and seventh place, everybody's locked in at almost the same amount of points. So any points you gain can change exactly how that leaderboard looks. And yeah, like you said, Kakao, once they start playing their games more, because they've only played 2 games till now, it will also change where they're in the leaderboard. We expected them in the top 4 no matter what happens, given the caliber of the team. We only expect them maybe to drop games to SA2L Esports, which they have. Maybe from now on, every single game will be pretty much a win for them, looking at the condition of how they are, because they're the only teams that have managed to drop games out of SA2L in the past. But that is for the future to see. But we will be jumping into the present in this best of 3 between JDJ, Jettfire's Dojo, on the blue side, and Poro Patrol on the right side, in the red side.
Yeah, and on the flip side as well, just touching on that, if Jettfire's Dojo lose this one, I think they have no chance of making top 4. That will be like their 3rd series lost in a row, so it really puts up the pressure on them, or maybe relieves the pressure, just by knowing that it's almost impossible to make the top 4 anymore. So we'll be hoping that they play like their life depends on it, and I think that will make up for a really good game.
It should make up for a really good game. Let's just see how they want to do it in the Rift. The Lethal Temper on Rook to D4. He wants to go more the late game. The Glacial Augment on the Alistar. They are walking in from JDJ just to put this ward free. Does put it down, but takes some poke from Jazz's bot. He won't mind that, just for that free vision for himself. And because they were spotted, you can see where Terex is moving. He's going to do the exact same thing, a mirror strategy coming in for themselves. And now pings coming in. Wards have been known, and you can see how it is going down for yourself. But 3 Conquerors on the side of Poro Patrol. So their team fight comp looks pretty strong, especially if they poke them down and the lane goes in. Free has to play a bit safe, given the range that Jazz's bot has onto the unit. Top side, the Camille running the Ignite, Teleport, the traditional things that the Camille should run. Let's see how Venom does and how Rivenme again plays in the top side, because yesterday he was playing support for Jettfire's Dojo.
Yeah, and I mean, as you touched on Venom as well, I think Jun did perform really well in the second game, but had his struggles in the first one against Navoid. So the captain, as you said, comes in, and we are expecting big things from him, because Jun did play a really good Mordekaiser. So Venom will have to, sort of rise up to that level as well. Jun was able to get like a couple of solo kills against Navoid, who has been one of the better performing top laners in this tournament. So again, some sort of expectations from the side of Venom. I'm pretty sure he will be able to match them as well. As we see a very even game so far, but in the bot lane, Corki doing what Corki does to Wayne in the lane, using the Gatling gun and Phosphorus bomb right there. Connecting both of those and just dealing massive amounts of damage.
Massive amount of damage up in a good spot in terms of CES, and the wave gets pushed in. But remember, again, trading quite a few blows with the Venom in the top side. Venom gets the full procs of the Conqueror. The not complete proper combo of the headbutt pulverize causes some troubles, and that if that had connected, that could have provided avenues for that Preeti Jinta Jarvin coming from the side to maybe catch off members of Poro Patrol.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Alistar just went in way too early. The jungler was not in the proximity. And of course, when you miss your WQ combo, I don't think there's any follow-up to be had. So he ended up saving the AD carry of the opposition team, and he'll be hoping he does not mess about more of these combos, as Broken Blade is looking towards the mid side of the map for a gank. Might get spotted right there. I'm not sure if that Raptors is warded right now as he goes on to pick that one. The Crab has spawned as well. So both the junglers with a very weird pathing, only taking like 2-3 camps each. I mean, you can see for the side of Poro Patrol, Broken Blade took the blue, took the Grom, and then took the red, checked out the top side map of Jettfire's Dojo, took the Raptors, and now is going to take the Crab. So in terms of momentum, I think he is almost 2 camps behind right now. So a very weird pathing that has made him fall behind, but if he can secure this kill towards the top side of the map, I think it is going to be worth it.
They should definitely be looking. They're looking to land the Q. The Q connects from the Lee Sin. He comes in, but instantly knocked against the turret. But he's not taking any turret damage right now. The Q comes in forward. Venom does pick up the kill, but it's a 1-for-2. But the execute comes in for Venom. So in the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1 going down. Rivian picks up the kill onto Broken Blade. It was a bit of a botch dive, and unfortunately, it doesn't work for them. Again, another missed combo from the Alice in the bot, and he has to fix this up if he really wants to be of an impact in this game.
Yeah, I mean, a botched dive for sure, but I think Riven Me again did play that really well. Saved his hook shot. The Lee Sin comes in, gets stunned under the turret. The aggro was on Venom, uses the ignite onto the Lee Sin and is able to finish him off for, I believe, what was first blood for him. Gets the Sheen. Unfortunate not to get 2 kills right there because he did play that very well, as Venom was able to pick the answer kill onto Riven Me again, but a 1-for-1, which really should have been a very clean dive for the side of POP. And towards the bot side, as you said, the Alistair just needs to start connecting these combos, because if he doesn't, the bot lane is under no threat whatsoever when it comes to the 2v2.
Exactly. If Alistair doesn't pick it up, it doesn't make a difference. Rivermigan is a level up onto Venom. The E misses from the Morgaz. He's pretty nicely playing it. Venom came back to lane with steel caps. Riverme again came back to lane with a Sheen, so added damage for him when he comes to that lane. Free still hasn't taken it back. Jezebot went for the back, TP'd back to lane, has the Mana Crystal, has the Amplifying Tome as well. And let's see if this Alistar can actually start to land these combos and provide maybe some threat, because Poro Patrol pretty much think they're secure given the combos haven't landed so far. Now you can see Lee Sin is quite a bit behind camp, like Kaka was mentioned earlier, just through the tempo and the weird jungle pathing that he had gone for. But Drake now open on the map. These are the objectives that the teams have to fight for. It's still 1-1 in terms of kill. Gold, 700 gold in favor of Poro Patrol as of now.
Yeah, and that lead is coming from the bot side of the map. If you see the CS numbers right there, 62 CS to 34 for the Vayne. So 30 CS behind at 6 minutes, it's not something that you want to do, especially after picking the Vayne, picking the Vayne after the Corki right there, knowing fully well what the matchup was going to be. And it does not really help that Not Genius is not able to land these crucial combos onto the enemy AD carry. So a huge gap in the CS department towards the bot side, and the Vayne pickup is not looking too good right now.
Vayne pickup is not looking too good. The Alistar pickup is not looking good. The hook connects from Terex onto Not Genius, but Invoker is a bit behind. But that allows them to put so much damage onto Rook to D4 as well. Preeti Jinta just around the corner. They have to be aware that the jungler can be close by, and that's why you can see members of Poro Patrol getting their own recall timers coming in. The Corki will be getting his back, so will the Vayne. But the CS difference is quite huge. Topside also, Venom picks up a nice 10 CS lead for himself, but is looking to try and trade as well as he can. The Camille pick, like you said, that play underneath the turret was good from the Camille. The hook shot still was in her arsenal when the Lee Sin went in, provides that much reprise for himself. The Lee Sin finally looks to maybe pick up in terms of camps and tempos that he lost, given that Jarvan had walked bot side to maybe try and get some picks for himself. So now maybe equalizing or shortening the gap between the camps. Here, the Yone has to stand back, but Terex is walking forward. If the hook connects, this could be detrimental to the Yone, but Preeti Jinta is close by. If it does connect, Terex does go in, but instantly has to flash out. Maybe not recommended for the Nautilus in that case. Top side,
but better
Venom
safe
hitting
than
quite
sorry.
a bit.
Yeah, I mean, almost able to finish off the kill right there against the Ignite Camille. The Void Grubs have spawned, as we see both the supports moving up towards that side, and finally Free uses his TP that he had saved up for quite a while. The smite is going to miss actually, but the Q2 is going to connect. He's running towards his teammates. Double flash burn from the side of JDJ right there, and I think this should be grubs for the side of POP, as Terex looks to trade onto Free, but I don't think you can do much with these sort of melee champions that we talked about. The only range champion is sitting towards the bot side of the map, and I mean that CS lead just keeps on increasing every time we look at it. 48 to 83 now. It's almost 40 CS lead for the Corki, who is doing so well in isolation in this matchup so far. And look at the goal lead, 1.3k for the side of POP as Invoker pokes the Vayne more. Has to be careful right now. Don't want to overextend and give any sort of comeback chance to the Vayne right there. Some sort of trade in the mid lane, but I think they're just chilling out for now. And
it does seem that
Yeah,
an
good.
Invoker takes a pretty good lead for himself in the
Yeah.
bot side. The Vayne, this Rook to D4's Vayne has going to take quite a bit of time to come online, because given the Sheen has been picked up from the Corki, given that he has a Phage now when he's coming back into lane, that CS lead is materializing in terms of sub items that can come out and do a lot. Drake now started up by JDJ, but they're going to instead walk away. Venom going to be tipping back to the top side to match against Remember Me again, who has still maintain that XP lead that he has got for himself. Is going to play safety. Broken Blade is close by, but he is still level 7. Preeti Jinta is a level behind the Jarvan after having that up tempo. Broken Blade is up in terms of camps at this point. It's a bit of a turnaround given how the pathing was done earlier on. The fights they just keep on brawling, just punch for punch in the top side, and Rook to D4 and Preeti Jinta, not Genius, have to be a bit careful bot wise. He does push away Invoker, but now Terex is walking up. The stun lands, a lot of damage coming out onto him. The hook also connects, another rocket. This one does not. Broken Blade against Venom in the top, so against River Me again. It's a 2 versus 1. River Me again a bit far from home. Broken Blade will end up claiming the kill, but Preeti Jinta on the bot side is going to counter the ultimate pop by Rook to D4. The Cataclysm comes on to Invoker. He's left alone. He ends up falling down. Terex is trying to run away with the hook. The outer attacks start to connect. He will get stunned against the wall with the condemn as well. So that's going to be a 2 for none, a 1 in the bot side, and a 2 for none in the top side for Poro Patrol.
Yeah, all in all, a 2 for 2 trade coming in, but that's what we were saying. Like, the Vayne should not be getting back into the game, and now she has 30 CS behind, but 2 kills up. Well, at least 1 kill up on the Corki, so that's not good news for the side of POP. And I don't like how much attention Broken Blade has been paying towards the top side while his bot is doing so well. I think he should be looking towards the bot side of the map to try and play around the Corki and play around these dragons that are so free as of now, but not getting picked up for the side of POP. I think that was a misplay coming in from Broken Blade. But all in all, I think they will be fine with the trade that happened. It was a 3 versus 2, but Invoker was able to kill the Alistar, who did not hit level 6 in that engage, and unfortunately had to die for his sins.
And Poro Patrol even picked up the feats of warfare for that. Terex a little far from home. I don't know what you want to do, Mr. Nautilus. Where have you gone? You wanted to get some deep vision. You're going to pay for it with your life. Hopefully they give this over to the Vayne. That's exactly what they look to be doing. Last auto claims the kill. Now the Vayne is on the killing spree. The Q connects from Broken Blade. Instantly has to hop out to Invoker. Pretty much a lot of damage onto Preeti. Broken Blade wants to go back in. Now the headbutt pulverized. The Cataclysm not going to be of effect. Broken Blade flashes out of it. Rook to D4 still wants to fight, but will end up going down. Invoker claims that kill. Free is coming into the fight. Will snap back very soon. But now the headbutt pulverized plus the flag in there, plus the ultimate connects. Invoker is the one who's left alone. Preeti Jinta comes from around the corner. His flag and drag should be up any moment, any second. Only the flag comes out. The drag is not there. It's a bit of a mistype combo, but still Free claims the kill onto Invoker after a messy fighting that was gone down over there. It's a 4-for-1 in favor of JDJ.
Yeah, it was looking good for the side of Poro Patrol, and then they start re-engaging onto the Jarvan, onto the Yone, and then you see the knockups coming in. Double knockup from the Yone first, then the Alistar follows up, then the flag and drag comes in, then the ultimate from Yone comes in. So that's like almost 6-7 seconds, maybe 8 seconds of CC onto two targets. They could not even move right there. So beautiful layering of the crowd control coming in from the side of JDJ, as they are able to pick up 4 kills for themselves, and giving away only the Vayne as the answer. But they are still behind in gold right now. It's not all done, but with the position that they are in, with the champions that they have, I think they will be feeling pretty good about themselves after that engage.
Yeah, they pick up quite a bit of gold. It's because Poro Patrol, every single lane, including the jungle, is up in terms of CS, in terms of camp. So that's where the goal is coming from. Invoker poking down onto Rook to D4. Broken Blade is going to be jumping onto Free in the mid side. He has to snap back anytime soon if they catch him out. No, the Q misses from Lee Sin. The ultimate comes out from Jazz's bot. The execution was not there. Free still gets away with his maybe prediction with the Q could have been something. Broken Blade is going to go on to Preeti Jinta in Preeti Jinta's own jungle. Has to be careful. He might be a bit far from home, but no, the kick doesn't land. The Cannon Kicker comes in. The Ward Hop comes in for Broken Blade. He comes back in with the Sonic Boom, gets the kill onto the opposite jungle in a 1 versus 2 over there. Well played from the jungler of Poro Patrol.
Yeah, Broken Blade could have actually killed both of them right there. The kick did connect onto 2 people. But yeah, a great outplay coming in the 2 versus 1. Burnt the Jarvan ultimate as well, and still is able to pick up the kill onto the enemy jungler. So well played by him. That will increase the goal gap a bit more, as the Rift Herald has spawned now, and we will be, I think, seeing a fight, at least some priority for it towards the side of Rift Herald for POP. I think they want to secure that as soon as possible, and you can already see the sort of lead that Venom has towards the top side of the map. He can roam whenever he wants. He can leave the lane, so he's the one with the priority. And yeah, the Rift Herald gets started, but Venom isn't there. Ward Hop away. The Yone ult is going to miss, and he might end up going down right there. He does end up going down right there. And Broken Blade just surviving with a sliver of health right now, and you can see the bot lane of JDJ has moved in as well for this Rift Herald fight, so they don't want to give this one away easily, as the Corki makes his way towards the bot side of the map. And I think it would be a fine trade for the side of POP if they can just take the turret in towards the bot side of the map and give the Rift Herald, as we still see both the teams lingering around towards the top side, but not just fighting as of yet.
I loved how the Rift Herald moved the pink ward away from the bush at the same time. Rift Herald still stays away. Ribbon again going to jump onto Invoker. Invoker has to be careful. Does go into the cage. Does have the flash available. I don't think there's many places that this little Corki can go. The TP is going to be coming in the bot side for the Mordekaiser, but a bit too late. Ribbon again is underneath the safety of his turret. Preeti Jinta has to be careful the way he walks over here. Dodges the Q. Alistar going to go hit the combo again onto Venom. Venom gonna dish a bit out damage. Drake has now spawned. This should be the target for them. Invoker is still dead in the gray screen, but Free is in the top side of Matt. Doesn't have TP to come in over there. I think they just want to trade it instead. Drake for Herald is the call coming in for JDJ, and it'll look like Poro Patrol will secure their first Drake, while JDJ are walking towards the Herald side. But Poro Patrol don't want to give it without a fight. Free knocking away on the top tier 1 for himself, just slicing himself through that turret. Going to be picking up the tier 1 for them at the end of the day. It's going to be the first turret picked up of the game at the end of it. But the flag put in for Preeti Jinta. The drag not coming in, not in range. Venom pulls the J4 away. The Rift Herald also gets claimed by Poro Patrol. So JDJ lose everything. They do end up picking the kill onto Venom. They do end up getting that first turret for themselves in the top side. But that is after they lose 2 jungle objectives in the process.
Yeah, they do get the top turret for the side of JDJ and secure the kill onto the Mordekaiser. But yeah, as you said, losing out on the Dragon, losing out on the Rift Herald, and now losing their bot turret as well. So in terms of objectives, I don't think POP will be too unhappy about how the sequence has gone. Yeah, they would have ideally liked to save their Mordekaiser, but the feats have been secured, as Riven Me again is looking towards Invoker. Let's see if he can reach him. No, he can't actually, as the Corki can just Valkyrie away from any sort of engagement right there. So the goal lead is only 1,000, but in terms of objectives, it has been pretty one-sided for the side of POP, picking 3 of the 4 that have spawned so far in this game. Uh, and yeah, they are looking really strong. And if they can just keep stacking these dragons up, and the Mordekaiser can get to those 2 items as the hook connects. Let's see if Terex ends up dying for that. Never mind, he's not. He's gonna be just fine. But yeah, if the dragon stacking, continues for the side of POP, I think they'll be in a very comfortable position in this game.
Definitely will be. Venom against Rivimgate and the bot side. The Q2 does so much damage from this Camille against Venom. I mean, he has to play it a bit safe side. Rook to T4 is 4-1-0, mind you. Sonic Boom connects from Broken Blade. He tried to horror plus the flash into the kick. Rook to D4 in a bit of trouble, but keeps his distance. The Q connects from Broken Blade again. He secures that kill. Flashes out in the process. Free has to ult to just get to safety. Nice war jump plus the insect kick. Followed up on to Rook to D4, secures the kill. He had just walked a bit too forward where the Lee Sin connected the Q over the wall. The Rift Herald now getting summoned in the mid side. This is going to be the tier 1 picked up after this connects. Preeti Jinta will get connected with the hook, secured into place, has to flash to still live, going very entirely low, but still ends up surviving. The second connection from the Herald onto the tier 2 over. Rivimi gets on the sidelines, but I don't think he can do much. He's trying to jump into the fight, but has to be a bit careful once the hook shot's now on CD. But they pick up the tier 1, they pick up the tier 2 in the mid side, and Poro Patrol have a 3-tower to 1-tower of JDJ lead right now.
Yeah, and very, very weird pathing from Preeti Zinta as well. Just roaming around in the mid lane, gets caught right there as the headbutt pulverize comes on to the Mordekaiser of all the people, and he's gonna be just fine. Walking away from that engagement. But yeah, as you said, a lot of control acquired for the side of POP, getting these mid turrets back to back on the back of that Rift Herald. I mean, that is just excellent stuff coming out from the side of POP. That was really required for them as well to maybe snowball the game. And now we are gonna see the dragon come in pretty soon as well. So all eyes will be turning to that as the Atakan gets started from the side of JDJ. I am not too sure about this call coming out from them. I really don't think they should be messing around with this Atakan, as they can get aced if POP shows up for this fight.
And that's exactly why I think they're just falling behind. POP had an inkling this was going down. They had the wards place as well. Now they will be starting up the Atakan instead. Corky is making his move over to this side. Terex is a bit forward, trying to deter anything that can happen to him, not taking too much damage as well. The TP is coming in from Free. Venom had back. He might have to just TP into this fight if it just break down. River Megan trying to go on to Broken Blade over across the wall, but Broken Blade still has that tier 1 turret in the bot set that prevents anything. Atakan going down slowly but surely over here, already at half percentage of HP. The TP now coming in from the Mordekaiser. Rivenme again might get isolated. He's gonna get locked up into the fight. The double ultimate from Jazz's bot secures it, but Jarvan secures the Atakan for himself. He's trying to run away. Rook to D4, you can tumble as much as you want. You're not getting out of it. A failed flag and drag for Jarvan. A triple kill for Jazz's bot. Atakan goes down, but Drake has just spawned, and that's exactly what is on Poro Patrol's minds.
Yeah, again, back-to-back objectives for the side of Poro Patrol as well. They might be able to secure the tier 2 bottom turret, and that on the back of 4 kills for nothing. So Poro Patrol, as we expected, looking really strong in this game 1, and they have really come out alive in these team fights where they are just performing so well. Triple kill secured for Jazz's bot, and I think that was the defining team fight of this game. And from now, I think it should just be a formality for the side of POP to finish this game, as they are more than 5,000 gold ahead and are still yet to go back and pick up all these items for themselves. So they are sitting very pretty right now, and in a very commanding position to end this game.
They are exactly as you said it. They did end up giving up the Atakan in that fight, but getting 4 kills at the back of it, plus a Drake, plus a tier 2, I think they're going to be happy about that whatsoever. Baron going to be up in 1.5 minutes time. Let's see what JDG can try and answer for themselves. The Corky still has quite a bit of CLC. He has 2 items. The Vayne is trailing a bit behind for herself. Only has the Borg and some items for her second item at this point. Preeti Jinta connects the headbutt pulverize, but it's on to Terex. Terex will get out. This time will not be the one getting caught out. top side, you can see Broken Blade and Venom just passing by. They just are chilling. Baron now at a 1 minute timer. What everyone should be paying attention to is Jazz's bot doesn't have TP. Will be trying to maybe clear this wave and get a back so he can come up for the fight instead. That will be breaking down anytime soon. And I think Invoker and Jazz's bot are the main dealing of damage that are not being caught whatsoever by JDJ in these team fights.
Yeah, and all eyes will be turning towards that Baron now. You can see still for the side of JDJ, they do have a lot of wards placed down in the top side jungle of the map. As we see the 4-man squad coming in to kill this Camille right now, and if Jazz and bot can just survive, the kick should come in right now to save the mid laner, but unfortunately for the side of POP, it is going to be a 1-for-1 in a 4 versus 1. Riven Me again is able to pick up the shutdown bounty onto the Mel, as Mordekaiser now, it seems to be in trouble, but I think should be fine. J4 needing to flash away from this really strong Mordekaiser, but that is going to be another shutdown. So POP have slacked off a bit, I would say, right now. Again, prioritizing the wrong lane completely. You should not be hanging around the bot side of the map. There is no need. You can leave the Camille alone, and if she engages or goes to aggressive, the Baron is always there to be picked up. And I think that was a big mistake. Terex is also going to die right there. So all in all, a 3-for-1 for the side of JDJ, and POP really needs to pick it up because the goal lead is shrinking. And they cannot afford to make such mistakes in such a game where JDJ always has an avenue to come back.
And yes, Kraken Slayer has been completed for Vayne. Nice headbutt into Terex bot side. Terex was just like, what do I do at this point underneath that inhibitor? He ends up giving up his life, ends up falling down. Now you can see Rumik is trying to go on to Broken Blade on the side. He does use the ultimate. Broken Blade is caught out. He's trying to come in, but the headbutt pulverize will shut down the Lee Sin, claimed by Rumik. And this is just before Baron, mind you. This is exactly what is on the minds of these players. JDJs are going for the Baron. Poro Patrol are walking up, maybe trying to deter them from taking it. Maybe with the poke that they have, they can do anything. But Tree is wreaking havoc in the bot side, picks up the tier 1, looking to maybe go for the tier 2. He has the TP if he wants to come into the fight. And they are fighting. Poro Patrol is fighting this fight a bit. The TP coming in from Free on the back side of the map. He's coming for a flank essentially over here. Rook to D4, left untouched, kiting away against Venom. The Condemn comes out again. He pretty much pick up the kill solo for himself. Invoker ends up going down. Jazz's bot is just trying to survive. Terex left alone, and the only sole member of Poro Patrol that survives will be Jazz's bot. The Baron claimed by JDJ, and they have turned this game on its head entirely.
Man, I mean, this is the sort of throw that we saw yesterday from the side of SUVO haters. JDJ capitalizing completely. Broken Blade in a very, weird position that he gets caught out, enables JDG to pick up that Baron, and they are able to win the team fight as well. 3-for-1 right there. All the shutdown bounties have been claimed for the side of JDJ as they pick up the Baron as well. And how has this happened? POP was 5,000 gold up. And they had the Artican, they had the Dragon as well, and somehow within a span of 5 minutes, all of the good work that POP had done has gone to waste as they find themselves behind now. And we were talking that it was sort of an unthrowable position for the side of POP, but look what has happened. And even right now, they're standing on top of a ward, so JDZ has full information that the Dragon has been started. As Invoker is completely out of team fight, the flash pulverize comes in. Invoker should be going down right here. Again, very poor positioning coming in from the side of Invoker. The AD carry of POP has a beautiful 3-man J4 ultimate comes in. The Mel is going to melt. The Mordekaiser dies as well. The Q from the Yone comes in, and that's going to be a triple kill for the side of Rook to D4, and the Vayne has truly come out alive, and I'm not sure how this has happened. The Vayne was almost 50 CS behind in laning phase, and look at her now, 9-3-2, 500 gold shutdown bounty, highest kills in the game so far. And my god, POP just letting themselves down in this matchup.
And I think it's a lot about how Invoker gets caught out a bit. It's also that 3-man excellent Cataclysm coming in from the J4 that locks everybody up in the same place. And JDJ are on a rampage. After that, that 4 versus 1 in the bot side where Poro still just mounted to trade against the Camille for Jazz's bot's life over there. And now the pressure is coming in. Now it's 6 turrets for JDJ to the 4 turrets of Poro Patrol. And JDJ pretty much running away. Look at the gold lead that they've accumulated. Almost 7k gold lead for themselves. And they are lacking quite a bit. Like you said, the Vayne, who looked like pretty much down and out from the early stages, has come back completely online. Has 3 items completed. The Ginsu's, the Kraken, the Blade of the Ruin King, and is looking like a formidable foe. Free is doing a lot. But I think now that the headbutt pulverizers are landing quite a bit from the Alistar, and like you said, how they layer their CC in these fights is paying dividends for JDJ's side, and this is the side that maybe this is what they had in mind when they drafted this comp.
Maybe that's what they had in mind, but again, this has been a very to and fro game for both the teams. Of course, now JDJ has a very commanding goal lead, but the same was true for POP 7-8 minutes ago, as Broken Blade might end up getting caught here, is able to ward hop away Cataclysm. Wasted, I would say. I don't think you want to lock down the Lee Sin unless you can hit your EQ first, so that's a big cooldown, and maybe POP can fight around that for now, but the Vayne is just too fed, and if she is left untouched in these team fights, I think it's going to be good night for the side of POP in this game 1.
It does look like that. The Vayne, if you can't reach her, it's going to be a problem. I think you have to take the fights a bit slowly, not do that instant 5v5. Invoker has to be playing on the safer side, playing behind the tanks that he has, the peel that he has acquired from him, not just be on the side like the Drake fight. He just gets caught out instantly, not Genius capitalizes on that, gets the kill for Rook to D4 there, and they are pretty happy about it. Now they're just pushing down the bot side lane. It's a 4-1 formation for JDG, and yes, they just keep on pushing in, and they're looking pretty strong right now. Both sides have 2 Drakes to their name. JDJ have the Atakan as well, and it is looking like they might try to just jump onto Broken Blade again. It might be a bit of deja vu, but he has members close by. He doesn't know that he's on a war. The red buff is secured by the J4. They're just taking all the camps. They're suffocating this Lee Sin out of any camps that he can actually go for and try to, get his farm up, get his own gold. Pretty does a level up onto him. Invoker's a level behind Rook to D4. Venom is 2 levels behind Riven Me again. And now it looks like it's JDJ's game to throw away.
Levels advantage for the side of Free on the Yone, who has now 3 items, so he's feeling very nice about himself as well. Is going to complete the Death's Dance soon, which has already been completed for the side of Camille, so she is going to be unstoppable in these side lanes as well. And now it's just a matter of time before the Baron spawns, and JDJ just waiting for that patiently, not looking to throw this game at all, having been behind for most of the game themselves. The Baron coming up in a few seconds will be started on spawn, I'm guessing, for the side of JDJ. And if POP do decide to contest it, I don't think they have the tools to do so anymore. The item builds have not been really great as well, especially for the Mel, where you should be going for the Blackfire Torch into Leandries and items of that sort. Just not enough damage, it seems, compared to their opposition number, who are almost 6,000-7,000 gold ahead of POP right now.
And they look pretty set up. JDJ, I've set up around the Baron this time. The blue side of rotation comes in. They're going to get an inkling that it comes out. And now, just a bit of game of chicken about who actually wants to poke their heads in first. They're rocking towards the Tribush on the top side. The pink ward also going to get neutralized from the side of Terex, who had just placed it over there. And Broken Blade will put the pink ward onto his side so he can clear this ward for himself. This might be Broken Blade going down. He does ward hop and get away. The ultimate from Free hits nobody, but he flashes onto Invoker, wants to secure this kill with the stun up from the Alistar, with the flag and drag from the J4. It's Invoker paying for the sins of his jungler, but both were a bit far to walk up. It's driven me again against Venom on this side. Venom just trying to walk away to that side of the jungle, but I think the side of JDJ have been doing good. The jungler from JDJ reigning supreme on the kind of catches out. He'll be going for the Baron, going to be secured by them as of now.
Yeah, this one is a jungle gap, unfortunately. As we look at the Lee Sin and the Jarvan right there, the dragon spawns as well right now, and that should be picked up very easily for the side of JDJ. And I think we are looking at the end of the game as another stun connects onto Broken Blade. The Camille ultimate is still up. The E should be back up again. The hook shot, the Cataclysm connects onto the Lee Sin. He's still alive somehow. Free is able to secure that kill for himself. Meanwhile, the Vayne taking the dragon for his team. And these guys can just stay here if they want to, pick up a few kills and just end the game.
Exactly what they're looking to do. They've just been taking slowly. It was, like you said, a bit of a roller coaster match where JDJ was in the lead, then Poro was in the lead, then JDJ back again. But once JDJ got for the second time lead, they haven't relented whatsoever. They've been catching out Broken Blade quite a few times. And unfortunately, his Lee Sin hasn't been showing as much as he wanted. In the mid game, at least, maybe we got to see one insect, but other than that, nothing fancy coming out from the Blind Monk as of yet. You can see it is pretty much a 1-3 formation because Free, for some reason, is picking up the red buff over on his side before he just walked around to the bot side. The tier 3 mid lane falls down for Poro Patrol. The inhibitors follows suit. The tier 3 in the top side follows as well. Riven again just hook shots and gets away. Venom trying to catch on to Preeti Jinta instead. Broken Blade connects the Q, doesn't go in, does chase now, but the damage is not there. The TP coming in from Free. Once he comes in with this ultimate, this could change how this match is looking. The 3-man Cataclysm yet again from Preeti Jinta after he flashes away. The ultimate gets Zonya'd by Jazz's bot, but blinking HP bars from Poro Patrol. They're falling down one by one like flies. Venom ends up going down. Terex goes down. A triple kill for the Yone, the mid laner of JDJ. He might have extended a bit too far, but still ends up with his life secured for him. Invoker and Jazz's bot just trying to mount their defense as much as they can, and JDJ are going to maybe go on the retreat or maybe look to end the game. It's up to their hands, but it looks like the final stages of the game where JDJ are looking to take this away in a 1-0 fashion, because what can Poro Patrol honestly do at this time?
Yeah, I don't think they can come back anymore into this game. They had the lead, they threw it, and now it's up to JDJ to end this game. You can already look at the items. 4 items completed for the Camille, 4 items for the Yone. The Vayne as well just picked up her 4th item. So just the leads on these carries, it's gonna prove to be too much at this point. The Vayne has scaled towards the late game, so has the Yone, and this is just a formality now. They should all just 4-man or 5-man stack towards the bot side of the map, take that inhibitor and look to end the game. And I don't think POP have the tools anymore to mount a comeback, to come to even come back in a team fight, as Broken Blade gets caught once again on his beloved Lee Sin. And towards the top side, I mean, look at the damage coming in from the Camille. Kills the Mel right there. Free connects a 2-man ultimate. It's going to be a triple kill for the Jarvan right now, as Venom uses his ultimate onto the Yone, who finishes him in the death realm. And it's going to be a very clean 5-0 for the side of Jettfire Dojo. And that will be game 1 picked up for JDJ. And I'm not even sure if we should be calling this an upset. And you were asking for the prediction early on. We did say anything can happen, and something like that has happened. The unexpected JDJ picks up game 1 against Poro Patrol.
And in pretty dominating fashion towards the end part especially. It was topsy-turvy until maybe the 20-minute, the 21-minute mark for them, but these fights at the end were just so isolated for them. Broken Blade gets caught out quite a few times, just trying to maybe get some camps before like objectives that they need to actually go for. The Baron gets taken away for free because of that. JDJ had even stolen away the Artakan, given that they had put so much pressure. But Poro Patrol does end up bringing 4 kills. They pick up the Drake, but they still couldn't mount up the Drake numbers for themselves. Free is a monster towards the end parts of these fights, and a triple kill picked up. The 3-man, 4-man Cataclysm coming in from PDJ. That is a lot. This is another aspect of how Broken Blade gets caught out. He does kick the Alistair to that side, but what are you going to do onto the big cow? You can't do much. Driven me again, pretty much 3 shots Jazz bought in that fight where he gets picked out over there, and this is the end. Invoker unfortunately could not come online later in fights. He gets picked out quite a few times earlier, especially that Drake fight where he was isolated on his side, where Rook to D4 and not Genius just jump on him. And I think Invoker has to work a bit of position on the Corki, especially because Corki couldn't do much. The Vayne scales so nicely. He gets the items that he wants, and it's a pretty nice victory for Jettfire Dojo. I think all predictions, like you said very rightfully, are out the window. It's going to be Jettfire's Dojo with the 1-0 up on to Poro Patrol heading into Game 2.
Yeah, they do find themselves 1-0 up on the back of a great comeback for the side of Jettfire's Dojo, and good performance coming in from the side of Preeti Zinta. Even Riven Me again was doing a great job in these side lanes. Free had a really good game on the Yone. Rook to D4, I mean, the bot lane as a whole found their footing later on in the game. They were falling quite behind early on, but all in all, they are able to secure this victory, and they are able to close out the game as well. And we'll be looking forward to that game too, because I think this might go, to all 3 games.
It might actually look like we take all 3 games because we have put so many dividend in Poro Patrol, especially after that dominating performance against SUVO haters yesterday. But unfortunately, not looking like that same team in Game 1. Broken Blade's Lee Sin almost never came online. He had just one, I think, flashy, nice moment for him. But other than that, it was the Preeti Zinta, so it was the Jettfire Dojo show towards the end parts where they were very synchronized and well-oiled machine. And this is what we were talking about last time in yesterday's game that we were casting of them. They had so many miscommunication gaps on who to prioritize and when to prioritize, but this time it looked like they have been playing for maybe I don't know how many years together, the way that they were going for their targets, the way they were locking down their macros towards the end, and the way they finished this off in pretty nice fashion for themselves. And this is going to be a huge momentum boost and confidence boost heading into Game 2, so that Poro Patrol can actually lock in the complete 3 points for one so that Jettfire Dojo can lock in the complete 3 points for themselves for once.
Yeah, 100%. And they will be moving out of that bottom spot, I think, when they secure this victory, if they are able to do so in Game 2 as well. As we look at the game time again, a pretty long game by the normal standard, but the goal lead 13,500 something like that for the side of JDJ. 30 kills to 14, 3 dragons picked up for them. Elder didn't spawn, 2 barons picked up, the Rift Herald, the Void Grubs, the Atakan were all picked up for the side of POP. And yeah, I mean, it was a very even game coming in. Excuse me, the Atakan was picked up by JDJ. But yeah, a very even game, and POP were looking like they were going to run away with this one with the 5,000 goal lead that they had. But JDJ had something to say about that, and they were able to secure the victory for themselves. As we look at the MVP right here, Preeti Zinta, 7-2 and 17 on that Jarvan, just wreaking havoc. He was doing exactly what Broken Blade did yesterday on the Jarvan, and yeah, he'll be happy to secure that victory for themselves.
I think this pick pays a lot from 7-2 and 17 on the Jarvan. The damage per minute, the CS per minute doesn't matter. Just how many cataclysms and multi-man cataclysms this man was landing with that 15k goal that he got by the end of it. Changed a lot of how these team fights were going down. He was chasing Broken Blade into his own jungle and preventing anything of the sort to happen. And it was looking, like you said, he was looking like what Broken Blade was doing on Jarvan yesterday this time, and he did a phenomenal job on it. We get to see more things from it, and he didn't even try to go for his Vi this time. He went for the J4, denies it for Broken Blade. Broken Blade goes on the Lee Sin, doesn't put on the performance he has. His entire team not putting on the kind of performance they did put in yesterday, and Jettfire Dojo are going to be very pleased with the game 1 with themselves.
Yeah, I think that they have denied a lot of jungle options as well from the side of Broken Blade, the Amumu, the Jarvan, the Lee Sin as well now. So we'll see what comes up in Game 2 as we go into a short break. But stick around, guys, because I think this could go to all 3 games, and we will be back very shortly with Game 2 for you.
top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Mandis, alongside Kaka, and we've had a bit of a slight upset, at least game 1 duration, because I think we were both kind of predicting that they can go all 3 series, but I think we were saying that Poro Patrol gets the series for themselves, given the performance that they put against SUVO haters yesterday overall, and how that Jettfire Dojo hasn't been, competing that well in Legends Ascent so far. But, on the other hand, Jettfire Dojo takes game 1 over here, Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, that was the expectation coming out from the side of Poro Patrol, that they should be able to win the series 2-0. But it's still not over, right? It's only the first game of the series. They can still mount the comeback and take the series 2-1. Quite unlikely, I would say, especially considering the sort of champions that have been banned. But again, you can't put anything past anyone in these bottom team matchups. For sure, anyone can win against anyone. So yeah, and that's the sort of match that we got as well. Poro Patrol were leading very comfortably around the 24-25 minute marker with the 5,000 goal lead, and then threw it all away, and Jettfire's Dojo were not going to let it go unpunished, and they were able to secure the victory for themselves. As we jump into the champ select right now, remember 3 champions for the side of Broken Blade are already gone. That is assuming that Amumu is going to be banned for the rest of the series. The Jarvan was picked, the Lee Sin was picked already from the side of Broken Blade, so they are not going to be playing those champions. So it's only game 2, but already Poro Patrol will have to dig in deep to find out what sort of champions do they want to play.
Exactly. Now you're talking about the move, and that's exactly what Jettfire Dojo brings out. Poro Patrol gonna stick to the Yasuo ban, probably the Ari ban to follow for free, because they don't want to give anything to his champion, because he does have a bit of a limitation in that. Last time in the Yasuo's ban, he came out of the Yone, played pretty spectacularly. Let's see what else he has in his arsenal that he can bring out for himself. The Shen going to continue the Sen ban against Rivenme again, pretty much for that side. Remember, Rivenme again yesterday was playing support for Jettfire's Dojo, is playing the top lane for them today. The Senna ban, the Tristana ban from Jettfire Dojo that follows on to Invoker makes sense because unfortunately, without a champion that gets away pretty easily, even though he had the Valkyrie on the Corki, he still was getting caught quite a bit, couldn't be impactful in team fights, and I hope to see a better performance for him. And as predicting, the Ari ban as the last one from Poro Patrol.
Yeah, the ban's not changing too much for either side, but it's going to be very interesting to see what the first pick is going to be for the side of Jettfire's Dojo. Should be an AD carry coming in so that they can deny some sort of champion from the side of Invoker right there. But looks like the Diana is going to come in. Was banned the previous game. Not sure where it goes. Could be jungle, could be mid. But that is sort of a denial pick as well from the side of Broken Blade, and Jazz is a back.
Yeah, Jazz the bot does maybe want to play something like that. His way is still open. Can come out, but these errors do happen. But the Wu King, the Wukong, the Monkey King, gets locked in for Broken Blade over here as they continue on their draft. And let's see what else kind of picks Poro Patrol has in mind. Venom did not perform the way that Shun did, at least on the Mordekaiser later on in these fights, and that was a big talking point that goes in. But Invoker going to be locking in the Draven for himself. A very interesting pick, not something that is very common in RC. We don't get to see that many Draven players, don't get to see that many Kalista players, but it's going to be fun to watch Invoker pilot this champion in the bot lane.
Yeah, the Draven comes in, and that's very interesting. That's putting a lot of pressure onto Invoker to carry out this series, and obviously would want to get ahead in the laning phase itself, because if you can't cash in on the Adoration stacks, then I think it's going to be a long game for the side of Poro Patrol, as the Diana has been locked in. The set actually comes in as well. Blind, we are guessing that it might end up going towards the top side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised if some sort of support set shenanigans come out, but I do expect it to go towards that top side of the map. And the Aphelios was picked up as well for the side of Jettfire's Dojo. So look out for Lulu, for a Milio ban, these sort of enchanter champions that can come in and support the set. Meanwhile, for the side of Poro Patrol, Terex locks in his Leona in this game too, and they are banning out the champions that can counter the Leona. The Braum sees the deck, and again, should be another support ban coming in from the side of Poro Patrol.
It should be. Let's see what else Jettfire Dojo has in mind. It's going to be the Hue against Jazz's bot. He likes playing this champion in the mid quite a bit. He played, I think, the Hue and the Annie, if I'm not wrong, yesterday. So maybe get to see something on that focusing against him, because Venom does have a okay champion pool that you can match out against. The Morgana ban, another support banned against the side of Jettfire's Dojo for the side of Poro Patrol. So they focused quite a bit support wise here against Preeti Jan bot lane. Let's see what Not Genius can play. Last time we saw Not Genius playing the Alistar, couldn't land his combos early on, but was landing it left, right, and center every time afterwards in the team fights, was laying the CC with the rest of his team. So hope to see some kind of the performance over there. Mind you guys, the Irelia gets banned out over here. Probably Venom against Venom, because I don't think Jazz's bot is a player who likes to play the Irelia mid-side. He likes to play the mages, the control mages for himself otherwise. But after banning phases ended, we're going to enter the second phase of picking for the side of Poro Patrol. They have their top and mid left open, and they look like to be locking in a blind pick top Redicton, which is one of the best blind picks you can get.
I mean, is it a blind pick? Because the set has been picked up.
This is there, yes.
That does come in to answer the set we are going to assume. Should be a fine matchup, of course, with your enhanced Full Fury Ruthless Predator. You can, ignore the shield coming out from the set, as the Tam Kench is going to come in as well to provide, more protection towards the Aphelios. And so far, I like what Jettfire's Dojo have gotten up for themselves, honestly. But a lot of melee champions again following suit from last game, and now we are awaiting the mid lane pick, or maybe the jungle pick. It is going to be the mid lane pick. The Syndra comes in for the side of Jettfire's Dojo, rounding out their draft. A lot of CC, a lot of protection for the backline, a lot of damage as well. Might lack some sort of hard engage from the side of Jettfire's Dojo, but I think that's a good draft. And for Poro Patrol, looks like the victor might come in to ensure that they have some sort of a late game damage along with the early game of Renekton and Raven. So the drafts have been logged in. I do like both the drafts actually, and it's a flip of a coin onto who has won this one for me. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be very exciting to see who comes out on top in this one.
And I think if game one is to anything to go by, it's a bit of Game of Thrones of which team does the throw earlier on, because both teams had the lead at some points in that game one, but they gave it up in the end. At the end, Jettfire Dojo maintains that lead and they, finish it up. So I think it's about, like you said, it's a bit of a flip of a coin, a 50-50 about how this matchup will be going down. We have seen Rivimi again play set in the top side, and he was nothing of impact in that game. I don't think he performed at all well. Let's see how Venom's ranked in against that set, because I don't think this is one of his well-versed champions, because he didn't do that well. Invoker on the Draven, like you said, early aggression like to be seen from him, like he did with the Corki, with that early aggression for himself. Maybe does some damage. Rook to d4, going to be playing the Aphelios. Three members of, by the way, of Jettfire's Dojo are basically Jin mains at one point because of Pretty Jidda, Rook to d4, and not GDS. But Jin still has not come out any times during these drafts for them. Maybe they think of the third game. But reminder, this is second game of this best of 3 series. Game 1 went over to the hands of Jettfire Dojo. It's Poro Patrol with their backs against the wall, trying to fight for more points. After a good performance yesterday against SUVO hitters, they unfortunately could not follow up in today's game 1.
Yeah, but the series still continues, so I think they still have the chance to come back. If they can win this game 2, I think they will be feeling pretty confident about game 3 as going into game 3. But again, it's down to them to perform to their level, at least of what we saw yesterday from them, especially in that game 2. If they can replicate the same, I think this will go to game 3. And that's pretty interesting, saying 3 of these players have been Jin main. That's very, very interesting that we don't get to see the Jin ban or pick at all coming out from the side of Jettfire's Dojo. But yeah, I mean, this could go either way, honestly. I think that game 1 was very close, and I really expect the same in game 2 as well. Jettfire's Dojo do have a lot of damage for themselves in this one, but if we can somehow, survive the onslaught that might come out from the side of Poro Patrol in the form of that Wukong and Leona, then I think they should be able to win this one as well.
And I think we are expecting a better showing from Broken Blade in this game too, given that his Lee Sin couldn't do much in game 1. Hope to see his Wukong perform better. Now we get to see Pretty Jinta on the Diana instead as well, because I think his favorite champion is going to be the Vi that he likes to play a lot in the jungle. He did pick it yesterday in the matchup where unfortunately they could not end up winning and they went down. But I think it's a very good recovery for Jettfire's Dojo in terms of the points they're selecting, because now they're at least picking up points for themselves, even if they lose the series, which, mind you, God forbid at this point for them, but they still pick up 1 point from the game 1, right? Every single game counts, especially how our point system is in the Legends and leaderboard, and you've already picked up a game 1. Even if Poro Patrol can secure the victory this series, it would be only 2 points going to them, so that's also a detriment. So like you said, in the bottom of the table, it's very topsy-turvy of what to expect or predicted outcomes in these fights between these two teams, and let's just hope for the best between them, and let's see which team honestly can come out on top and hope for a very good game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any prediction for this one, honestly. This could go either way, as we saw in game 1. Based off yesterday's gameplay from the side of Poro Patrol, we were expecting that they might be able to secure the series 2-0, but with how the game 1 went for either side, I think Jettfire's Dojo will be feeling the momentum as well. And if they can just perform slightly better than game 1, I would say, I think they should be able to easily get the series 2-0 and rack up the points for themselves as well. And for the side of Poro Patrol, they threw the game pretty hard. It was there for the taking. It was their game to win, and they somehow ended up losing it. So they will be hoping that they get the lead, but this time around they are able to secure the match point for themselves as well. So going into this, I am not too sure who's going to win, but guys in the chat, you guys can let us know who do you support in this one, since it is quite an interesting series, and we are like, at least me, I have no idea, and I'm pretty sure Madness will say the same, that he has no clue as to who's going to win this one.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly don't have an idea. I had predicted before the series 2-0 port, but that's out the window at this point because Jettfire Dojo had won that game one for themselves. But yes, like you said, it's going to be an interesting matchup, and I think we like to see matches where we can't predict the winner because it makes for much more entertainment for the viewers, for the casting of how you think these matches are going, where the mistakes are happening from these teams, and exactly how their macro is looking at the later stage of the game. And hopefully we get to see maybe a game 3 just of how exciting these matches are going, because game 1, like we said, it was Jettfire Dojo in the lead, then Poro Patrol in the lead, then Jettfire Dojo takes it back, and that was pretty much cementing their victory in that game 1. But on another note, guys, please make sure to follow all our social media. The links are in the description box below. Follow LOL, Discord, I and SA, India and South Asia. And then we have a lot of fun events coming up. We have a bidding wars on ARAM, which is called Weekend Skirmish. The auction is going to be, I think, on the 30th. So make sure you keep in mind that you meet new people, meet new friends, and you can keep up with all the action when we have new tournaments as well. Announcements are made from time to time, and you can keep up for that much over there. But at the end of the day, it's exciting. I think what makes this more exciting between these two teams is even if this goes to a game 3, because of Fearless Draft, a lot of their champions are out of it. And I think these are the teams with the more of the shallower champion pools compared to the top teams in this competition.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? Like, we are still waiting for the more teams to grow up, more teams to show up as well as we go into game 2 of this best of 3. And let's look at the summoner spells for now. The Ignite picked up for the Tamkin, so they are going to look to kill the bot lane 2 versus 2. The Exhaust has been picked up for Terex. Cleanse coming in for Draven. I'm not too sure about that one, as there isn't a lot of stuns coming in except for the Syndra stun. So I think Draven would have been better running the barrier for himself, and Venom as well, running the Ignite onto the Renekton. You don't usually see that in competitive matches because the TP is just a better spell in a well-coordinated League of Legends match. But he's going to run the Ignite, and he will be hoping that he can get some sort of lead in the top lane, because if he can't, then it's going to bite him in the backside for sure. If he can't get the lead for himself, as Preeti's Jinta runs in blind, has to burn his flash. I mean, should have used his Q onto the brush right there to check if anyone was going to stand there, but unfortunately that's not going to happen.
He doesn't use the Q, pays it with his flash. That's a summoner burn, no more 5 minutes for that. A nice deep ward being placed by Not Genius on the Tamkench over there. He gets a nice vision. Now, pretty much they also know where the jungle of Pure Patrol is starting. Diana has to come start her blue. So both junglers on the top side going to be heading bot side overall. Yes, with that ignited Venom, he has to get that advantage in lane to put pressure. This is the reason why he's brought that summoner. And if he doesn't play it out like that, the TP later on from the set can cause a lot of problems macro-wise from it. And instantly gets pulled in by Venom. Invoker and Rook to D4 trading a couple of blows, but all in all, settling for a bit of a standard laning phase. Nothing too fancy coming out from either members. A nice Q from Venom, but it was not empowered. Coming in onto Riven Megan. I want to see how Riven Megan does on the set. This is his second time we're going to be seeing him on the main stage playing this champion, and hopefully has a better performance than he did last time.
Yeah, I mean, if we can go by the first game, I think he'll be fine. The Camille was pretty good in the previous game, was doing his job in the side lane. What's more interesting for me, at least, is the jungle pathing right now. Both the junglers in the previous game did like 3 or 4 camps each, and then decided to gank the respective lanes. And now you can see the pings already coming in. The Wukong wants to invade the red of the Diana, so we can see some sort of fight coming in. Again, very aggressive pathing from the side of Broken Blade. Does have the prio as well. The Leona is walking down towards the Diana, who does not have flash available, remember, so they want to punish that flash timer for sure, as Preeti Zinta is able to just walk away with his life, but Free will have to burn his flash in return. So a really good invade coming in from the side of Broken Blade. He'll be running back towards that red buff and will be hoping to secure that one for himself.
Yeah, now that's a flashless free in the mid lane for later on gank that Broken Blade wants to go for. This time being much more aggro in the opponent jungle, denying the pressure that Precog had made him fall cause earlier because Victor was walking up the back cancelled by free. The Scatter of the Wind lands on to Jazz is a bot, but in the end still trades coming out. Free goes for his back. He's going to TP back into his lane with his items for himself. That's exactly what he's going. He's going to get an amplifying tome for his troubles. Broken Blade still in their position jungle. Precog are not being allowed to farm whatsoever. If we continue on the bot side, Terex is going to be walking up. The Tom is going to be coming in. Rook to d4 is battling against Invoker on the other side. It's a 3 versus 3 brawl over here, but JDJ members try to get out. The stun lands onto Terex. The flash has to be burned from him. The flash forward by Rook to d4. Tom flashes forward, comes in. Terex pretty much left alone, will be left to the wolves. Who picks up the kill? It's going to be first blood picked over by Precog for Jettfire's Dojo.
Yeah, Terex with a very weird pathing right there. He could have just escaped right here, just run towards the mid lane, but he goes for a U-turn, misses the E completely, now gets rooted by the gravity gun coming out from the Aphelios, has to burn his flash. The flash comes in from the Aphelios there. The Tamkinj as well uses his flash. The tongue slash comes in, and there you go. First blood secured for the side of JDJ and Precog, who was struggling quite a bit to get his own camps from his own jungle, but now with the first blood gets a really nice back, and more importantly his flash is coming up soon, so it did not get as punished as we were looking at least. He was getting invaded left and right, but somehow JDJ come out on top in that exchange.
They do come out on top. Tex ends up falling down. That slows down the tempo that Broken Blade had as well. You can see that Precog wants to take the top side. Scuttle from Renekton had walked in just to prevent maybe something, maybe cause some dissonance. But now Camp Wukong slightly ahead of JDJ's jungler, especially after JDJ's jungler that Diana had such a hard time. Like you saw that Broken Blade had gone so deep, takes his red. The fight happened at the scuttle at that point. Venom's just gonna walk up, gets pulled into turret range, eats a turret shot for his troubles of stopping Riven Megan's back, and he has to try and go for these kind of plays because he's running that ignite instead of the TP, and he still hasn't used it to advantage. He does have a CS lead against the top laner of Jettfire's Dojo for now. Drake has spawned around a minute ago. Let's see what these teams can come up with to try and answer these objectives this time.
Yeah, I think top lane, as long as Riven Megan can survive the laning phase, he is going to outscale the Renekton come the late game and has the TP as well. So he has to play careful. And if you're only behind like 10-15 CS, I think you'll take it. It should not be that big of a problem. And that's exactly what's happening. He's surviving the lane. He's keeping the wave in a very good position for himself to farm it up. Gets the cannon there as well. Actually misses it, I think. But still... doing well so far for himself, and as long as you don't die in this lane and you're behind some CS, I think you're doing fine.
And it does seem like that he is pretty okay. He had freeze the wave in a nice spot against Venom. Venom had to walk in to Precog, had to dodge the E that was going to pull him into turret range, but didn't pull him all the way into that spacing. Invoker and Terex trying to maintain their bot side dominance. You can see Invoker's already hit level 6 to D4 still on that level 5, might want to go ahead. Diana is already starting the Drake, and there is no answer, there is no vision for the side of Poro Patrol. The Drake's pretty much going to go for free. The Wukong's too far away, and that's exactly what happens. The first Drake of the game, a Chemtech Drake, going over to the hands of JDJ.
I think that's a good take, but I'm not sure if Diana needed to flash over the pit afterwards to get out of that. Like, I'm not too sure why that happened. I think he was just too scared that the Wukong might show up. I'm not too sure what happened there. I think the bot lane could have just been there, as the exhaust is going to come in onto the Aphelios, who is in trouble, uses the barrier, does not have the flash. The Draven Axis come in. Terex might end up going down as well. Not Genius, not able to get the kill so far. The Tongue Lash might miss, and that's going to be 2 kills for the side of POP. And Yeah, rook to d4, just stepping up way too far uh, right there, and pays for it with his life. The flashless bottom lane, both of them end up dying, and the Draven cashes in his passive.
The stacks of adoration come in. The Dragon is
Oh no,
going to go
he's dead.
on. Mind you, he doesn't have flash because he had flashed over the Dragon Pit. Instead, to get out of that, the feats of warfare picked up by Poro. A kill going over to Venom, and all three grubs going over to Poro Patrol side over here.
Yeah, Poro Patrol getting the advantages now. 2 kills there. The flashless Diana, as we spoke about earlier, ends up dying as well. And he had no business starting off those grubs. The top laner does not have any sort of priority. Mid lane is quite even. Both of them can move, but the support roam comes in first from the side of Terex. And now POP looking really strong, securing the grubs for themselves, getting all these kills as well. The top laner doing a fantastic job, 15 CS up, and the Diana getting caught. And I think he's gonna end up dying once again. The flash is answered from the side of Broken Blade. The Cyclone connects as well, and that's going to be another kill for the jungler of POP.
Yeah, a nice movement coming up. This is exactly what Precog did to Broken Blade towards the later stage of the game, not letting him breathe in his own jungle. And Broken Blade has started the assault very early on this time. He did on the bot side, but then unfortunately gave up a kill. But this time, successfully taking the kill for themselves. And Precog falling a bit behind in terms of XP, falling a bit behind in terms of camps, definitely falling behind in terms of grub numbers. Invoker walking a bit too deep. The knockup does not coming from the Tam case. That could have spelled trouble for him. Terex is coming from the other side, but do you really want to take this fight? Invoker really wants to look for it. Terex is getting chunked down quite a bit. The tongue lash stuns him up in place. He has to flash to get to safety. Another stun by the purple gun of Aphelios. The last auto attack. Rook to d4 claims a kill. I honestly don't know what was going on in the minds of that Leona.
Yeah, Terex is just, I'm not too sure. He has these plays where he performs really well in the roams and everything, but then his pathing leaves a lot to be desired. Both the times that he has died, he could have easily survived there. He's not even hit level 6. It's already 10 minutes, so I'm not too sure what he's doing up there. As Free is going to get the solo kill. No, barely, and he gets stunned as well. Is going to secure the kill, but I think he might end up dying as well. Barely survives, and that is going to be a solo kill for Free in the mid lane in the 1v1, which was looking like, I mean, he could have died himself right there, but yeah, that was too close to comfort for either of these champions. But Free comes out on top.
Comes out on top. The auto from the minion basically secures the kill onto Jazz's bot. He flashed forward, but he was still in the gravity well range, and he still couldn't do anything of it. But the ultimate from Victor's team, one more tick would have pretty much claimed the Syndra's life. Does it not happen? Renekton is still going to be battling against Set. Nothing much coming off it. Nice W from Set. Does damage. Preeti Jinta is close by, but nice slice and dice from the big crocodile from Venom to get away from the exchange. Drake going to come up anytime soon as well. Mid side CS looks equal. Bot side a bit of 10 CS in favor of Draven. Top side 10 CS in favor of Venom. And jungle with a huge CS lead or camp lead in terms of Broken Blade. Pullback of Venom in here. Venom pops the ultimate, is looking to go on to Riven Me again. The Ignite is ticking. The W comes out from Riven Me again. But that's the end of that exchange.
Yeah, and Riven Me again will love the situation. He has burned the Ignite now, so he can chill out towards this top side of the map. The Diana is looking to come in. The Flash R comes in, and that's going to be a solo kill for the side of Riven Me again towards the top side of the map. Venom just steps up too far and ends up dying, but not before there's an answer in the mid lane. Terex again roaming beautifully and securing the kill onto the flashless Syndra right there. The dragon will be picked up as well. Broken Blade starting that off when he saw the Diana was towards the top side of the map. And yeah, it's a very, end-to-end game. Both the teams are making their moves on either side of the map right now, and answering back each other. But POP do have the goal lead for themselves, 2,000 so far. Nothing to be scoffed at, but not too big of a lead as well that it could be like game defining.
Yeah, and I think even with the game-defining lead, like last time, Poro did give the game away, so the goal lead has to be kept intact, and the gap should be continued to widen for them, essentially, at this point, from that 2k margin. Last time it was a 5k margin, and still couldn't last them as long as they wanted. But Drake secured by Wukong, a Drake each for either team. 3 grubs for the side of Poro Patrol, 1 more jungle objective, and I think they will be claiming the feats of strength because they have the feats of warfare for themselves, or even if they get a turret here or there, if they get the first turret for themselves. Top side, a lot of fighting going on. Free, nice carry of the win onto Jettfire. That's quite a lot of damage. Jettfire flashes for the ultimate, chucking down. He does end up going down this time. Free this time ends up seeing the grey screens for his trouble. Jettfire, nice flash for nice knowing the limitation of his champion. Nice knowing that he had the kill potential. Picks up a solo bolo on the mid laner. Preeti Jinta trying to walk into his own jungle is going to be caught by Tex. Pops the ultimate. The solar eclipse comes in. Preeti Jinta ends up going down for a 3rd time this game. Broken Blade goes on a killing spree, and it is haunting this Diana that he can't even go into his own camps.
Yeah, it really is. Broken Blade has been on it since minute 2-3 right there, burning the Diana Flash early on, and just keeps on invading. And Terex as well, to his credit, while his pathing might be a bit susceptible, he has been making good moves. Look at the bot side vision that they have gotten for themselves. I mean, it's all down to Terex right there, roaming with his jungler and securing the kills for him. He's doing a great job at that, while Not Genius is kind of glued to this lane, has not really stamped his marker on this game so far.
Absolutely, he's just been sticking to their Philios in the bot side. Not much of a lead. Draven already has a Bloodthirster, plus the Last Whisper coming out. A Philios Yuntal's completed, plus the PSR. No tier 1 boots even in his inventory as of yet. The Rift Herald, it should be on the mines because this allows Poro Patrol to pick up the feats of strength. That's why you can see Terex has gone for a nice roam top side. Unfortunately, Not Genius is still on the bot side of the map. They really want to target this Diana. They're trying to go around him again. Preeti Jinta might be getting caught out once more, and it looks like that they're going to jump in. The solar eclipse does miss the flash by the Diana to get away. Terex, Not Genius has to W in place essentially over here. River pulls a lot of members of 3-man Diana, but that's not enough. Diana ends up going down. The damage is not there. Riven again taking quite a bit of damage on the way out. That's a dead jungler, and that should signify the free Rift Herald and the free feats of strength for the side of Poro Patrol.
Yeah, I don't think Preeti Zinta has enough damage. Even if he gets the 3-man ultimate, it's onto the Renekton, onto the Leona, and the Wukong. So all 3 tanky members from the side of Poro Patrol, you're not gonna kill them with the ultimate. So that was a very strange decision for him to try and go in right there. And yeah, feats secured for the side of POP, who are now 4,000 gold ahead at 16 minutes. So better showing from them compared to the game 1. And this is more like the team that we saw yesterday, more like the jungler that we saw yesterday, and they're in a very commanding lead and should be able to snowball it further. Riven Me again might be in trouble here. Broken Blade comes towards that top side of the map. The W will be used. Lots of damage done to both the champions, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as Rook to do for D4 as well gets dove by Invoker right there. A 2-0 now for the side of POP. On a 5,000. Preeti Zinta now getting in trouble. Solar Flare connects onto him. Invoker should be able to pick that one as well. And now it's just a whitewash coming in from the side of POP, as they are looking really strong in this game too.
There's so many stacks of adoration caught up. The top tier 1 ends up falling down. The tier 2 looks shortly to follow if Free has nothing to say, but the Scatterwind comes in. Broken Blade and Venom going to back out, but Invoker, a certain dominance over Rook to D4 on the bot side, getting that solo kill underneath the turret, mind you, against the Philios. And Poro Patrol have blown this game out of the water. 8k goal lead right now, around a 7k goal lead for them, but that's a lot. Tier 1 in the bot side, tier 1 in the mid lane, tier 1 in the top lane, all 3 tier 1s falling down for JDG at the time of the Drake that gets spawned over here. And Preeti Zinta is pretty far in terms of camps behind. He's died already 5 times in 18 minutes, and this is a lot to be said about the pressure that Broken Blade is applying in the opposition jungle.
Yeah, as you said, 5 times in 18 minutes already. The dragon will be secured as well. I don't think there's going to be any contest whatsoever coming in from the side of JDJ. And they're just too far behind now. They are in no capacity to contest for any of these objectives. The Artican will be coming in a minute and a half's time as well. And I think that should be an easy pickup as well for the side of POP. A very commanding lead for them. And, they should be able to secure this game now pretty relatively soon as well. The TP comes in from the side of Jazz is a bot towards the top side to save the turret. Broken Blade looking towards the mid side. Free uses a Scatter the Weak to throw the Wukong away right there. And oh my god, is Preeti Zinta gonna die once again? He is doing the enemy red buff. He does get spotted in the Baron pit as well. The champions are moving. He does not have the flash as well. So let's see where the chase continues. Gets stunned very shortly. I think he's gonna get stunned. Jumps into 3 people. Barely does any damage. Not Genius as well comes in to try to save or maybe follow up to what his jungler was doing right there. And that's going to be another 2 kills picked up for the side of Poro Patrol, who are now looking like they will be winning this game too.
They look like in a very commanding lead. Preeti Zinta, unfortunately, the Diana going down for the 6th time this game. Now Genius thought he can maybe help out. Rook to d4, pretty much going to die underneath his own turret. The flash forward by Broken Blade. No, sorry, the flash forward by Rook to d4 to get away, but Broken Blade follows up onto him, picks up the kill, and even the Philios not having a great time. Nobody in their team having more than a 1 kill mark next to their name. The W comes out for the set. There's a lot of damage, but the ultimate pulls the Renekton into turret. The shutdown claimed by the Diana from much needed goal going into the pockets of the jungler of JDJ.
Yes, some gold picked up for the jungler, but I don't think it's enough at all. The Artican still stands, so I'm not sure why POP is trying to turret dive them and fight them, at tier 3 turrets where the tier 2 turret in the bot lane is still up. The Artican is still alive. They should just be looking towards that Artican, turning their attention towards that objective and picking it up as soon as possible. What else can we say, right? JDJ, I don't think I have any sort of comeback possible for them, especially when you press tab and see the items on the Draven and then you look at the Aphelios as well. It's just a huge gap between the AD carries and the junglers.
It is exactly like that. A bit of a jungle diff, this time in favor of Broken Blade. Preeti Zinta trying to get camps a bit too deep, but no, won't get punished. Not many members that side. But if he's getting spotted out here, I would have liked to see Poro Patrol going towards the Artican instead to try and pick that up for them. But no, they're still going to be farming mid side. Maybe now the Wukong is going to be walking up to the Artican. And exactly that's what's happening. The Artican gets started. Preeti Zinta is now recalling, maybe mix in time, but the Artican is going down at a fair pace, not very extremely fast or anything. But once the Draven enters the scenario, he'll start whittling it away. Last Whisper completed, another Bloodthirster plus a BF. So Terex might look to get caught out. Draven again is trying to go for it, but this is all being wasted on a support. The Scatter the Wind comes in. Terex, I don't know why we're flashing and using the Solar Eclipse because I don't think we can get out. He's just trying to buy more time. Maybe for his team to get the Artican. Terex ends up going down, but his team ends up claiming the Artican for themselves. Broken Blade is still walking forward a bit too dangerously. Monkey Corner has to clone to get away. The ultimate from Diagonal this time catches the Monkey. The Scatter of the Wind lands onto him. A shutdown gets claimed, but it's claimed by the support of JDJ while Renekton is wreaking havoc in the top sides too.
Yeah, 2 kills picked up for the side of JDJ, and Terex again, the Solar Flare left a lot to be desired. The flash as well, I don't think was required. I think he was already dead. And while his team is doing the Artican, I'm not too sure why you need the vision when you can already just stand and protect your team from the enemies. So I'm not too sure why he needed to step up so far. Ideally it should be a 0 death game for Terex. All 3 deaths have come in. have been very weird pathing from him, and he showed that once again that he can get caught in these very weird scenarios. As right now as well, Terex just walking up blindly towards the enemy jungle and securing the vision. This time doesn't get punished, but yeah, two shutdowns picked up. Unfortunately, one of them going to the Tamkins. That's not who you want to pick up these kills, but still, the game for the side of JDJ is still playable, if not, winnable. So let's see if they can come back in this one, as Pretty Zinta lurking around towards the top side of the map, but I don't think the two of them should be looking to dive this Renekton at all.
But that's not even the point. The Drake is going at the same time over here. JDJ can spot it, but they can't do much. And like you said, Venom is not one of the targets that they should be diving on. He has his ultimate still available. Can easily go 1 versus 2. Preeti Zinta still is level 12. The Infernal Drake gets picked up, but Preeti Zinta is going to go in onto Venom, but he just slices and dices his way out. No summoners burn, nothing burned from the dragon. He's just going to emote on the way on them on the way out. And now Poro Patrol on Infernal Soul Point, on the verge of taking this match away if they don't end up throwing it. Baron coming up in around 40 seconds time, and they have a pretty good start and lead in this game too for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. And I have to say, I'm pretty impressed by the farming, the CS numbers coming out from Poro Patrol. 200 on all of the champions, all the carries, at least 176 on the Wukong as well. And you don't really get to see that too much in our scene, where we have seen, 80 CS Silas at 30 minutes or something like that. Very weird. So really good to see that these guys can farm up those big numbers. And it's a lot of gold that POP have currently. The Lord Dominic's Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, Draven, I think he's going to be very obnoxious in these team fights. As we look at another engage towards the top side, Draven me again going 1 versus 1 against Venom, who uses the Ignite. The Solar Flare is going to slow down the set, and I think this should be a Baron pickup coming in for the side of POP.
And he's so overextended. I don't know why he's standing at that far point over there. I don't think JDG can even translate into anything else. They're trying to walk up. The sword lands to the Leona, but it's on to the Jhin. Broken Blade flashes forward, goes on to Rip to Deep 4. The ultimate from Draven doesn't touch him. Tomkins eats away his support, but gets knocked up, so he's left in the same place that he came from. Both the bot laners of JDJ end up falling down. That's a 3-0 in an overextended fights coming out over here for Poro Patrol. They're going to look to secure the Baron and look to go for a dominating victory after a bit of a disastrous game 1 flip.
Yeah, I mean, they could have even looked to end the game right there, honestly, if they wanted to, but this is the safer call, picking up the Baron. You can even wait out for the Dragon if you want to, just confirm the victory, but I think this should be the final nail in the coffin for the side of JDJ, and we should be looking at that game 3 now. I think we are going to go into that game 3, and this game is as good as done. 10,000 goal lead for the side of POP at 26 minutes. The items on Draven look scary. The Victor has been doing a great job as well. The Wukong, I mean, Broken Blade has been performing again to his levels on this champion, and the Renekton is quite tanky as well. So I'm not sure how JDJ can come back in this game, as Rivenme again might get caught. The Cyclone should come in. Never mind. The Wukong, Broken Blade decides not to use that, and maybe it wasn't even up the ultimate actually, so that could have been it. And now Not Genius looking to W in right there, but I think he's gonna die. The cleanse comes out. Actually, the Draven gets shut down by Free on the Cinder. The fight continues. Broken Blade wreaking havoc onto Preeti Zinta, who has to flash away from that engagement, but now Terex is here, Venom is here as well. Rivenme again, who has just spawned, TP'd and ends up going down as well, and I think that should be game a 4-1 in favor of POP.
POP gets it, then looking for more. They can just push in the waves over here.
Just
Invoker, unfortunately,
the top side, guys.
he just go to the top side, narrow it down, just end the game through. You don't need to pick up the tier 3 mid side. But no, they're gonna take it slowly and surely over here. But I don't think they can end at this point because the pricing they're doing. If they had gone top side, yes, just walk in the waves, finish it for yourselves. Invoker did burn the cleanse in that last fight from the scatter of the week, but still ends up getting caught out. It's still not enough. The ultimate from Free still lands the damage, and I think honestly this should have been an end, but Poro Patrol just want to extend the match a bit further, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how they are not able to end this game yet. I mean, they have gotten now 2 inhibitors. As we said earlier, I think they're just waiting for the dragon to spawn, secure that as well, and then when it's almost confirmed that they're going to win, then we might end up seeing them finish the game as Terex again venturing into the enemy jungle, gets caught 5 versus 1, but the Wukong is there as well. Venom comes in, uses his ultimate. We see a big fight breaking down here. Riven again kills one, but Venom is able to secure the double kill for himself. Oh my god, look at that damage from Invoker. The barrier gets used, but I think it's enough for the side of Aphelios, and that's going to be a clean ace coming in for the side of POP. And yeah, finally, that should be game. And we are going into game 3.
We are going into game 3. It looks definitely like this Poro Patrol look like a completely different beast compared to what game 1. I think it's a lot to do with how Invoker has played this Draven. It's a lot to do how Broken Blade has played it, how Venom played the top side, and a lot to do with how JDJ just could not stand up to the pressure, and that Poro Patrol was dissing out so many times. Their members were getting caught out in fights that they don't need to be. Exactly like here with this Tahm Kenshi is completely isolated from his teammates. The Scatter of the Wind finally lands. The cleanse is used, but enough damage is enough. Free gets it over here, but the TP will soon to follow. Here comes Jazz's bot with the TP. The Cyclone is being used. You're putting off members on the other side. That couldn't get a kill from himself. The ultimate comes in. Jazz's bot goes golden over here. Riven again left to fend for himself, left to the wolves. He ends up going down. Only the Syndra left. They could have finished this at an earlier stage, but unlike them, they want to brawl it out even more. In this fight, so chaotic. The ultimates land. A huge set W comes in, but Invoker is left untouched. He is the main sorcerer. Just look at one axe takes away pretty much 60% of Rook to D4's HP. He could not survive the laning phase. He could not survive these team fights. And at the end of the day, it's Poro Patrol taking game 2 and taking us all the way to that ultimate game 3 in this best of 3 series between them and Jettfire's Dojo.
Yeah, this one's going all the way. And again, we are not too sure who is going to take game 3 as well. But for now, game 2 picked up for the side of Poro Patrol, 1-1 tied up series. And yeah, this was a more convincing game than game 1 coming out from the side of Poro Patrol. This is what we expect from them, especially based on the series that we saw yesterday. Broken Blade performing really well on the Wukong. The bot lane doing its job as well. Some hiccups for the side of Terex, but otherwise a good game from him as well. Free getting the solo kill in the mid lane, but unfortunately he ends up on the losing side of this matchup. So yeah, that is going to be game 2 picked up for the side of Poro Patrol, and we will be heading into game 3.
Yeah, it did look pretty good. Invoker looked excellent on this Draven. The amount of damage he's dealing out. And like you said, Terex had a few hiccups here and there. The way that he is moving, he did get caught out a couple of times. But he's also the one who went with Broken Blade pretty deep into the jungles from time to time again. Shut down Jinta pretty easily. Went for the roams for the grubs at that point. And he was a man that he was a bit hit and miss with his roams. But every time his roams were hitting, it was at a point where it's a 4-man kill for the team. It's almost an ace coming out. They're getting the jungle objectives. They're running it in, and definitely not a close game. It was not at all topsy-turvy compared to game 1. This was Poro Patrol putting down their foot like, no, we are the better team in this matchup. We are the ones looking to take away this series, and they definitely have shown why they're a team that could beat a title like SUVO haters.
I wouldn't call them the Titans, but for sure they are one of the better teams as well. And yeah, Poro Patrol did really well. Right off the draft as well, I think Poro Patrol needed to snowball this game, especially on the Draven, and they were able to do so as well. The bot fight did not look that great, but Pretty Jinta was getting, heavily invaded in the early game. Broken Blade doing a great job at that, and 2 really weird flashes coming out from the side of Pretty Jinta. One at level 1, of course, runs in blindly towards the red side of the jungle, has to burn his flash to get out of that situation, and then after picking up the dragon, flashes outside the pit. I mean, you can just recall from there. It's only 8 seconds. but just not being confident, probably in his teammates to follow up and save him there. Uh, and he pays for it heavily, man. Like, he was the one who was getting targeted from all of the enemy team, and I think this is how you can attack these sort of teams. You attack the jungler, you can open up the map for yourselves. You can avoid all these gangs that come to you. Instead, just gang the jungler instead. So yeah, a good strategy coming out from the side of Poro Patrol. They will be hoping to continue, that in game 3 as well, and they can't unfortunately pick up the 3 points, but even 2 points from a losing situation, I don't think they'll mind that at all.
Yeah, especially after how game 1 went. Yeah, picking 2 points would be what they exactly want over here. Neither team can pick up all 3 points. It's all to play for in this game 3 between who can get more points. And Poro Patrol looking to maybe build up on the lead that they had from yesterday's games where they started building up points. And Jettfire Dojos really want to get off onto the mark. They have secured 1 point for themselves, but they would really like another point, in that leaderboard slot for themselves going into this game. But yeah, like we said, bottom of the tables have a bit of topsy-turvy about how it looks in the matchup, but just looking at this matchup in paper, 26 kills for Poro Patrol to the 8 of JDJ, a huge gold lead of 61k to the 46k of JDJ, 3 Drakes to the 1 of JDJ, 9 towers for Poro Patrol to the 1 of JDJ, and the only jungle objective that Jettfire Dojo could pick up was just that single first Drake that Prizinda went for solo.
Yeah, and it was going to be Dragon Soul as well for the side of Poro Patrol, but they were able to end the game before that. But again, a very one-sided affair, as we saw yesterday for the side of Poro Patrol against SUVO haters. This is the Poro Patrol that we want to see, and if they can perform like this in game 3 as well, I think it's going to be a 2-1 for their side. And that's what we expect, right? And especially in Fearless Draft, it will be very interesting to see what sort of champions finally come out. I was not anticipating the Wukong, but now that has gone out as well. So we'll see what Broken Blade decides to pick for himself. The Diana, the high priority pick for Pretty Jinta, did not do any justice. So yeah, again, these guys have to dig deep into the champ pool and see what they can pull off.
Not just them, even Free, I think, has a bit of a smaller champ pool compared to other guys. But guys, before we continue the analysis, before we head into game 3, we'll be taking a very short break before we come back.
man. Snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top.
Right, guys, welcome back to Legends Ascent South Asia. We are tied up right now. Poro Patrol 1, Jettfire's Dojo 1, and this is going to be the decider on who takes 2 points. Unfortunately, neither of these teams can take the 3 points, but they have at least gotten one each for themselves. And even at the desk, I'm not too sure if Madness and I can predict the winner of this matchup. We did think that Poro Patrol might end up winning the series 2-0. Well, they can still win the series 2-1, but it's not going to be the 2-0 that we had predicted. And Jettfire's Dojo did a really good job in game 1, but Poro Patrol showing us what they are made of in that game 2, Madness.
Definitely, and we're getting inklings that there might be a substitution for Jettfire's Dojo over here. It's going to be Mage coming in the top lane instead of Riven Me again, right? So Mage is going to be coming in instead of that player. You can see that it's going to be the same sides that these players have been playing the entire setup or entire game, best of 3. The Tristana band again onto Invoker. Let's see what champion he brings out. His Draven was pretty good last time, and let's see if Poro Patrol wants to keep the same banning for themselves as they continue on in this banning phase.
Yeah, I don't think too much should change when it comes to the banning phase. Again, 2 AD carries getting banned out from the side right there of Jettfire's Dojo. They don't want to play against the Tristana. They don't want to play against the Senna. They are still, on the blue side. So, yeah, it will be very interesting to see what they decide to pick. First pick for themselves, as on the other side, Poro Patrol banning out the Ari and Yasuo again. So they don't want to play against those champions. And this is where, the draft might change up a little bit. And I do feel like one of these teams are going to pick up the Nocturne, who I feel like is a good champion in such sort of matchups and could be, a crowd favorite as well.
It can be. I think JustBot can play the Orianna given the champions that he has been playing. So the Orianna Nocturne combo can come in for Poro Patrol. I think Preeti Jinta might just be going for his Vi that he's not taken at all this entire series. And that's exactly why Poro Patrol switch it up a bit. They're going to be banning out the Vi this time for the side of them against Jettfire's Dojo. Let's see what they pick up with their first pick in here. They do have a different top laner. That's why the Shen ban didn't come out from Poro Patrol, and they have switched it up for them. So let's see what Jettfire Dojo have installed for us while they tick down the clock. It's going to be the Jhin finally getting locked in as the first pick for JDJ.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure who's going to play that Preeti Jinta. Not Genius. I'm not too sure. Both of these guys have Jhin in their IGN. And it clearly, as you said, looks like the favorite of the whole team right there. Well, at least most of them. So the Jhin is going to come out. As it looks like maybe the lobby is getting remade. So we'll be keeping an eye on that right now. But yeah, so far, as you said, the top laner has been changed for the side of Jettfire's Dojo. I think the previous one was doing pretty fine. Did get the solo kill as well. Riven Me again on to the Renekton in the previous game. Venom losing out that matchup even with the Ignite. But having said that, now Mage comes in, and we are yet to see Mage perform as well, and let's see what he does, on whatever champion that he gets, and especially against Venom, who is looking quite comfortable in that matchup.
Yeah, Mage is known to play the Ornn, play the tankier type of champions over there instead of the bruiser kinds like Venom was trying to. Sorry, the kind that River Me again was trying to play. Like you said, Venom, even with the Ignite, couldn't do much in the top lane against that set. It couldn't work out for him that well. But let's see, maybe this change-up brings up some more stability to the roster for JDJ. Let's see how they do it because, as you know, guys, this is game 3 of the best of 3 series. Both teams have one game each underneath their shoulders, and we can see that we're just going to go back into the draft. I think it's going to be pretty much the same standard bans in a quick order fashion because I don't think it'll change that Jin's going to get locked up. And finally, after we see that there's 4 Jin mains in JDJ's side, they're going to be locking in the Jin at least this time for Rook to D4. He does love playing the champion, and I'm pretty sure his entire team knows how to play around the champion given the prowess that they have on that same champion itself. Bans are coming in fast left and center because it's just pretty much a repeat. Just expect the Jin gets locked in over here. Let's see what Poro Patrol wants to answer back with. I really want to see what Invoker wants to pick for himself. It's going to be the Lucian picked up, mind you, and remember, Braum I don't think has been picked or banned that much this season, and this is going to be the Braum hover and the Braum getting locked in for Poro Patrol.
Yeah, I mean, rightly said. So it was banned in the last game, I believe, but it is still open. Terex can play that champion, so why not pick it up with the Lucian? Great combo coming in there. I'm not a big fan of Braum getting picked blindly. Honestly, I would have really loved to see the Nami or the Milio come in instead. But if Terex can't play, either of those champions, then I think Braum is the third best pick, and that's exactly what comes in. And for the opposite side, it looks like the Seraphine is going to get logged in with the Jin. So that's a good combo. With the W, you can, root the target, and the double root, double Q or anything, that Seraphine can throw onto the enemy champion and deal the damage is going to be quite a pain in the backside for the side of Poro Patrol. So a very good bot lane coming in for both the sides as the On gets logged in against Braum. Braum can actually just block the On horn completely. So that's might not be the best pickup for the side of Jettfire Dojo.
And maybe it's not just a draft by the thing. I think Mage is just so much more comfortable on the champion. He just thinks like, I'm going to blind pick it from my side, get something locked in. The Volley Bear gets answered. That can be a bit flex, can be jungle, can be top. We'll have to see according to how the draft continues. Right now, we can see that Broken Blades, a lot of his champ pool has been reduced quite significantly just due to the Fearless draft, plus the Amumu bans that have been coming out every single game in this series. Poro Patrol now enter the second phase of banning. The Orianna gets banned out. They're assuming that it's going to be maybe a Nocturne Orianna combo coming out for Jettfire Dojo, so they want to at least eliminate half of that duo from JDJ's hands. I want to see how Free does because he's more used to be playing the AD mids in his favor of how he wants to pilot champions, and he gets targeted pretty much a lot in these matchups. The Malzahar ban comes out. I honestly not sure if Jazzbot likes to play the champion that much. The Hue is still left open. The Xinjiao ban against Pretty Jinta, and his pool has also been reduced quite significantly. And this is the beauty of Fearless Draft. When you enter the third game in the series, that a lot of champion pools go down. The bans change accordingly to that, of how the second phase of picking will be going for their team. And honestly, want to see what these guys are going to bring out, any hidden picks that they haven't shown us so far.
Yeah, and just speaking of the top matchup as well, Wally into On. I think we saw that matchup when RT was playing it, and he got like 4 or 5 solo kills onto the top laner of PNX. So that was not a great watch, at all. And Poro Patrol and Venom will be hoping that they can replicate the same thing as the Hue finally gets banned. The Viego comes in for the side of Broken Blade, so he's not running short when it comes to these jungle picks, and it looks like the Jax jungle is going to come in for the side of Pretty Jinta. A good answer into the Viego. The Jax jungle is seeing some sort of resurgence now. A lot of people are playing it, so I'm quite excited to see that in action as well. And the mid lane pick could be an a control mage coming in here, but a lot of them have been banned. The Lux actually comes in for free. So a lot of poke, a lot of long range from the side of Jettfire's Dojo, and for the enemy side, Poro Patrol, a lot of dive heavy champions so far, and we are awaiting the last pick for Jazz is a bot. Yesterday he played the Annie. I don't think it will be a bad pickup for them, but it looks like the Galio actually might come in right now, and I really like that pickup for the side of Poro Patrol. They have a lot of damage, and if you can get Viego that one reset, I think you'll be very comfortable in these team fights.
And it exactly seems to be like that. That gets locked in. Jazz's bot with the Galileo over there, free with the Lux in the mid lane. We haven't seen free play the Lux as of yet in Legends of Set. Let's see how well he's going to do on the champion. Let's see if he lands his kill shot. We've seen Mage play the Ornn quite a few times. We haven't seen Pretty Jinta in the jungle with Jax. Like you said, now coming a bit of a resurgence, bit of a comeback for Jack's jungle role at least. Broken Blade on the Viego. This is a person that if you really do give him reset, the kind of knowledge that he has in the game, he can do devastating things in the lane. The Venom Volibear against Mage topside, that has to be spoken a bit. Venom likes to be aggressive in his lane. He even took the Ignite on the direct, and even though TP more Fairford in a 5v5 scenario, but let's see how that goes between them. And I really like how much protection Invoker does have. The damage is good, the peeling is good from Poro Patrol, seem very well rounded, but Jettfire Dojo have a ton of poke left up their sleeves.
100%. The comp looks really good for the side of Poro Patrol. It's just about getting to the backline, but they do have the tools as well to dive there, and the Braum as well to provide so much safety to the Lucian. The CC is endless. I mean, except for Lucian, every champion has a lot of CC in their kit. So Poro Patrol looks like they have gotten the desired draft for themselves, and this draft, I mean, it looks really good to me at least, and they should be based on the draft winning out this game. But Jettfire's Dojo will have something to say about that as well. The Lux pickup, you don't really see that too often, but Free had a really good game on the Syndra, got the solo kill as well. Unfortunately was not able to win the game. Pretty Zinta again struggled heavily in the previous game, but was the MVP for game 1. So let's see if he can show up again and lead his team to victory. And looking at the top side, Venom versus Mage again coming in the deciding game, playing the Ornn, so a lot of pressure on him as well to perform. And Venom will be hoping that he is able to dominate that top side of the map.
He will be looking to do that. I want to see the roams coming in from Jazz's spot. Let's see if the aggression comes in from Broken Blade into the jungle, because last time he did quite a good job on the Wukong. Denied the Diana near her red buff, chased her quite a bit later on, and pretty much shut out Diana a lot of times here. She even was so scared she had to burn flash to get out of the dragon pit, even though there was no one close by, but she took that first and only dragon that JDJ actually managed to pick up in game 2 for themselves. But it's still a lot of the battle of junglers. Prijita was MVP game 1, Broken Blade was MVP game 2. Let's see which one of these guys will follow suit in game 3. That will be coming very shortly up in your screens. The Lucian Braum combo in the bot side is a very good standard meta pick right now from them, but we get to see the Jhin. The chain comes into Rook to D4 side. Now Genius going to be the Seraphine. A lot of poke from them, a lot coming out. I want to see how Free also does, locking it up for himself in these team fights. Like you said, Braum can block the Ornn Horn that will come in from Mage later on, but let's see how long he can survive in his lane without giving too many kills or too much pressure to the opposition.
Yeah, the bot matchup is Lucian Braum looks really solid, but they might actually struggle in the laning phase if Seraphine and Jhin can maintain the distance, right? Because Braum does not really have any sort of hard engage in his kit like the Leona or the Nautilus did in the previous game. So you have to rely on the Q, and you have to especially hope that the Seraphine and Jhin are stepping up too far to get tagged by the Braum Q and the passive as well. So they might struggle a bit. Seraphine can be some sort of lane bully, especially into these melee sort of matchups. that we are seeing in the bot side of the map. So I think that we will be keeping an eye on that, and especially in the top lane as well. Volibear versus the On can be a pretty explosive matchup um for either side, and if one of these champions can get the lead, I think they get just so tanky that it's sort of obnoxious. And that's the worry for me, at least from the side of Poro Patrol, that if they fall behind, I don't think they have enough damage in their champions to kill out the On, especially in the top side of the map.
Yeah, they can't take it to the later stages of the game. It could be a problem. They have to make it something like the game 2 that was for them. Game 1 itself went to like 38 minutes. Game 2 definitely way shorter than that, and they have to maybe target something along those lines. But without any further ado, guys, we're going to be heading straight in to game 3 in this best of 3 between Jettfire's Dojo and Poro Patrol. Jettfire Dojo going to still be on the blue side like they've been all 3 games, and Poro Patrol on the red like they've been all 3 games that you've gone for. Invoker still brings out his cleanse. This time it does make sense against the Seraphine, against the Lux, where you can get locked in. The exhaust coming from Tex, and this is what I wanted to see with the Braum. They're going to be grouping up. They're trying to maybe going to for an invade. Rook to d4 has to be essentially careful over here. They're going to be hugging the wall when they walk in over here. The Q lands, it could be a bit problematic. It does land onto Rook to d4, but no more stacks will be following up. The Braum stacks now get evaded, and Rook to v4, after just taking the Q to the face, will be walking out. And that's why you can see Preeti Jinta going pretty deep into the jungle of Poro Patrol to make his mark. Poro Patrol haven't backed off. They're still going to be taking space in over here. It's going to be trade pretty much of red buffs if it comes down to it. And this a pretty nice start to otherwise, boring stalemates that we usually see in games.
Yeah, 100%. And they are keeping their position as well right here, as the Jax will get spotted by the Volibear should he decide to W the brush. They have vision on the Lux. Do they want to go and kill her? I don't think so. Venom just scouting and for his jungler right there is going to actually spot the Jax, taking the his jungler's red buff right there. So again, opposite starts for both the junglers, and they will be trading each side of the map for themselves right there. Viego should be able to pick up all 3 camps for himself, and you know what, maybe he can decide that he wants to go level 2 towards the bot side as well, as we have seen these sort of aggressive pathing for both our junglers in this matchup.
Yeah, they have gone pretty aggressive in the way they want to path. Both of them taking even further more camps what they've gone for. Venom hits the level 2 before Mage. Mage has to be a bit careful about it, but now gets his own level 2. Invoker putting on the moves against Rook to d4 in the bot side. The Q long range still connects onto him, who's the Jin still roaming around with his fortune. Couldn't not find the target selection that he wanted to. Fight still breaking down on top side. Preeti Jinta is close by. Venom has to be a bit careful. Free is also going to be getting caught out over here. He has to flash away. Does get locked up in place. It should be going down. A nice double Q lands, but that just delays the inevitable at this point. If the W lands, and which it will, that's going to be the first blood being picked up by Broken Blade. Rook to d4 in the boss side had to burn his flash to get out of trouble, but first blood claimed by Poro Patrol, claimed by Broken Blade, and a good start for the Bangladeshi side.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge mistake. You should really be expecting that gank coming in. I mean, you have full information that the Viego is starting on the opposite side of the map. And a level 3 gank is very likely, especially with the Galio who can just flash taunt like that. There's a lot of CC to lock down this Lux, and that's exactly what happens. Free burns his flash as well in return, but still goes down, and Broken Blade, picking up that kill now, will pick up the bot side jungle for himself. And more importantly, the Jax actually did not pick up the enemy Raptor, so he's going to be falling behind at least 1 camp. And yeah, first blood to Broken Blade.
He doesn't pick up that, but he was even roaming top side for maybe a pick, couldn't materialize it, but Broken Blade could definitely materialize the pick onto Free. Now it's a flashless, TP-less, summoner-less Lux in the mid side. Does have a good CS advantage. You can see that Venom wants to cancel the back of Mage, but Mage no problem. Maybe wants to walk into the wave side so it maybe bounces. But because of the volley passive, it's very hard to freeze lanes for this big bad bear in the top side. Bot side, you can see Lucian. Invoker has picked up quite a significant CS lead. He's even going to lose these minions underneath turret, but still going to maintain that for himself, around 10 CS lead on that mark. And pretty easy start to the game. Poro Patrol around 600 gold in the advantageous side. 30 seconds up till the first Drake of this game comes in. TP coming in from Mage top side while action has slowed down across the map.
Yeah, and I think Broken Blade is again looking to invade. You can already see Terex in a very aggressive position right there, camping the banana brush behind the dragon, and they do see the raptors have spawned, so that's going to get invaded. That's exactly what's going to happen right there. Again, beautifully coordinated the jungler and the support from the side of POP as they were in game 1. And look at this, they are wrapping around this Jax, who still has the flash, so I don't think he should be in too much trouble as of yet. Is going to actually just hop away onto the Lux, should be able to survive, but I think that opens up the dragon opportunity for the side of POP as they have pushed the Jax towards the top side of the map.
They pushed to the top side of the map. Rooted D4 has to be a bit careful about walking in forward because Broken Blade is walking this side. Poro Patrol are running on the lead. The stacks don't completely materialize, but now with the last hit, that's going to be Seraphine locked underneath. Takes quite a bit of damage. Drake should now be started. I think Jax understands his situation. He's just going for his own, other side camps that he wants to take from the Ornhorn called in from Mage. The Volibear jumps in, dodges the Ornhorn Mage. One more auto would have secured the kill. Venom flashes for the E, secures the kill for it. It's a trade in the top side for them. Summoners being traded, the flashes being traded between them, but the wave is still in an okay spot in the middle side of it, but it's slightly pushing towards mid side. It doesn't have TP to come into the lane, but that was very flashy plays coming top side. Nice dodge of Venom with his ultimate onto the Ornhorn and had to flash in for the auto plus the E to secure the kill for himself.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful to watch, right? I mean, those are the sort of duels that we want to look out for. 36 CS to 36, a kill traded each as well. So not really anything to separate the top laners, but in the bot side of the map, the Jhin struggling so hard. Already 20 CS behind now, ends up dying as well. Had the barrier up, but I don't think he was able to use that at all. Has completed the serrated Dirk, but again, just falling so far behind. The plate will be picked up as well for the side of Invoker. They might even look for another wave, maybe if they want to greed off that. But again, feats of warfare secured for the side of POP. They have a 1000 gold lead as we see another trade coming in towards the top side of the map. The bot side is completely owned by POP. You can already see the red getting picked up and not Genius actually.
Oh no.
Where is he pathing? He might end up going down. There you go. Broken Blade picks up his second kill of the game and not Genius. I mean, true to his name.
Not Genius, not paying attention over there. What is maybe going to be happening around him. Broken Blade and Terex have been a good combo on this bot side. Have punished Jinta quite a bit. This time punishing out the Seraphine. Jinta has gone top side. The counter strike will land onto the Ornn. He's secured in place. It's going to be the Jax who picks up the kill on to the Volibear in the top side. Now, Rook to D4, you are in the wrong spot at the wrong time. You do have the flash to get out, plus the barrier, but will not be allowed to use it. That's Broken Blade going on the killing spree, picking up his third kill of the game. And Rook to D4 seeing the grey screen for the second time.
Yeah, Rook to D4 not having the greatest in game for himself. Again, one more kill goes towards the side of Broken Blade, who's looking very comfortable on this Viego. And Viego is a champ that can snowball out of control if you let him. And that is exactly what seems to be happening for the side of POP and Broken Blade, getting these kills, these pair kills onto the enemies. And again, we might see one more. The flash gets burned for the Lux right there, but Jazz's bot is there, and that's going to be fourth kill for the side of Broken Blade. Free is just a free kill in the mid lane.
Exactly that. He's free for the taking. He gets taken away. GDS now realizing he has to clear some of this vision in his own jungle that's been harming his jungler quite a bit, that he can't even walk to this side of the man. Broken Blade has been everywhere that this man needs to be. Unfortunately, 3 grubs do go over to JDJ, but that's after one Drake was already picked up by Poro Patrol. Mage just building up his own item. Venom will be dueling out against him, both the same level, but CS slightly in favor of Venom, and Mage does miss the dash. Venom picks up the added shield before walking into battle against the Ornn. Ornn has to be a bit careful because look who's here. Here comes Preeti Jinta. The kill claimed by Venom, but there's very few places that this Volibear can run. He's going to use the E pick as much CS as he can. The flash forward by Preeti Jinta plus the smite plus the counter strike locks Venom underneath his turret. The turret shot should end the deal, but no, the counter strike is going to be the final blow needed to take down the bear. On the bot side over here, you can see that Not Genius might be getting caught up. The culling comes in from Invoker, all of it eaten up by Rook to D4 after he walked into lane. And like you said, Jhin not having the best of time in this lane.
Not at all. I mean, towards the top side as well, Venom able to secure the solo kill for himself. Gets answered eventually from the side of Preeti Zinta, who goes 2-0 on the Jags, but everyone else in his team is struggling right now. As you can see, the score 0-0 to 0-1. Every champion is struggling to get a hold of this game as Broken Blade is towards this bot side of the map, and they're looking for a dive. The Galio actually comes in as well for good measure. The taunt is going to connect, and that's going to be another 2 kills picked up for the side of POP, and now they are looking like they mean business in this game. They are pissed off that they even lost a game to JDJ. And Broken Blade, man, this guy is showing up and how gets his 5th kill of the game. He is wherever the action is, actually gets caught right here. Let's see if he can get out. Terex is there, Invoker is there, the stun connects, the flash Q actually connects as well. Preeti Zinta goes down, Invoker picks up his 3rd kill of the game. And the action continues actually. The flash is up on the Jhin. He has the barrier as well, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Broken Blade should be able to secure that flash. And auto attack secures that one. And that's going to be another kill to the Viego. A 3,000 goal lead at 11 minutes. And Broken Blade 6-0-2. He is just playing out of his mind.
He is. He's exactly the same strategy that he used in Game 2 is being used in Game 3. Denying Preeti bot side control. Comes in, takes the kills for himself, will be picking up the Drake without an answer. Preeti Zinta looked like he could maybe turn it around, but the backup was there from the Poro Patrol side. The Jax gets caught out. Rook to D4 dies for his 4th time this game, and honestly not a good start. 3 kills for JDT to the 11 of Poro Patrol. Like you said, a 3k goal lead already cemented from the Bangladeshi boys right now, and they look pretty well ahead, and it's in the hands of the people you really want it to be. 6 kills for Broken Blade, 3 kills for the Lucian. Jazzerbot goes in, Free can't do anything at this point. He is pretty far behind. CS wise he's okay, but he's already got 2 deaths for himself. Top side CS is even. Broken Blade after punishing Preeti Zinta has made him fall behind, but look at the CS difference between Rook to D4 and an Invoker over here, Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. It was the same in game 1 as well, but that was Vayne. Now it's Jhin. And eventually all these champions are gonna be so tanky for the Jhin to kill, as Venom actually flashes in onto the Seraphine. Turrets dive her, kills her, goes for more actually, but is going to trade his life for the support. I'm not too sure if that was too worth for him, but maybe he just wanted to prove a point right there, I guess. As Preeti Zinta is going to get tagged right here by the Braum. There you go. The stacks come in, the stun comes in, the ultimate from the Braum comes in as well. The shield is there to block off all these shots coming in from the ultimate, as well as the double kill will be picked up for Broken Blade, who goes legendary now. 8-0-2, 700 gold shutdown bounty for him. And man, this is a comeback and some.
It definitely. Broken Blade took game 1 definitely to heart, especially how he performed in game 2. Now, game 3, completely unleashing the beast that is Viego in terms of the snowballing that he can go for, and that's exactly what he's doing. Terex has been roaming everywhere that Broken Blade is and providing that support that he needs. So the roams coming in very good from Terex. This time, not even getting caught out like sometimes in game 2, but he is proving that he is a good support. He is wherever his team needs him to be. 10k KP for Broken Blade out of the 14 for themselves. 4 kills for JDJ, but it's not looking at all on the good marks. I think a bit of mistake by Venom when he tried to tower dive. You get the support, you give a kill over to Riku D4, who was pretty much shut out of the game because he's so far behind in itemization compared to Invoker, who's already has the Essence Reaver building up to the Infinity Edge, and the Collector's still not even completed for the Jin as of yet.
Yeah, I think at this point Venom can do whatever he wants. He is the guy who has died 4 times. Those are the 4 kills that JDJ has picked up. The other 4 champions, the other 4 players are just performing exceptionally. So he can mess about a bit, and I don't think it's going to matter too much as the lead is just too big for the side of POP. 14 minutes in, 4,000 gold. Second item almost going to be completed for the side of Viego. I think that's going to be the Collector as well, so going to help him out in resetting even more. The Infinity Edge as well, you can see almost completed for the side of Invoker on this Lucian, as Pretty Genta goes in, but the Galio is here, the Brom is here. I am not too sure how you get out of that situation. Terex uses his ultimate onto the Seraphine. She dies. Rook to d4 is going to be dead pretty soon as well. There you go. He dies as well. It's going to be a 3-0 for the side of POP. And that is the state of the game right now. It's just POP wreaking havoc in the enemy jungle. They just... they don't really care. They will dive you everywhere right now.
They will dive you everywhere they need to, and that's exactly what happened over there. Members, they thought they maybe caught out. Finally, Broken Blade bringing to aggressive. Tex comes in comes the hero's entrance from Jazz's bot. He comes into the fight at a very crucial time. They get locked up in, and one by one, they end up falling down. Already at the 15 or 16 minute mark, it's 17 kills for Poro. They're averaging more than a kill per minute against just the 4 kills for Jettfire Dojo, and this looks like more of a gap even compared to game 2.
Oh yeah, this is this is one of the better games from the side of POP against their oppositions. If we thought yesterday was one-sided, this is even more one-sided, and Venom is going to die, it looks like, for the 5th time. 5 deaths on Venom, 5 deaths on his team. That's all just Venom, giving the enemy team some hope as of now. But the other members, Broken Blade is here. The flash Q comes in from Terex. They are going after this on of all the people. The counter strike is going to stun 2 targets right now, and nothing's going to happen. But the dragon is up, and the whole squad of POP moving towards that objective now.
Yeah, and I honestly don't know why the flash forward for the Brom to just queue on to the Ornn of all people. He's just gonna dash away and get to safety. That's exactly what he does. Mage seems to be wanting to walk forward, but can you actually fight this out? The TP is coming in from the volley, but that should signify that JDJ have to run away. The ultimate from Brom not hitting any single member, and that's gonna be another Drake picked up by Poro Patrol at the 17-minute mark. They're going to be on soul point for Ocean Soul after this, and they look to be completely running away with... No, it's free with his ultimate. The ultimate from the Lux, the free that has been shut down most of this game, not been able to do anything, comes up with the clutch ultimate to take away the Drake, the first Drake for Jettfire's Dojo.
Yeah, POP will be a bit tilted after that. They were moving towards the soul at 23-minute marker, but that's not going to happen, as P had something to say about that. Great final spark, and secures the dragon for his team, and it had the objective bounty as well. So that was a huge pickup for their side, and you can see the goal lead as well, 5,000 right now. It has shrunk a little bit, but still it's too much of a gap right now. 2 items for the Viego, 2 items for the Lucian. The Brom is just so tanky as well. I really don't see how still JDJ can come back, but in game 1 they did. there was a 5,000 goal lead and they were able to come back. So stranger things have happened as Preeti Zinta looks for an engage. The on horn comes in. The final spark is going to shut down the Brom right there. The Galio is going to come in, though Broken Blade really needs to get going in this one. Actually, he's gonna die as well. Another huge bounty picked up for the side of Preeti Zinta right there. Invoker dies as well. That's going to be another kill, and now the throws are happening. Madness somehow in the mid lane, a 3-for-1 trade for the side of JDJ, and somehow POP looking like they might actually throw this one.
And they are exactly looking like the Volibear has to ult to get away. Jazz's bot had to flash and dash to get to safety. But what looked like a huge goal lead just a second ago has become just around the 3k mark, even around 2.5k between these two teams, still in favor of Poro Patrol. But that was a lot of kills, a lot of shutdowns you're giving over to Free, and his final sparks have been hitting in these fights. He has built the malignance for that reason itself, that he can hit more. He's used twice in that last fight. Broken Blade couldn't get his resets, got shut down. Preeti Zinta saw the opportunity, jump, leap strike with the counter strike, gets the kill over there, shuts that down, and Invoker tries to get the trade, gets it for himself, but is run down, even burns the cleanse. It's still not enough. And the game of throws that has been the game 1 of this series and looks like what is looking like game 3 of this series just continues to keep on going. The pink plays down from Broken Blade. They may be thinking about doing Atakan with members. Galio has TP if he needs to come into this fight, but this is not the path that Poro Patrol thought they would be on. As how far this game had gone on for.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they still have a very commanding lead, right? On the Lucian, on the Viego, the Galio as well doing well. But Venom really, needs to step up now. He can't be giving away these sort of, hopes and kills to the enemy team. And Jazz is a bot, almost died as well in that engagement. Luckily survived with like 100-200 HP. As Free has been doing a great job on this Lux, honestly. Was 0-2 but gets the Dragon, gets 2 shutdowns for himself, and now has the Malignance and Shadow Flame completed, so he's on two items himself. So is the Jungler, Sundered Sky and the Trinity Force completed for the Jags. So it is still a close game. The 3,000 gold lead coming in at 20 minutes, but anything can happen, man. These teams, Poro Patrol not exactly knowing how to snowball their leads, and somehow they find ways to throw such a big lead.
It does seem exactly like that. The League of Throws happening out. The Cerebral Heart hits 2 members. Broken Blade gets caught out, instantly neutralizing the fight by the ultimate from Jin. But now it looks like Jinta might be left alone, gets caught out. Not Genius is trying to run away. The culling hitting him completely. That's the kill secured by the Lucian. The Horn comes in. You're gonna knock up the Lucian. The final spark claims that kill. Terex ends up going down as well in this fight. But Volibear is unrelenting. He still wants to chase down the flash forward. One more auto and might be the death of Free. And that's exactly what happens. The W misses from the Jin. Mage finishes off his top lane counterpart. Now Jazz's bot might have to run away. He wants to maybe get a Q. Rook to D4 has to maintain the distance. Has the W available to him to secure him in place. The Q comes in. The barrier popped by Jin. Just survives. The shutdown picked up. And in a very messy exchange, a 4-for-3 in favor of Jettfire's Dojo.
I think that was an ace for the side of Jettfire Dojo. I think they got all 5 kills there. A huge shutdowns as well. And I'm not too sure where this Brom is using his shield. He should be using it to block the on ultimate. As Free is able to get a very free cast on his ultimate onto the Lucian. Picks up a big shutdown right there. And Broken Blade really needs to stop with these invades and stop getting caught so much. Because he is now costing his team the game as it stands. And look at that, it was a full ace and a huge shutdown bounty. 22 gold for the Jin as well. He picks up the Infinity Edge for himself. Slowly but surely that lead is going down. It's only the 1000 now, and this is anyone's game at this point. And POP, if they want to win this one, have to stop throwing the game.
They do, honestly, after the Seraphine ult only hits onto the Volibear attacks on the backside. The final spark comes on the other side. Volibear instantly popped in this fight. Precog going on to the backline. Invoker has to keep his distance. The culling coming out from him. Precog going fairly low. But the counter strike comes out. It's going to save him. Terex ends up falling down. Precog is still alive. Invoker has to run away. The ultimate getting popped with the Jinx. He has to try and dodge and bob and weave his way. None of the shots from the ultimate from Jin hitting out. Invoker ends up getting out with his life. But that's a 3-0 in favor of JDJ. And now they pick up another Drake and they have the goal lead in this matchup.
Oh my god, how has POP done that again 2 times in a row? They were looking so strong in the early game. Like, this game seemed done at 15-20 minutes, but now look, the goal has changed. Exchanged hands again. The lead onto the side of JDJ, who are doing so well in these team fights. And again, Venom not using his ultimate, not using anything, just goes down first, is not able to tank anything for his team. Broken Blade has slowed down as well, is not able to get any these sort of resets. And I mean, I am not too sure how JDJ is doing it and how POP just keeps on throwing these leads. Dragon as well picked up. This could have been sold for the side of POP. Now 2 of the Ocean Dragons have been picked up for the side of JDJ as they look to mount the comeback.
Those Drakes were stolen away by Freeze ultimate in that one that looked like Poro Patrol were securing what looked like their soul point Drake for themselves. But unfortunately, that ends up going on. Broken Blade's trying to farm up, but Precog is catching up at a rapid pace. Already has a Trinity completed, plus the Sunderer Sky for himself. Even Rook to D4 after all these fights. Now he's picked up 6 kills for himself, so his itemization is looking pretty good. He's still slightly behind the Lucian, who's already completed his 3rd item, his Navori's Flicker Blade, but the rapid fire is going to be coming in very soon for Rook to D4, and JDJ with the slight, albeit slight goal lead, have narrowed the margin down to the point where they have the slight advantage, especially in the fights that go down. In terms of objectives, 3 towers for Poro Patrol to the 2 towers of JDJ, 2 Drakes each, 3 Grubs for JDJ, Atakan for Poro Patrol, and still this match is hanging on a knife's edge. It is up to how Venom and Broken Blade are going to navigate themselves in these team fights. Broken Blade needs to get these resets. Invoker still doing his best not to get caught out. Was pretty much the last member. He dodged nicely on the ultimates coming out from the Jin towards the end. But if his front line is not there, he cannot do much in these 5v5 fights.
Yeah, but now the Jin is in a really great place as well. He's going to complete his rapid fire cannon pretty soon. Has the Infinity Edge, has the Collector done as well, and the Lux as well. Once she picks up the Death Cap, I mean, whoever she binds, it's going to be, at least half of their HP gone. As Preeti Zinta might have overstepped. The Braum shield is going to block out the Seraphine ultimate right there. So nothing going. Broken Blade again playing very aggressive skill. Like, I don't think he's learning from his mistakes right there. Wants to invade, gets the blue buff for his team. Let's see if they can get out of this situation, as Preeti Zinta is looking to engage. Invoker is here with the culling now. Flash burn from Preeti Zinta. TP is coming in from the side of On. The Volibear is TPing in as well. And let's see if the fight continues. Preeti Zinta goes in. The Galio ult comes in. Huge knock up onto 3. The taunt lands onto the Jax. Mage is chasing the backline, but it looks like again JDJ is winning this team fight as they pick 2 kills for themselves. Broken Blade and Terex end up going down, and this might be Baron for the side of JDJ.
Definitely going to be Baron for their side. Broken Blade, like you said, not learning from mistake, did pick up the blue buff, maybe just get out of it. They're just looking for more picks coming in. The TP comes in from JDJ members. They come into this fight. They're going to be picking up a free Baron. There's no way the steal can come in. They get 2 more kills for themselves. A Baron gets picked up. Now with the 2k goal lead in their favor, they're pretty happy about it. The Jin pretty much on his back will be picking up his rapid fire cannon. Items come in. The last Whisper picked up from Invoker on his last pack, but that's the whole point. Now the Ornn is such a tanky boy in the front line. There's not much damage that can be done to him, and Broken Blade, if he gets picked off early on in fights, doesn't get his resets, it looks pretty detrimental for Poro Patrol heading on to future fights.
I mean, yeah, 100%. And now look at the items as well. Lux has the Death Cap completed. The Jin has 3 items and 2 long swords. So Even though he fell so far behind in terms of CS, he has picked up a lot of these shutdown bounties. The on items has, have started to come in as well. The Sundered Sky has been upgraded. The Death Cap and Infinity Edge, I'm sure, will be upgraded pretty soon as well. So, welcome to the late game, Poro Patrol. This is where you might struggle against the side of JDJ because of that on and the Jags. I mean, they are not short of damage at all as well in this com, and tanks as well. So, I mean, yeah, this game now looking like JDJ, might be able to win this one as they have more than 1,000 goal lead. The third dragon has spawned. It is soul point for both the sides. And it looks like POP is there first, but I don't think that matters too much. The Lux is going to TP. The on engage actually comes in, going to miss out completely. That was a blind ult for the side of Mage right there. And we see Volibear actually misses his R, just jumps on the wall. A great Seraphine ultimate. Pretty Jinta is diving the backline. He might end up going down. That's the first reset for Broken Blade as he jumps onto the Lux. Free uses his ultimate, ends up going down, as well as Rook to D4 goes godlike on the Jhin. Broken Blade in the backline still uses the root, is going to connect his ult onto Seraphine. That's going to be his third kill of this team fight, and now he's chasing the Jhin but not able to get him right there. The root is going to land, the curtains come out. That's going to be triple kill for the side of Jhin, who did pick up the Lucian early on as well. So all in all, it's going to be a 3-4. The dragon still stands. Actually, never mind. It was picked up by the side of POP.
The Poro Patrol did pick that up pretty early in that fight. That fight was very messy. Mage's ultimate comes in blind, like you said. The Ornhorn hits nobody. I think the ornament that they chose for the Jhin is going to be the Collector instead. But Rook to D4 doing massively in this fight. Ornn helping him out at the end. He's kiting his way around, and if you can't lock him down, he's going to pretty much obliterate your lines. Broken Blade did chase Free pretty deep into his own jungle. Gets that kill, comes back for more, locks onto Seraphine, picks that up, gets another reset, but still cannot manage to land on to the Jhin. The Ornn prevents any more members to jumping onto him, and I think that is the end of it. Rook to D4, who started the game off as 0-4, is right now 10-6-7. Kaka, this Jhin has definitely come online, is definitely doing his things in these team fights, and Poro Patrol do pick up the Drake, that they lose a lot of members, and still the game still hangs on a knife's edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100% down to how Poro Patrol have played it out. I mean, they were in a very commanding position, and somehow the Lux steals the dragon away. And that is, the exact point where things start going downhill for them. I mean, Broken Blade was able to pick up a triple kill in the previous fight, but it's not enough right now. The On is too tanky, and you can't get to the Jhin. It's just spelling a lot of trouble for the side of Poro Patrol as they are lacking in damage now. The Volibear just fell too far behind. Remember, he was the only one who kept on dying again and again and again, had the 5 deaths in the early game, and now we can see how it matters so much because the On is unkillable, while the Volibear can get 2-3 shotted by the Jhin.
Exactly what happens there, and Jhin is pretty much shooting everybody. I think Broken Blade focused a bit too much on taking down Free on the backside and not maybe on the Jhin, who's doing most of the damage, because Free was anyway trying to run for the hills and get away from the fight. Maybe if you leave that alone, maybe jump on the Seraphine and the Jhin a bit earlier, it could have changed how the fight looks. But just how the fight went, this is JDJ coming out on top. The last two members going to be that Ornn and the Jhin standing. Everybody else from the side of Poro Patrol gets wiped out. Drake at least claimed by them. They're now on Soul Point. So hopefully in these future fights, this will be a lot of the factors about the next Baron, the next Drake that comes in, and about how these teams, face out against it. And if Poro Patrol can not give up this game that they've already thrown quite a bit far in the favor of Jettfire's Dojo, and they are looking good for themselves, and they are looking like a team that can be resilient, have a good backbone, and are bouncing back pretty viciously in these fights.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of one team fight now. That next Drake is going to, define the game as well. But while we wait for the action to resume, we are going to take a short break. as the players connect back to the game. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. Gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up?
All right, guys, welcome back. It seems like the player has reconnected, so we will be jumping into the action shortly. I mean, we were left at kind of a cliffhanger right here. Not sure who's going to win this match, as JDJ well, they have completed the comeback. I shouldn't say they are, making a comeback anymore. The death cap has been upgraded for the Lux, the collector upgraded for the Jin, the ornaments well and truly in as well. Level 17 for mage on right now. And yeah, madness. I mean, this has been, madness, in fact, in this game.
It has been crazy, you are not wrong. It's been a bit tough. Poro Patrol had such a huge lead at one point, but so did they have it in game 1 with that 5k gold lead. Broken Blade not learning, he's going back for another invade over this side. Blue buff taken with this side. Will they continue fighting? Mage goes in, but the Seraphine Arc won't connect. The blasting plant saves them. They get away to safety with a bit of a steal in the night, a bit of robbery from themselves, but as of yet, nothing fights between them. No fights actually breaking down that much. But overall, if you can see, gold lead slightly in favor of JDJ, 2k in their favor. Rook to d4 has got 4 items up his sleeve. So does Invoker plus the steel caps. Nothing upgraded in the sorts of tier 3s for him yet. As of yet, the Ornn just keeps on building health, keeps on building armor, keeps on building magic resist. So he's such a tank in the front lines. He's providing so much peel for Rook to d4. It's hard to even get to this Jin, and honestly, Broken Blade has to do better with his prioritization later on these team fights to get his resets on the crucial targets. Aim this Jin down because he's going to be dealing so much damage. They're going to be walking in to the jungle of JDJ. They're going to be clearing it out with the sweepers. They pick this up. Free has to be a bit careful. You might get caught out of it. The W doesn't connect. The W from the Jin does, but not before Free has been slain for the 5th time this game. It's going to be Broken Blade claiming that kill, and this time I think Free should have been so much more cautious once they got spotted out on that far side of Alteration.
100%. There is no reason whatsoever for him to roam alone in the jungle, especially when they don't have any sort of vision there. I think that has been one of the big differences between the teams, the vision that they have been able to acquire for themselves, as Venom is going to secure this T2 turret, picks up the 700 gold for himself, and the Baron has spawned. Remember, Free is still dead, is going to spawn in the next 15 seconds, and this should be a very quick pickup for the side of POP, but it looks like they are going in for a fight. I think that's a very poor decision. Preeti Zinta, though, gets tagged, uses the counter strike. The Galio ult comes in, is going to knock up 2 people right there. The taunt comes in. The attention is everywhere. And look at that 4th bullet. Invoker goes down to 20% HP as the fight continues. The first victim is going to be Preeti Zinta, and the resets have started to come in now from Broken Blade, who is in the back line. Venom 1 HP. They won't have the damage to kill the On, who picks up the double kill. The Broken Blade is still in the back line now. Maybe he has the damage to kill the On. Let's see. Never mind. He does not. And the quadra kill picked up for this On right now. Let's see if we can get that penta. Actually, I don't think he cares too much. I think they just want to run towards this mid side, and never mind. They're not gonna do that as well, as the dragon has spawned, and that is going to be now sole point for JDJ.
Yeah, JD, that was such a messy fight. So many things going on, and the Broken Blade this time did target Rook to d4, but the Ornn is pretty unkillable. He's almost back to full HP at this point. They're going to be taking down this Drake. The only sole survivor inside of Poro Patrol in that skirmish was Jazz's bot. He tries to run, he gets away to safety. The final spark used by Free over here on the Drake. Claim it. Now both teams on soul point. Next Drake, Ocean Soul for whichever team can claim it. Baron is also up in the books. That fight was really messy, but hopefully it breaks out. We did get see some resets from Broken Blade this time, and that did pay that it went much more in favor of Poro Patrol. But JDJ, that Ornn, if he is still standing, there's not much you can do to narrow him down. Even with that Collector, even with that last Whisper, you can't whittle him away fast enough. Preeti Zinta will be picking up the scuttle, get some vision, knows where the vision is placed from Poro Patrol. Our mouse has moved to the side of the screen, but this is a very intense game 3 going in over here. Next fight, I think, will just pretty much decide who ends up winning this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and Poro Patrol should have just taken the Baron right there. It was there for the taking. It was a 4v5, but instead they decide to opt in for a fight, and the fights have not been going in their favor whatsoever. They lack a lot of damage. The Galio is going full tank. The Volibear is, quite tanky himself. The only damage that they have is on the Lucian, and they hope that Broken Blade can get some sort of resets, while on the other side the Jax is going to kill you. The Lux, if she connects her binding, is going to kill you. The Jhin, who has performed so well and gotten back in this game, is going to do a lot of damage. And the On as well, who picked up the quadra kill for himself. So in the late game with the ornaments, it's just so hard for the side of POP to fight this one out, that they have to take the objectives when it's given to them.
They honestly do have to go for their objectives when it is given to them. Preeti Zinta just going to be taking his red buff. The Jax is pretty stacked up right now. The ornaments completely have come in. The Rabadons has been upgraded. If Rook to d4 can just manage to stay alive in the fights, if the peel is there to prevent Broken Blade from going on to him, I think this is JDJ having locked in the back. But it's going to be about how the fight itself is going to start it, how it's going to initiate it, how it's going to be going through the mid part of it. Baron up, everyone's eyes on it. Venom does not have TP as of yet. If the timers are in the minds of JDJ, they can maybe do some move here for themselves. But instead, going to be playing it slowly. The final spark comes in, starts with the Baron, gets Terex a bit low, gets Broken Blade chunked a bit, but nothing else coming over it. They're going to get their own resets, going to be coming back over here. Nice ultimate coming in from Free as we slowed down. Everybody is cautious about what next move they want to make, because they also know it decides who ends up with 2 points out of the 3 for themselves. JDJ have walked up to the Baron. They're going to be starting it off for themselves now. It's been started over there. Venom's TP should be up very shortly over here. So does Mage have it in his arsenal. They can be using it anytime over here. Broken Blade puts down a pink. Going to be using the Shroud to come over to this side. Baron down to half HP. They're walking in from the side of the Vigo. It's being turned around. Preeti Zinta counter strike up, but does not connect onto any members. The TP comes in from the Volibear, but Mage has also reached this stage, and they will not be meeting up over it. The fight does begin. The counter strike will land. The Galio ultimate not going to catch anybody. It provides shields, but the Ornhorn going to be coming into the fight. The final spark does narrow down. The Ornhorn does not get hit back, but but the Jin has been left open one by one. Poro Patrol members fall down like dominoes. The last member standing is Invoker. JDJ will be securing the Baron and pretty much the win in game number 3 over here, Kara.
Yeah, I think that should be the game 100% for them. And what a comeback. We have seen 2 games for them. Game 1 and game 3 as Invoker tries to take away the wave right there. But the Seraphine has enough damage right now to finish off the Lucian. The E comes in from the Lux. And that is going to be the series victory for the side of Jettfire's Dojo. And I'm very surprised that we are seeing this. I mean, Poro Patrol had such a big lead. They were dominating this game 3. They were doing so well in game 1 and somehow they have lost it. And they have lost it all, gaining only 1 point from the series as Terex is going to put up his wall. Getting ignored totally right there. Venom comes in. I think Venom has performed really poorly as the captain of the team in this one. 10 deaths to the Volibear, and that's going to be it. JDJ winning this thrilling best of 3 series.
And exactly as thrilling it is, look at just this last fight that's going to break down. The TP comes in from the Volibear. They're trying to come in for the fight. The double bind lands from the Lux, initiates everything. The Galio ultimate can't knock up anybody. It's just to provide shield for himself. The Seraphine comes in. The Horn can't get deflected back, but the damage is coming in. Nobody is touching Rook to D4. Invoker's trying to deal as much damage as he can, but with that a bit of lack of rage, a bit of AoE less for himself, he can't actually do anything in the fight. Jazz's bot ends up going down. Invoker's left alone. Baron gets picked up. They just pretty much walk it in for this game 3. Nobody ends up picking up the Soul Drake. They just battle so much for themselves. Even now, you can see that Invoker was trying to cut off the wave, but failed to do so. Gets caught out yet again. Terex is the one last standing over here. He comes back up. Venom comes in. Can't do anything. Unfortunately, this Volibear did give away a couple of kills, a lot of kills actually in the beginning, and that provided the avenues for JDJ to come back into this matchup. And once it looked like it was going in their favor, every single fight started going in their favor, and a very resilient JDJ take this best of 3 series in game number 3 and secure 2 out of the 3 points they can for themselves.
Yeah, and for Poro Patrol, I think it left a lot to be desired. I think they should have won this series 2-0 based on how game 1 had went and how they, lost the goal lead. And I mean, lightning struck twice for that team, again losing out a 5,000 goal lead in game 3 as well. In what should have been a 2-0 series, they end up losing 2-1, and that's how it is. You cannot make mistakes against oppositions like that, especially in this group stages where we have the best teams of the region. You make a mistake and you're gonna get punished for it, and that's exactly what happened in both the games for the side of Poro Patrol. And Venom just not performing well at all in that game 3. I think that was a big letdown as well. If he was even, I think there would have been some sort of opportunity for the side of Poro Patrol to end the game, but unfortunately that could not happen, and the result is what it is. JDJ deservedly win the series 2-1.
Like you said, deservedly win the series 2-1, take it all the way to that game. It was a bit of a roller coaster in this game. Like you said, I think even much more than a 5k goal lead this time. That's what Poro Patrol had for this, almost near the 10k margin. And even still, they came back. They started it started with that huge mid lane fiesta that happened over there where Free picked up a lot of shutdowns for himself. They picked up the tier 1 as well. You burnt a lot of summoners, and after that I think it was going out. And Free, huge point out to the man, he was resilient. He stole the Drake away from that, prevents basically Poro Patrol from hitting Soul Drake at the end of the day, because they had 3 Drakes, and he lined it up so that they were also on Soul Point. At the end of the day, no one gets Soul Drake, but the fights don't go in their favor. Broken played a bit too overzealous sometimes in times of invading later on, gets caught out maybe in twice fashion near that blue buff side, and his team does pay for his mistake. Like you said, Venom, the captain, unfortunately could not put up a good showing, did give up a lot of early deaths as well, and it did show that Ornn, you let him reach the late game, the ornaments come in, he's so tanky in the front line, you're all focusing him, Jin's left alone, Free's left alone, they just deal so much damage, they end up winning the fights, take the Baron, take it all the way home, and I think Jettfire Dojo is going to be proud about how they played out the rest of that game.
Yeah, 100%. And they should be like, it was not just one fight, it was back to back to back to back, like 4 or 5 fights in a row where the shutdowns came in. And I mean, huge props to Free as well, stealing that dragon with the gold bounty for himself. I think that was the turning point. That's where I think Poro Patrol started tilting, and I mean, somehow they lost.
And I think, yeah, it becomes a bit. It hurts the mental a bit where you think that you've secured the drink. There's pretty much nothing that can happen, and then the Lux Ultimate comes, takes it away from you. Like you said, mental is a huge part in a game like League of Legends. If you can't keep your cool, it does burn it a lot for you. I think Broken Blade, his strategy was okay for the early to mid game part, but once later on, he didn't maybe have to just keep on going in that deep because he got caught out maybe twice or thrice in the beginning of fights. He can't get his resets in. You're letting the Jin catch up, who was so far behind. He was 0-4 at one point, and he was punished quite a bit, but later on he just comes back in the game, picks up a lot of kills for himself, gets his items up to the point, and Invoker in the team fights couldn't do much. Was in the back line, but there was just so much front line from the side of JDJ. He can just never reach the targets that he needs to reach, and at the end of the day, it's them coming out with that late game kind of comp, taking it all the way to the late game and ensuring that they get those 2 points. There's 2 crucial points for themselves. And like you said, Poor Patrol, unfortunately, after that such a good showing yesterday against SUVO, haters have to maybe think back about what went wrong and how they threw away maybe game 1 as well as game 3.
100%. I think they will go back to the drawing board and they'll wonder what just happened to them. They could have made the top four, at least in terms of standings today. They would have been in the top four come the end of the day, but only picking up the 1 point for themselves. And after what was a great showing yesterday, this was very poor from Poro Patrol. They did, as you said, really well in the early game, really well in the mid game, as when Broken Blade was doing his thing, getting the kills and everything. He was, looking like the MVP of this game as well, with 14 kills to his name. But JDJ had other ideas, and uh, you know the damage was lacking. We spoke about it earlier as well, and that's exactly what happened. As we look at the scorecard of this game 3, a very long game, 39 minutes and 37 seconds, 31 to 27 in kills, a close affair. The goal lead only the 7,000 at late game, 7 turrets to 5. Both the teams had like 3 dragons each, both sitting on soul point, 2 barons for the side of JDJ. Rift Herald, Void Grubs all picked up for the side of JDJ, and Artican was picked up for POP. And I mean, yeah, that just tells you right there that this was such a close game and it could have gone either way, maybe. But, without context, it could have gone either way. But with context, I think POP should have just secured it early on.
Honestly, should have secured it with the lead that they have. Broken Blade was legendary at one point, was making Preeti Jinta's life a living hell in his own jungle, especially with the help of Terex over there. But unfortunately, they could not keep up the pressure. He got caught out a couple of times. Free comes in pretty good later on. So does the jungle. So does everybody inside of JDJ. It's very resilient. The Ornn, especially Mage, that substitution comes in clutch with this pickup with the Ornn. The blind pickup, mind you, for himself in this game 3. So the substitution JDJ did paid them dividends, paid them the results they wanted, ending up securing this game 3 for them. And Poro Patrol have to maybe think about how they want to proceed further on in Legends set, and that's why Mage is going to be your MVP. 7, 2, and 18. His Ornn coming clutch. The Braum shields weren't there in most times to block them as well. I think only maybe in that last fight near Baron Pit, his Ornn didn't hit any targets because he was stunned up or locked up in place. But other than that, he provides so much frontline for his side that the carries Free and Rook to D4 can just free hit and just, cause mayhem this fight. So that's why he's going to be your MVP on his signature Ornn, and expect great things from this guy in the future.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, getting the quadra kill as well in one of those team fights, providing the ornaments to all his carries, essentially. I mean, he was struggling in lane, did die solo a couple of times, but those are the only 2 deaths he had in the whole game. After that, in the team fights, he was showing up for his team. And yeah, very well deserved MVP to Mage on what was his lone game in this series, and he comes out swinging and gets the MVP for himself. So good job.
Mhm. Absolutely great job from the man. Like you said, Soul Game comes in over here, comes in instead of Riven Me again, who was not doing that bad in the set in the top side against the Renekton, but substitution comes in. Mage plays phenomenally, kept his side in that lane on top side, comes in crucial in these team fights. The Ornhorn comes in places that he needs to. Very just well played. Even free shout out to him as well, stealing the Drake, going for the kills in the mid lane, which is pretty much the turning point of the match. You know, that was the first fight that JDJ starts winning for themselves, and that Lux comes in clutch with his binding, he even starts it up near the band fight, lends a two-man bind over there. So very well played. So you can see that Free is opening up each every pool, showing us the different kind of champions that he can play, not just the Yasuo or not just the Yone in the mid lane. And this is just beginnings of great things coming out from this mid lane. And unfortunately, Poro Patrol just couldn't keep up with the heat that was dished out. And the Lucian and Braum, there was so much pressure bot side early on, but could not materialize later for themselves. The Braun ultimate, sometimes the hit and miss coming from Tex. He had good roams, but that's all we can say for the Braum at that point, because other than that, he couldn't do much. Broken Blade, like we talked about again and again, got a bit too over aggressive towards the later parts, gets caught out 2 or 3 times before major fights, ends up going down. And unfortunately, his team can't cover, especially the captain, Venom, like gives up, I think, 5 or 6 deaths earlier on. And that was the only kills that JDJ had until that point. And from that's the point where maybe they thought, yes, we can maybe make a comeback if they're going to keep on giving us opportunities like this.
Yeah, I mean, he left a lot to be desired. I mean, we were talking about it while Poro Patrol were in the lead, but it came back to him. Like, dying 4 or 5 times is not good enough in such a game where your team is dominating. But let's look at the league table, and Poro Patrol still in the 4th place right there, having played a couple of games more than the opposition, maybe one more game, but still at 5 points, so they are still going to be in the top 4. Meanwhile, Jettfire's Dojo do move out of that bottom spot and move up to 8th with the 2 points secured for them. RPG will be playing later today, so I think they will be, if they don't lose 2-0, they will be moving up as well. SATUL comfortably the best team right now, 4 wins, 0 losses. Revenants 3 wins and 1 loss to SATUL. SUVO haters 2-2, they are playing in the next matchup, and if they can secure the victory 2-1 or 2-0, they will be solidifying their place in that 3rd spot. And if we go towards the bottom, Kakao Gaming have only played 2 games, so we'll be looking and waiting for their comeback soon. PNX Ascension, 2 wins, 1 loss, 4 points for them, a close series for them as well against RPG, I think it was. And yeah, that's how the league table looks for now.
It does look like it. Like the Phoenix Nation had the close between RPG and Poro Patrol. So Poro Patrol had that 1 point. But yeah, Poro Patrol, if they had picked up another point, say in that last game for themselves, they would have been tied with 3rd place SUVO haters in the same amount of games that would have been played for them. But unfortunately, could not manifest that for themselves, and will be just happy at least sitting for the 4th place. I think a lot that has to be talked about is Kakao, right? Kakao hasn't played too many games, only 2 of those games, one of them against SUVO Esports. So their rankings at this current point don't indicate what kind of team they are. Once they start playing more games and have more games under their belt, that's when we'll understand their positioning, which is pretty much a top 2, top tier team from their side. But True White as the Dark Horses, like you said, will be competing again over today. So let's see what they can perform, because yesterday it was a bit of an upset where Poro Patrol beat them 2-0 in a pretty nice fashion. Game 1 was pretty equal, but game 2 was pretty dominant coming in from the team from Invoker side.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll be looking at SUVO haters as well in the next matchup and see how they do. And if they can bounce back against RPG, I do think SUVO haters will be expected to win that series, maybe a 2-0. But again, we said something similar yesterday, but look what happened. We said something similar today, and look what happened. So, we have no idea what's going on when it comes to these teams. The only one I can be sure about is SATUL beating everyone and Kakao beating everyone. But SATUL, I think those are the only 2 teams that I can be sure of as we look at the head-to-head. I mean, Broken Blade had a fantastic series still, 27 kills, 14 deaths, and 18 assists. Pretty Zinta, MVP of that game 1 on the J4, 13 kills for him, 17 deaths, 30 assists, so he was more on the assisting side. Almost, very close in terms of damage dealt, 8,000 difference, and the goal difference as well, not too much as well. Uh, and this head to head, I mean, it is in favor of Broken Blade because he was the carry for the side of Poro Patrol, but make no mistake about it, Pretty had a really great series as well, and on the Jags he was wreaking havoc as well. Yeah, a good series by both of these gentlemen, and we'll be looking forward to watching them play in their next matches as well.
Exactly. Broken Blade, like you said, was a carry, but with great power comes great responsibility, and he couldn't hold it that much for himself going on into the future matchups from there, because he did kind of throw it away with his Vigo later on. But he had an exceptional series, and this is the kind of things we expect from Broken Blade going forward. But guys, before we head into the second BO3 of today, we're going to be taking a very short break. Guys, we are back with Legends and South Asia League of Legends. It's me, Madness, alongside Singla this time for the second BO3 of the day. I think, Singla, you got the ending parts of the last game that was on. Any thoughts about game 3 of the previous series?
I think the game was very, very exciting. I couldn't keep my eyes off the game. It was so much, towards the left, towards the right. But in the end, the game was just so excited. And I think the game showed us that patience and a strong mental can do anything. I think hats off to both the teams. They did some great job. Broken Blade, I was able to see his game. Did really well in the jungle. I was missing him in the last game. But overall, both the teams played fantastic.
Did play fantastic. Unfortunately, Broken Blade side not securing 2 points, only that 1 point. But today's second game will be between SUVO haters and RPG. SUVO haters have a bit of bone to chew because they unfortunately did fall down to Poro Patrol in a 2-0 fashion after being the self-proclaimed dark horse, at least of the competition going in over here. But we can see the lineups are in front of you. The Mundo ban always comes out against Killer 9BT. I want to see good performance coming out from him because he has been a bit lackluster in the rest of the matches in Legends Ascent for RPG as of now. Nocturne ban coming in against RD doesn't surprise anybody. Maybe you can get to see a Yorick ban. The Warwick ban continues from SUVO haters against RPG side. Maybe Precog loves playing the champion or Killer 9BT. Sometimes pilots in the top side for himself. As banning continues, let's see what RPG want to answer back with over here. It's going to be the Smolder getting banned against One Above All. We saw an interesting strategy from Poro Patrol where they had first pick and they took Smolder away, so that got it completely neutralized for the rest of the Fearless Draft. And that's interesting strategies that come in once Fearless Draft is in effect in series.
Right, that's truly well said. Let's say what is the first pick that is coming from the blue side. I think the ADC is going to secure the first place for themselves, playing something like a Kaisa or a Jinx, whichever is most comfortable for them.
And then the Aatrox ban against Navoid completely makes sense, given that Navoid really loves this champion. It's one of his favorites. Even last time we saw Poro Patrol ban the Yasuo and the Aatrox at the same time. First picks coming up right now. Let's see if it's going to be the Kaiser. No, it's going to be the Yorick getting pretty much locked in for RD in the jungle. And then you can see now Killer 9BD is going for his pick, or let's see what kind of picks they want to go for, because I'm pretty sure Yorick's left open. This is not going to go into Navoid's hand in the top side. RD will pretty much be piloting this champion for himself. So let's see what RPG have in store from us. They don't have Black Venom playing for them today. They have Half-Blood instead in that ADC role. It's going to be the Misfortune getting picked up this time for the RPG side. Let's see if it's going to be a Rel or a Leona picked up with it. No, for now it's going to be the Mel getting picked up. Can be flex support, but I'm pretty sure it's going in the hands of Clown Shot, because Clown Shot does play Anivia, and these SUVO don't mind that Anivia is left open for him. It could have been something that he could have looked to pick up, but no, as of yet, is not going to be unleashing that champion on the Rift Up. Now, let's see what SUVO does for their last two picks of the first round of picking are going to be looking for. The Nocturne being banned, we're still going to be picking up the Orianna for ourselves over here in the hands of Itachi in that mid lane. And as of now, you can see that they're still pondering what their third pick will be over here, Sigma.
I think it can be Wukong with Nocturne being banned. Can be a great, pick in the jungle that can be played, or it's the Kaisa that I was looking for. I think they can secure One Above All Kaisa, who's doing well, but they lock in the Braum. I think that is something very exciting to be picked. I think they're looking to counter the MF ult, which Braum E works like a wonder into the against the MF, and can be paired up well with Lucian right now, who's been performing really well in this tier.
Exactly, with the Lucian can be well. We saw it last time in last game itself in the best of 3 series that's exactly what happened, but unfortunately they fell off a bit later on. It's going to be the Leona getting locked up with the MF in the bot side, so that's the Mel going in the middle lane as we enter the second phase of banning over here for the side of RPG. It's the mod that will hit the deck not being allowed into the hands of Navoid in the top side. His Yone is still left open. Let's see if that's something that he'll like to go for if it gets banned against him. What does SUVO haters want to target? It probably has to be top and jungle picks from their side, because pretty much this Yorick is going into RD's hands in the jungle, so they don't mind banning out even more jungle against him. It's going to be the Shyvana against Precog. Mind you, Precog has played this previously in the competition, did seem pretty well on the champion, unfortunately not winning out that game, but pretty heavy in that side. The Olaf getting banned against Navoid makes complete sense for him. Yone still left open. Let's see what Shuvators want for their last ban in this banning phase.
No, I think the Yone did a wonderful performance. We saw Navoid doing really well on Yone. I think Yone is a fair bit of considerable that they should do, but it's the J4. I think they were more concerned about the combo that J4 Leon and MF can bring in. And we have seen teams winning with R to play comps, right? So I think respecting that so that the comp for RPG does not become too strong. J4 is a fair bit of a good ban here.
Good ban. The Wukong gets picked up for Precognition in RPG side. Now let's see what the blind pick top would be, at least, because the mid is the Mel. Let's see, and the mid is going to be the Oriana for the side of Shuvators. Let's see what ADCs they want to pair. The Lucian is still open, does provide enemies for getting out of fights, can be a bit tricky to catch on with his ease and the resets he gets later on with the Navori's Flicker Blades with the Omni Boost, depending on what he builds for himself. Let's see what gets locked in. It's going to be the Singed getting locked in. Maybe I think a false pick over there, given that the draft screen has vanished before our eyes. So I think that was a bit of a fault in that pickup. And I think until the Singe, everything else has been locked in. So what do you think about the comps, at least till that Singed pickup single up till now?
I mean, when it comes to the comp, I'm not a fan of Yorick, but Yorick in the hands of RD has been proven, very, very strong. In the last game, he was the most valuable player for the team and took them to victory. So I think the comp right now, let's say on both the teams, overhaters have got some of the comfortable pick from their in their hands, right? Yorick being picked, Brom being picked, and Brom being picked into Leon and MF, which is a strong suit. So I think Suvo haters have a comparatively strong, comp, but obviously we cannot jump to conclusion till we see all the five champions being picked.
Absolutely, we can't jump to those conclusions, and this is pretty much for the mid side of the table right now between these two teams for their matchups. Of Shuvators unfortunately couldn't secure points against SCTL Esports, went down 0-2 in that series. Even yesterday, in a pretty surprising upset, falling down 0-2 to the hands of Poro Patrol. So let's see how much they can bounce back from a defeat like that into this next series that's going to go for them. And let's see how Shuvators does against the other Bangladeshi side in the Legends Ascent tournament.
Right, and I'm also very excited to see what One Above All is going to pick up next, right? Because Lucian is again a great pick that is available for them. There is Ash that they can play, because we saw Yorick playing a lot bottom side, where he likes to play it aggressive more than playing it like a farming jungle. So, with the Ash arrow and with the Braum passive, they can look for multiple picks and creating that pressure on the bottom. Even Kaisa being a very comfortable and a strong pick right now in the hands of One Above All, and is one of his most favorite champion. So I think the champs that are available for One Above All is a lot of them as per his comfort pick. But let's see what he chooses and what he thinks is the best pick right now to take the game, team to victory.
We've seen a lot of times with the Braum, even the Jinx get picks up. That's also one of Ball's favorites. So let's see if something like that is in the mix of his ADC pool of what he wants to bring out, or what the team has decided at least for them. And while we're still waiting for the draft to come back before our eyes, guys, another reminder, please make sure to follow all our social medias. The links are in the description box below. You can follow the Discord, LOL-INSA Discord over there. We have a big server coming up, a lot of friendly faces over there, a lot of people you'll meet at the same time, and a lot of good events where you could win free skins, especially one coming up going to be the weekend skirmish. It's going to have the auction, I'm pretty sure, on the 30th in the evening time, so make sure you look out for that and more upcoming events. And you can stay tuned to whenever we have tournaments and never miss out on any South Asian League of Legends action as of yet. We are in week 3, day 2. We are in a penultimate stage of how we want to go for. The leaderboard is shaping up quite a bit, I think, except for maybe a couple of teams maybe not playing more than 2 games as of yet, like Kakao Gaming. So we get to see maybe after their matches how much the leaderboard actually looks at this point, because most other teams have played their 4 games. Remember, we have games every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 best of 3s every time, so you don't want to miss out on anything. And it does look like a pretty interesting scenario, given that we have some bottom tables. Predictions pretty much go out the window. Like the last series, I predicted maybe a 2-0 Poro Patrol's favor. It went 2-1 in favor of Jettfire. So we honestly don't know what kind of action is in store for you until we actually see the full draft or see what these guys do with their champions on the Rift.
That's very correct. And these community events are so fun. Especially, I really like participating in these community events because it gives you opportunity to connect with so many more people. It gives you opportunity to get into those 5 flex lobbies that you can create, and it gives you an opportunity to make more friends and have more fun in the game that we all love. So I think do register for the games, guys. It's more than just skins and rewards. It's about a great time that we all cherish and we look forward to. Right, and coming back to the draft, yes, and this game, right? I think as you rightly said, let's see what one above all is gonna pick and keep us entertained tonight. But before that, we'll take a short break.
3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with a buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like what? On grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got.
Guys, welcome back to Legends and South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Singler, and we were a bit rudely interrupted during the drafting phase, the champ select phase of Game 1 between Precognition Gaming, Report Precognition Gaming and SUVO Haters. We had already seen all the bands shown, all the three champions that were selected for themselves, and hopefully we get to see a different pick. Because before we were interrupted, I think the Singe was locked in. I think that was just a last minute thing that wasn't supposed to be done. Now that we're heading into the draft, we get to see it yet again. We're just at that exact point in time where we see what the first pick will be from the side of RPG over here for themselves. Because let's see what they want to lock in for, what they want to play for here, because we know that the Mel is pretty much going there. The Wukong, yes, it was the Wukong that Precog had selected beforehand, and that's what exactly will happen. So no alteration of the draft until that Singed pickup, which I think will get altered, because I don't think Navoid has ever played Singed in his life, and I don't think that's the pickup that was going to be coming from SUVO. What kind of top laners do you want to be coming out here to round out the comp here for their side, Singla?
I think Gwen can be a wonderful pick in the millicom that they have, and it is a Gwen pick. Right, it gives the team that late game scaling, gives the team the late game power, and at the same time, it's a really good pick into the amount of CC that RPG has. So I think it's a wonderful pick. But let's see, they've given their ADC the last pick that we usually get to see the first. Let's see what the ADC decides to pick and can make most of this.
It
And
is the
it
hover of
is
the
the Kai'Sa
Kai'Sa.
pick.
It is the lock-in, like you were talking before. Maybe you wanted to see the Kai'Sa as the first pick. I would have honestly not to see like to see the Yorick as a first pick, because you could take that at any point of time. Maybe there's a afraid second phase of banning that gets banned against him. But RPG, now what do they want to counter the Gwen with for themselves? What do they want? Damage wise, they're looking pretty steady on themselves. It might be the Ornn. It is the Ornn that was hovered and locked in for Killer 9BD in the top side. Last time we had seen him play the Ornn, it was nothing to talk home about. He did do pretty disastrously, and hopefully we get to see better from the captain of RPG in this game.
No, fair enough, and I'm, to be honest, not a very big fan of the on getting picked here because into the Gwen being a tank cutter, right? I'm not very sure or confident with that on pick being, counter picked in the end against the Gwen, but obviously I think RPG has a strategy in mind and has that maybe comfortable and that confidence on that pick because of which they are bringing it on. I think they're trying to play for that late game team fights only where they're looking to scale, get the farm early game, look for those team fights where they press their R's because all of the R's are very, very strong. With Leona CC, with On CC, with Wukong CC, and a lot of damage coming out of from Mel and MF. So yes, when it comes to the comp of RPG, looks like a strong comp for 5v5 fighting, but it's gonna be hard in laning for them to survive, and it's gonna be entertaining to watch what they can do in the laning phase because the Braum plays very strong into Leona and MF. The Gwen is strong into Ornn, and I think your Yorick we have seen is a super comfortable pick for RD, and there is no match to him when it comes to that particular pick.
And there's a bit of shuffle in the RPG roster because Black Venom's not here, who's their main ADC. Half Blood, I think, will be going in the mid side. Clownshot, who is supposedly their main mid laner, will be going top. Killer 9BD is the primary top for RPG, but I think he's going to be playing support with Ghostnip, who is their support player. So there's a lot of shuffles. Only Precog pretty much secures his spot as the same role that he has been playing throughout the tournament. So let's see how these role swaps come in. I think it's just because of the substitution that's coming that I think this is what's going to work out better. And maybe because Clownshot maybe just comfortable with the on top side, that's why they're running into a Gwen, but still looks a bit haphazard for them. On Rise of SUVO hitters, you have a lot to cancel out the MF ultimate. You have the Oriana ult, you have the Gwen invulnerability, you have the shield from the Braum. So it's looking pretty well rounded for SUVO hitters, and I think they want a bit of revenge given how their last series went against Poro Patrol.
Right, but I think even the last time when they were not able to secure their five main squad and they had to shuffle like this in middle of the game showed us that lack of lane experience, that lack of champ experience, and was a disaster for RPG. I hope today the final the drop that they have picked, the positions that they have picked, they're able to perform much better because it's a very important game for them to secure their place in the tournament and to climb up bits and bits in the table. So it's going to be a very important game. They cannot lose the game like how they did the last time, because the players were not comfortable enough playing their roles, because everyone was off role, and hope today they can do it better and they are on more comfortable champions.
Hope it actually does go out like that for them, because they really need these points. They have secured just 1 point for themselves as of yet, and they are looking towards the bottom side of the table. While SUVO Raiders sitting pretty comfortably in the fourth spot, mind you, if I'm not no, actually in the third spot, mind you, if I'm not wrong, because with that 6 points they had locked in for themselves before their falls to SA2L Esports, to their falls to Poro. Now they want to get back on the winning part 4 points, because they are a good strong contender for the third fourth place for themselves, and hopefully they can put on a performance that they did like against Syndicate, where they blew our minds about how they enter matchups and how they do it over here. And I like their setup coming in. They're against a team with a bit of their own role swap coming in against them, so hopefully perform good. And avoid with the Gwen, also one of his signature champions. Hope to see him do good on the top side, and hope to see maybe RPG fight back a bit better. Maybe play around Precog well, because Precog does go for early aggression. He likes to get that early lead, gets a lot of goal funneled into him. Even last time he was playing the Wukong, I think he had gone 4-0 in the early parts. So maybe if you play around him, if you play according to how the calls go, it could go better for them. But this is a long shot for RPG to make themselves back up as a contender for the top 4 spot in Legends and South Asia, because they are very, very behind in points compared to their opposition, to the SUVO Haters, who are looking like a team that has to be reckoned with a bit of unknown faces compared to what you usually see in broadcast matches. But they have shown they are a side that cannot, be underestimated whatsoever. They battled really hard and they battled well, and hopefully the same thing that didn't happen against Port Patrol for them won't happen against the next Bangladeshi team that will bring report our Precog gaming.
No, that's right, and but we have seen, especially how you spoke about Wukong being a very comfortable pick, and he showed a great performance in the last game. We've also seen them performing really well on MF. I think the game that they won, MF was being picked, and they showed us the power of art to win champions, right? Because they showed us a easy comp uh, with getting your macros right and just playing more together as a team is has been their win conditions in the past, and they're trying to copy the same win condition this time, trying to make a similar comp for them this time again. So that let's see if they can secure this victory for them with that MF, with that Wukong pick, and if they can get that same level of impact in this game as well and take the win home.
Hopefully, yes, they can have the same. Like you said, very well point out that the MF game was the one where they had 1 out win. The simple R to press champions worked out well for them. Now with the Wukong Cyclone plus the MFL plus the solar eclipse from the Leona, they can do a lot in these teams if they position themselves well. But let's see if the role swap does affect some of the chemistry when they play in this bot side for today. Killer 9BT won't be top, will be playing support, so much more easier for him to call out as the captain of the team. Hopefully, maybe the timers also get noted down at a proper variety. You as a support yourself, you know how crucial a good support is to a team. It can change how team fights look. Even if you know timers of certain summoners, certain abilities on the opposition, it does change a bit of the outcomes of these 5v5 fights. And we've already seen one series go 2-1 today. I'm expecting, given how these teams are looking, maybe we get to see another 2-1 from this side. And I would say maybe slightly in favor of SUVO Haters, but given how the past 2 days have got, anything can happen at this point in Legends Ascent, and that's the beauty of this tournament.
Yeah, and actually, even fan based voting right now in the chat, we can see the voting is very close. It's 54% to 46% in the favor of SUVO haters. That shows us how close these games are going to be and how, equally distributed the teams are. So I think I'm very excited for the game, and it is very hard to predict who's going to win, if it is going to be a clean 2-0, if it is going to be 2-1, or how the games are going to go. But I'm very excited about today's game, and I hope the best for both of the teams, that they can perform the best that they can.
Hopefully, we do get to see something of that variety. We get to see an action pass, but maybe just not a one-sided affair. Last game, it set the standards pretty high for what you want from a League of Legends match. Given that Poro Patrol had such a huge lead, gave it up. Jettfire Dojo were so resilient, came back into the matchup. So this we got to see a lot of action packed over that 3-game series for themselves. Let's hope for something of those lines in this series between these two teams. SUVO haters really need the points to maintain the kind of spot they have in the leaderboard, and RPG really need to bring home points just to gain spots up in the leaderboard, because they're looking pretty far down right now from how they are. And mind you, this is a team that qualified third in qualifier 3, so basically the last team to qualify from Legends Ascend, and unfortunately can't live up to what the actions that they have performed in qualifier 3 for them.
That's correct. I'm hoping for the best. I think we will be in the draft. We'll be on the Rift very shortly. I'm not really sure why there has been a little bit of delay. I'm sure there'll be some kind of a technical issue being faced by one of the teams. But till then, we are there, to keep you guys entertained and discuss more about the game and see what is and predict what is going to happen today. But let us know even in the chat, who do you think is going to win the game for today, and what are your prediction the win conditions are going to be. If it is going to be a 2-0, 2-1, do let us know who your favorite team is in the chat, and we'll be reading out, and we want to see who is the fans favorite today.
Hopefully, yeah. You show your support to the teams, they will read it from time to time. They will, get some motivation seeing the support being shown by the community for them. Like you said, pretty closely tied, at least in terms of voting on YouTube right now in the chat between the two teams. So that just shows you how much of a close affair that this matchup can be. This best of 3 series can be. It can go all games. It can be a 2-0 in either one's favor, depending on how they play it out. Comms are looking pretty strong over here. Simple Press R Com for RPG can pay dividends, as they did when they dropped that game against Phoenix Ascension, and they did well for themselves. But let's see how they can do right now in this match. But without any further ado, guys, we're heading in to game number 1 of this best of 3 between SUVO haters and Report Precog Gaming. SUVO haters is going to be on the blue side, RPG on the red. And you can see Kaiser has brought in the cleanse that you especially need against a Leona in the bot side. Will be doing fine over there. The MF has brought in heal. Brom's brought in heal. A Guardian for the Brom. An Aftershock for Leona. But otherwise, Summoners are looking pretty decent and pretty normal. And let's see how these role swaps for RPG will pay out over here. Otherwise, they're just protecting their sides of the rift, denying entry points. But you can see the Kaiser and Brom have nicely and very sneakily walked into that first push towards their side.
Yeah, I think they're trying to secure the lane dominance for themselves. As the Brom passive is very strong at level 1, so is Kaisa passive at level 1, and MF and Leona are playing on the back end, respecting the same. It's a very standard defensive 5-point guard that the teams have started with, and there's no action that we're going to see at level 1, right? It's going to be a standard start. Wukong is starting on the top side. Yorick is starting on the top side. They're going to be meeting each other at the bottom, Scuttle later, and we might be able to see some early action for that.
Oh, you can see over here, they are not aware that Lean and one above all are behind. How much damage can be put on? The procs come in. The cleanse gets popped by the one above all just to keep his distance. The exhaust being popped by Killer 9BD. He still wants to get some more damage done. Ghost Snip is being chucked down. One above all at only 2 HP bars for himself. Killer 9BD has to flash out of the action. So very action-packed bot side. A lot of summoners being burned from the side of SUVO haters. The cleanse of the Kaiser, the heal of the Brom. From the side of RPG, the heal from the MF, and both summoners from Leona. And that's it. Wukong has invaded. RD has to flash over the wall. Wukong was just waiting for this kind of exchange. He's given up the rest of his camps. He's forced RD to burn a flash earlier and takes away the blue buff from the jungler of SUVO haters.
I think RPG has started really strong, at least in the jungle side, and we saw what this Wukong can do in the game. The amount of pressure that he can maintain. He knew that Yorick is gonna struggle a little bit early game without any help from the top side, to start that jungle camp alone, solo at level 1. He knew what are the kind of risk that the Yorick takes, finished his birds early, came to the blue invade and sends him back, denying him the entire top side farm.
top side farm has been denied. Lot exchange in the mid side between these two members, between Uploads and Itachi. Nice root lands from him. One more auto pretty much secures the kill. The flash a bit too late from Itachi. 1-2-1-2. The Oriana ends up going down to a solo kill from the Mel, albeit from the execution. And already we're seeing a lot of action across the rift. I really like that invade from the Wukong. He did a lot. The solo kill from the Mel comes in, and Itachi already a bit on the back foot. The bot side from SVH now getting pushed fairly behind. Ghost Snip and Killer 9BD don't mind walking up lean, maybe looking for a cheeky Q to land in over here. That's because RDs, remind you, no flash available to the Leona. That should be the target for them. The cage does not land the way they want, and their prey escapes from their sight just in front of their own eyes.
I think Yorick is not having the best game today. I mean, at least not the best start for the evening that he was looking forward for. I mean, the red team had an idea after the top lane being denied. The Yorick will be in the bottom. They saw the Yorick coming in. They stepped back, denying him any kind of a kill pressure on the bottom, and he wastes a lot of time in the bottom without getting anything much done.
Doesn't do anything exactly. When Precog comes in with the E, with the Q, clones away, gets some damage onto Itachi, maybe to balance it out for the Mel, but Mel was doing a pretty fine job. Precog's still going to be continuing hitting away at Oriana. Oriana still wants to trade against him. He's just going to lose a lot of HP and a lot of fast space. Look at the cam difference between both junglers right now. 24 CS for the Wukong to the 15 of the Yorick. Like you said, RD, not with the best of starts. Now Precog might be in a bit of trouble. Itachi's walking up onto him. He's being chased by a lot of ghouls as well. RD wants to follow up. Mel's going to deter them from following any much there. The Scuttle was acquired by SUVO Hater's jungler, and he's going to be happy about that. At least get some farm for himself. Gwen, in the meantime, has fallen back. Was looking maybe to come to this fight, but could not actually do anything. Clown shots frozen the wave towards himself. Ghost Snip and Killer 9BD might be looking to go in. One above all, stunned up in place. A couple of more autos, maybe a flash auto could have secured the kill, but Ghost Snipe choosing to keep his summoners for him. That's a flashless Kaisa now for a huge duration. His cleanse is going to be up in some time, but without the flash, he can be in a very hard spot against the bot side aggression that Killer 9BD and Ghost Snip are putting forward. One Bubble is still sticking here. He's still trying to pick up some CS for himself, but I don't think there's going to be any dive potential. He's just going to pick this wave up, maybe go for the back now, get his own reset, and going to get denied a lot of XP that's going to be coming underneath his turret.
I'm not sure why the Kaisa is staying there, because she's just one auto attack away from MF that she has to do to secure the first kill. I understand the pressure is immense that if the Kaisa just backs up without getting any CS, these CS here, he's going to be totally behind in the lane, but at the same time the risk is very high. But Kaisa is able to secure the CS, is able to secure all the XP for itself and gets back to the base without giving away any kill to the MF.
Yeah, but another wave is going to come in. He's going to miss this one instead. Maybe if he had backed earlier, he could have caught up something. He missed quite a bit of CS because he can't walk up that much to get it. He does get the XP, albeit, mind you. So, 32 CS of the Kaiser to the 49 of the MF. A nice ultimate from Itachi against Mel. The Shockwave could not secure the kill, could not lock it up. Mel still has the TP, so he can just pick up this wave and TP back in. Drake now being started up by SUVO Haters with the priority they caused in the mid side. The pings coming in from the Mel, signaling that the Oriana is missing. Now RPG have an inkling of what's going on, but it might just be a little too late to do anything. Drake ticking down quite a bit. RD is going to be looking to pick it up with the smite. The W from Kaiser lands into the face of Leona. They're trying to walk up, but it's a bit too late. Drake, first jungle objective of the match secured by SUVO Haters.
I think that was very smartly played by the Yorick, by the SUVO Haters, where they knew that the bottom, the MF and Leona has just backed. They knew that they are available and they can, quickly secure that Infernal Drake for themselves. Goes and gets that dragon for the team, and with that, they are able to secure the first objective of the game for them. At the same time, pushing in the CS, that'll give them that'll give the Braum some space to roam around and secure some vision for his jungler.
He's going to do that. Precog might get caught out, has to clone away over there. Doesn't take too much damage. Ease to get some more distance. Grubs coming up just about onto your screen. You can see both junglers on the top side of the map. Now Leona has started to go for her rope. She knows that this grubs could be of significance. Navoid versus Clown Shot top side. Navoid with a very significant CS lead for himself. Half-Blood, you might be walking a bit too deep, but I think you could have maybe capitalized, but they know the Wukong is close by. He had just shown himself. Now 3 members from SUVO, just 3 members from RPG right next to this Rift Herald. The pink ward takes away the vision that RPG had. The Horn gets called in. It does get pushed onto Navoid. The flash forward by Clown Shot. Navoid has to flash away from the exchange. RD ends up giving up his life. Navoid still pretty much alive. The R3s do connect. Just tickle the Wukong on his backside. Itachi and Lean cut with a huge 4-man shockwave. But there is not going to be any follow-up. Clown Shot knocks them up. The sword from the Leona does miss. Lean pops the heal, gives Itachi and him the movement speed to get out. Now Void's coming back into this fight, might be biting off more than he can chew. Lean's going to continue on from this side. Now Void very low on HP. 1 grubs has been secured. Now RPG might have to make their escape. Itachi's pretty healthy, so is a Lean. Half-Blood very low on terms of HP marks. He ends up going down to the last auto of Itachi. Killer 9BD might be left for the Wolves. The flash gets him away from the snip from the Gwen. RD, after his initial death, when all this fighting has started, has respawned, come to the grubs, and picked up the last 2 of them for himself.
That was beautifully played by Itachi. He believed in Braum that will keep him safe. Gets a 4-man ult to the team, to RPG, melting them down, keep giving that constant damage, creating that pressure onto them, and is able to secure the kill. And not just the kill, is also able to deny 2 of the grubs and secure it from themselves. So I think in the end, Oriana played really lovely there and was able to secure some kind of a dominance and a comeback for SUVO haters.
It was really well played. They delayed it so long. Yorick comes back in. Nice W to interrupt. Goes snipped over there. But I don't think the channel was going to come through anyway. Maybe already has completed most of his mark for that. I think for his... Or maybe he's going the collector build. Given he has the first strike. Going to go maybe more lethality route over here. The Cull was picked up from guys after first back there when she was low on HP. Clown Shot goes in, gets a lot of trades on Navoid, gets a proc off the grasp of the Undying as well. But Navoid slowly keeps on extending the CS leads as well as the MF against guys on the bot side. Both have pretty much a 30 CS lead on their counterparts. In the mid lane, the Mel with a 20 CS lead on the Oriana, the Wukong with a 20 CS lead onto the Yorick. So only the Gwen pretty much winning in terms of CS against Lane. Navoid nicely walks away from the knockup that was coming onto him, tries to dish out some damage. The R's coming out against the Ornn. The Ornn available to him, maybe if he wants to pull in something. It gets get called, but maybe a bit too late. The snips come in, 1 more auto, and that's going to be Navoid securing a solo kill onto the Ornn. The sword from Leona barely missing what could have made onto Leon. The solar clips were coming just before the replay plays over here. You can see in this fight the Ornn being called a bit too late to actually do anything. Once invulnerable is done, the Gwen should have called it much earlier in this fight that you can see on your side. Lean ends up getting called in the solar clips. He ends up dying to most members of RPG, and that's a lot of kills. That's the feats of warfare secured for Report Precog game.
Yeah, and with that, MF is already with the lead that she's been able to create with the CS lead that she has. She's able to secure her first item, that is collected, and was able to melt down the Braum there, securing another kill for themselves. Right, and on struggling a little bit into Gwen, as you rightly said, is something that we were also discussing into the draft, that On cannot go face to face into a Gwen. Gwen is a perfect counter pick into On, and that was just shown that how in a 1-to-1 they cannot win.
Wait, hold that thought. RD's coming around the corner. He's maybe going to try and jump onto him. Secured inside the cage, but flashes away. Killer 9BD left to fend for himself. The heal comes in, but it's not enough to save his life. Ghost Snip doesn't have the ultimate, maybe to try and deter members of SUVO Raiders from walking up. A nice timely gang from RD. You get the flash out of the MF. You get the kill onto the Leona. The Drake is up for grabs if they really want to start working towards it. The control ward sitting in that bush will indicate. Plus this vision that was now just provided by this Wukong will be making his way shortly over there. Leona has spawned up, but no, Wukong's going to think better of it. Going to give up the second Drake of the game. That's going to be SUVO. It is taking a majority of the early jungle camps for themselves. Precognition maybe wants to come in for a gank onto Itachi. The shockwave lands onto the Mel. He's trying to chase for the Kaiser, follows up with her own ultimate with the E, with the Q, gets the kill. Killer 9BT locked up in place, doesn't have flash to get out. Nice solar eclipse, a cleanse burned by the Kaiser to get out of the fight. Precognition comes in with the Cyclone, dealing a lot of damage. The second R does even more. The E plus the Q lays the jungler Wukong to pick up a double kill for himself. Killer 9BT low on HP. Avoid's going to clean that up, and I think this might be the end for Precog. He's trying to run away. The slow from the wrong Q pretty much signifies his death. It's about who picks up the kill. It's going to be RD picking that up for himself. A very extended fights going on over here, and RPG is still with the slight goal lead for themselves.
Yeah, I think the Gwen roam was unexpected, not something the SUVO hater was looking, expecting. The Gwen came into the fight and was able to change the wave of the fight. Otherwise, the Wukong was able to take out, do so much more damage, were able to secure some kills, but the Gwen comes in and is able to, kill some of the members of RPG, getting that lead back for the team. But at the same time, I think On got some free farming, denying that XP, and was able to secure about 3 plays for himself. That still gives RPG an edge on gold income overall. So in the end, I think it works better for the favor of On, because On is looking to scale and he's looking to tank for his team from the front in the later game.
Yeah, you can't take it too late. The ornaments will start to come in. The Gwen will scale pretty well for yourself, so you have to keep that in mind as a counterpoint. One above all, just trying to get some vision with his own W. Clownshot is fighting Gwen quite a bit too much more for my liking. Does get the better of the trade, but comes back and gets the grass proc. Pretty much even in terms of how trade potential. Both junglers towards the top side of the map. Wukong just getting his chickens ready. Half-Blood might get caught out. The Q will land onto the flash forward by Itachi. The shockwave gets flashed away by the Mel. She gets away to safety, and now RD's come for a bit of revenge against Precog. The clone didn't get him out of the pit. He's still getting chased quite thoroughly. He does end up giving his camp, has to just run for the hills, but ends up surviving after that faulty clone from him. But this pretty much signals the Rift Herald going over to side of SUVO haters.
I think Yorick is a little bit out for the revenge for the amount of pressure that Wukong created early game, and now he wants to pay back. Now he's trying to show the dominance that, hey, that I am a champion now, and now I am not going to let you farm even free into your own jungle. But at the same time, MF is able to create so much pressure on that Kaisa with that constant poke with the Q, already creating a lead of about 35 CS for himself.
35 CS for him, maybe a dive coming in on the looks of it. Top side, the Herald has spawned up. Cloudshot has to be careful, has to get rid of the goons. The ult comes in from the MF, the flash from one above all. The fancy feet plus his own R maybe tries to get up, but the ultimate comes in the Mel, secures the kill on the top side. The Ornhorn completely whiffs. The Void left in a precarious situation, ends up going down. No, he just about survives the flash forward by Precognition with the staff, claims the kill. The RD in a 2 versus 1. How long can this man last with his maiden over there, giving him some healing overside? The cage comes in, the maiden goes down, so does RD, so does Red Devil. The Yorick, just so long for the gray screen. A double kill picked up by Precog, and this is where I say Precog likes to pick up these early kills for himself. The tier 1 top side that was picked up gonna get matched with their own tier 1 that they want to pick. The sword comes in on to the Orianna. Orianna is flashless. Half-Blood putting on the pressure. The shockwave comes in not before the last auto execute from Mel signifies that she's the one who ends up with the kill onto the mid lane of SUVO haters.
I think RPG is looking so much more comfortable today. The champions that they're playing, the lanes that they're playing, and they're able to create so much dominance into the game. We are in the mid game now with RPG already having a lead of 5,000 gold for themselves at this moment.
5,000 goal lead is not what we're expecting against a team like SUVO haters. RD has been suffocated quite from the early on. Did go for a bit of revenge, but Precog has been doing fine for himself. Mel with 3 kills, Precog with 4. The MF, the role swaps not affecting the team whatsoever. They look pretty strong. The collector completed for MF already pretty much all the way towards the Infinity Edge. Well, Kaiser after the Yuntals only has the pickaxe. MF just needs the gold to solidify all three items that will make into the Infinity Edge. Killer 9BD might get caught out over inside the cage, but he's pretty tanky, he doesn't mind. He's going to instead switch up, going on to lean. A TP coming in from Navoid, tries to join the fight, but nothing comes of it. Drake is up, so maybe this is what they want to come in for the fight. They don't want to lose too many members before the crucial objective fight. Killer 9DVD might be walking a bit too far. The solar eclipse catches to member, but a nice shockwave catches Killer 9B plus half blood plus. Now the bullet time comes in. Reign Supreme gets a lot of damage on. Avoid ends up falling down. Ornhorn comes in. One above all can't run away too fast. Have a triple kill, a quadra kill for him. Itachi wants to run away. He doesn't want to give the penta over to the ADC for RPG. It's a quadra kill for them. They do lose the bell. They pick up the Drake, and oh my god, this MF, the simple press R combo pays huge here. That solar eclipse locked them in place. A nice shockwave comes in from the arena, but it's just not enough. There's not enough follow-up for the side of SUVO haters.
I think this is something that we have discussed, that this is something that has worked for RPG also in the past. This showing us that how playing some simple champion that can be a comfort pick for anyone can also create a great impact into the game. They have kept their macros very sharp. They let the team take those early dragons, but now nothing is for free anymore. The MF is very ahead. The Wukong is very ahead, and we have seen Wukong in the hand of RPG Junk to be very scary in the past, and he's showing that level of impact even in this game. So I think now the game is gonna get a little bit more harder for SUVO haters already, with MF items getting upgraded. She's already such a monster with having a 600 bounty on her head, with that Wukong having a bounty of 400 on his head, having those initiative, with the Leona ult, with the Ornn ult, with the Wukong ult, and MF pressing R into choke points from the back and is able to melt the whole team.
Okay, Killer 9B might look like he's gonna get paused. RD's focusing, goes snipped instead and jumped on the backline. A huge Brawler comes in, but it might not be enough. The Ornhorn comes in after the Yorick has gone down. Lead is left alone. One above all cannot do much in this situation. The amount he wants to kite can't be done. It's gonna be a double kill from Precognition. The bot side, Navoid against Half-Bloods. The ult was popped by Navoid. The Scissors Girl couldn't do much. The waves get pushed in, and now Precognition has his eyes set with the rest of his team onto this Atakan after that disastrous series of events in the mid lane.
Right, I mean, right now the major goal also for SUVO haters sitting on the Gwen. So them picking up a fight, going so desperate just to get the shutdown onto the MF does not fit. They don't have the damage with them to melt the MF right now. They have to play around the Gwen if they're looking to get any kind of kills. Otherwise, the game is just going to look harder and harder for them with time.
And that's exactly what it's looking. Atakan now picked up Baron in around 4 minutes. RD still behind in terms of CS numbers. Only the Gwen above, and she's not being impactful fights. All because she's not there when her team is initiating these fights. Not always up to avoid to do this. The synchronization not coming in from such a seasoned team like SUVO haters that have been playing for quite some time as friends, even before the tournaments, even before the qualifiers. 2-4-1 for one above all is not the kind of position he wants to be in when he's not even got his second item completed, and MF has all three of hers: the Lord Doms, the Collector, the Infinity Edge. A bit of respite in the terms of the objective bounty of the tier 1 claimed by SUVO haters in the middle lane, but that's still a huge goal difference between them, almost at that 7k mark difference in the favor of RPG. RPG double the kills of the 8 kills that SUVO haters had in terms of them having 16. 3 turrets of RPG to the 2 turrets of SUVO haters. It does still look like SUVO haters can want to come back, but they are pretty far behind. They have to get on to MF in these fights. They can't allow most of their members to get hit by this bullet time during the 5v5s.
Yeah, I mean, MF has already finished 3 item mark and has that power spike with her, whereas Kaisa is still sitting on that first item. So the damage between the ADCs is, the difference is just massive. So at this point, SUVO haters should not be looking to pick up fight, because unless they cannot shut down the MF before a fight, the fight is not going to go into their favor in any way. So they have to look for the pick on MF. They have to shut it down before them getting into a 5v5 fight. Otherwise, it's gonna look a disaster for them. And otherwise, they have to just wait for the Gwen to become bigger. The Gwen already is in the progress to finish the third item. Once the Gwen has finished all the three items, she is the only person who can run in with her W and try to kill that MF with her ult.
Exactly on the side. Hapler might be getting caught out. One above all is going to be jumping in on to the Mel, firing away. One more auto secures it. Lean just going to give the slow Andy with a bit of the kill steal for himself. One of us not going to be happy about that one. But RD is going to be taking away. But they went for a lot in the top side when Drake is now spawning. They're going to be sacrificing the Drake instead. But hopefully pick up the tier 2 over there. Our Orn's gone to answer it back. But this Drake goes down very fast with such a fed MF. Clown Shot brings in the Ornhorn, pushes down members. The wave does not get cleared by him. RD is going to be looking to neutralize him. One of us is chasing as well. But tier 2 top side for RPG does end up going down. The tier 3 can also follow suit if members don't come fast enough. It's getting chunked down quite a bit. Clown Shot doesn't get a single knock up in his dash forward. Tier 3 falls down. RPG is looking for maybe a fight if they can catch out anybody. If a good solar eclipse comes in from the Leona. Leona is still walking forward, but after the slow from the Ordinary, I think they get deterred. They don't even have that. But the flash, the TP forward from Itachi, a 4-man stun comes in over here. I don't know why we're replaying. The fight's still going on. Half-Blood is giving a lot of damage on the side. The heal's getting popped for the added movement speed. They just want to run for the hits. Another flash forward, maybe by Ghost Tip trying to get something for him, but unfortunately cannot. All members get out. Only Oriana falls down in the process. A lot of summoners are being burnt for both teams at this time, but nobody dies except for the mid lane of SUVO hitters. They're going to maybe siege in the tier 2. The solar eclipse comes in, doesn't catch any single member. Bullet time is still in, ready for the MF. Completely whiff. Lean going to block it a lot, but I think you just move out of the range. I still don't see why the Braum is still standing it. He's not protecting anybody with his shield. The only ones in the bullet time was him, and he ends up going down.
Yeah, I mean, with MF already finishing the armor penetration, Braum cannot take the whole damage anymore. He has to respect the damage of MS, try to saving the ADC when needed, but cannot just stand in the MF ult just like that, because he's gonna get melted. The item, the Infinity Edge, has already been upgraded for MF. MF is sitting on the 703, right? Sitting on that 4 item mark, finished the shoes, going for the 5th item, and is looking like a monster already. I'm actually excited to see what happened in that fight, because Mel landed a 5-man ult. Why did Leona not follow up and hit that ult? Because if Leona could hit that ult...
Oh, hold up. There's a TP back from the Ornn. Clown Shot might be going in here onto the Baron that was taking away the ult. This time lands, but onto Navoid, the member they really want to get on. The second Cyclone for the Wukong doesn't connect. He's going to jump in a bit to read the Shockwave. Connects from the Ornhorn coming out. Lean's the only one who actually ends up taking that Half-Blood. Flashes forward, but the damage is not enough. The stun doesn't connect. SUVO get out with Daylight Robbery, with them taking away the Baron for themselves.
I think that's some excellent macros that we are seeing from SUVO haters side, showing us why they are the top 3 teams right now, right? When, trading 1 dragon for 2 towers on the top with not any major losses, and then is able to sneak up another Baron under the nose of RPG without losing any member of, SUVO hatred.
They don't lose a member. RD might want to actually catch or chase on to Precog. The Cyclone does come out, but the ghouls will still follow the real one. He wants to deter it over here, but Half-Blood with the stun that comes out from him prevents RD from chasing. Another ghoul chased on. RD's very deep in over here, but you do have the support of Itachi. You do have the support of a Lean to want to catch up onto this fight. Most of your gold is in that Navoid, who's still in the bot side, farming away or power farming for him. It's a 4-1 formation right now. Killer 9BD has to be careful about not getting caught out, and that's exactly what he does. Navoid against his Ornn is going to chunk right through a lot of that HP, a lot of that magic resist the Ornn has built up for himself. Itachi has the Shockwave, does enable it, gets a 2-man for it. Just a bit of chunk damage, nothing can come of it. Navoid has to be careful. Precognition's bot side with Clown Shot against the Gwen. I think they have to walk away. The Baron buff not coming into that much fruition as of yet. No turrets have fallen because of it. The poke is coming in from RPG. That minis are trying to be eradicated, but that caster, sorry, the minion,
Cannon minion.
sorry, the cannon minion is still going out. They get a lot of damage. Drake coming up in the scenes. Let's see what our Shuvaders want to get for. Lean gets the set back. He picks up some more wards from himself. They're going to be walking in for Drake. Mel has the TP on the top side if they want to go for that, but just simple resets coming in for Shuvaders as of now.
Yeah, right. I think Leona can play so much more aggressive. I think Leona's still playing more defensive. When the Yorick went really deep in the top side jungle, in especially in the choke point, the comp of RPG is even more stronger. With something that we've already discussed about MF being so ahead, Leona can really believe in the team and has to give that engage so that the team can just wipe out. When we knew the Gwen is in the bottom, Leona could have picked, but I think they were just saving the outs for this dragon fight that we are about to witness now.
And here comes the solar eclipse. Itachi is going to get neutralized. Like here comes the honor blocked by the Braum ship very nicely. The bullet time flies, but it gets interrupted by the Braum ultimate on the other side. The Void's coming for the flank, but instantly gets deleted in the fight. One above all had gone onto the backlines. Can't do the damage that he needs. Killer 9BD will be following suit, but that's a support that goes down. They don't mind it. Nice flash from Cloudshot to get over the wall. And all in all, it's a 2-for-2 in this exchange. But it's one of them is the support for RPG, and they don't mind that whatsoever. Nice interruptions coming in. Precognition is going to go on to Lean. Lean, one more auto dies down. The clone comes forward. RD wants to chase on to MF, but the bonk from Wukong denies him moving towards his ADC, and that's a kill picked up for him. Clown shot against Itachi here. The Saracen Braves gets popped as well. The shield comes in. Clown shot not going to get whittled away. Now that 4 members of Shuvaders are down, this is a free drink for RPG that's going to put them on Ocean Soul Point.
I think that was beautifully played by Precognition. He gave that feel to the MF when he saw all the team, all the members of SUVO is jumping directly on the MF. He goes there, he presses that spin, he gets that airborne of every member on the MF, peeling the MF rightly, and was able to secure those kills then, and with that they were able to secure the dragon.
They do secure their Drake for themselves, and they're looking pretty fat. That MF is 8-0-6. Essence Reaver now in her arsenal. 4 items, while the Kaiser barely has 2. She's working towards the Navori's Flicker Blade, but still not in completion. Only has the Zeal component and a dagger of it. Top side, you can see ornaments have come in. The Infinity Edge was already upgraded. Now the Trinity Force from the Wukong upgraded as well. And the fights are being very disastrous in the for Shuvaders. We need some good ults coming. We need good target prioritization. RD is chasing, but he unfortunately can't pick up who he wants. Precognition playing these fights beautifully for his side. The damage coming in from the bullet times. At least last time it was interrupted by the ultimate from the Braum. I think he's just going to be saving it now for the bullet times from the MF. He needs to go for those interruptions. Baron going to come up very, very shortly is what should be in everyone's mind. Half plus is his TP, so does Navoid, who are on the bot side of the map. Killer90 puts down a ward. The ghouls are left to feast on the support instead, but right now it's in a bit of a situation. I think the Braum might end up getting caught out. No, Braum still stays alive. Lean gonna get hit on by Precognition. Half-Blood being forced to flash the bot side. Now he has to get a fast recall and TP in for this fight if he needs to. Navoid doesn't mind it whatsoever. One above all, W goes wide. The Void Seeker is not connecting on the mark. For now, we've slowed down to the pace of a game of chicken of who gives up the first kill.
Right, the Mel is just gonna secure, just clear the bottom wave, trying to deny that tier, the tier 2 towers for SUVO while there is a lot of action happening in the top. The Wukong goes in, the Leona goes in with the ult, and MF is able to secure 4 kills with just ult melting down the whole team. And with that, SUVO lose 2 members of their team with RPG losing none.
That's what the game of chicken I was talking about. Now, Itachi wants to prevent this even more. He's still walking up. The Ornhorn is called on with once and avoid gets a solo bolo on to the Mel for himself. The only saving grace for this team right now. Itachi still wants to walk up for it. He doesn't have his ultimate. If he gets caught out, it could spell disaster. The exhaust gets channeled. The stun comes in. One above all trying to go for the steal. The W only connects onto Ghost Knife. This could be bad. One above all goes down deep. Gets a shutdown on to the MF, but instantly gets neutralized by Precognition. The Baron gets taken in favor of RPG. Itachi has to walk out of there, but one of all went for a daring play in the bot side. But Navoid is still harming her way in turrets, going to pick up the tier 3 for himself, and he's going to be happy with that, given the situation where 2 of his members were picked off before Baron had even erupted for the side of RPG.
I think that was very well played by Kaisa, one of the balls securing that 1000 gold for himself, trying to get those itemization, trying to become a champion. With that, he's able to finish the 3 item mark with Kaisa scaling up, becoming stronger with time to time. I am not really the greatest fan of Essence Reaver that was picked up by MF as the
I
4th item,
know.
where I think GA could have been a much better option. I think he's still going for Bloodthrust, ignoring the importance of G and importance of himself in a fight, right? I'm a bit confused what the MF is thinking right now, but I'm sure he knows it best what he wants to make for his team to take it to success.
And now you can see RPG rocking down in a 4 formation with the Wukong falling a bit far behind. The cannon minions with that empowered Baron buff will be just hitting down at this tier 2 turret. It's gonna fall down just about now, and there it goes down. The Void is just on the split push mission of his lifetime. Someone has to go match him, and that's gonna have to be Half-Blood, who has the TP available. He's gonna go match the Gwen in the top side, while RPG is still gonna be walking it down mid. Drake gonna be spawning. Mind you, this is Soul Point RPG. If they pick this up, this is gonna be Ocean Soul for themselves. Now Void's gonna go in onto Half-Blood, whittle him down. That's Half-Blood. He was there a second ago. He had recalled to stop Navoid. Navoid takes him away, and now Clownshot instead has to go back to match this Gwen, who has become a bit of a monster slowly but surely. This is the late game Gwen that comes into effect, who was accelerated. He's taking down turrets. The on-horn comes in. The dash not at the correct time. That might be Navoid falling down. That's exactly what happened. In the meantime, the Drake fight has erupted on this side. RPG members have fallen. Killer 9BT goes down. Precognition is all that's left for RPG. The flash forward by one above all wanted to secure some kills, but RD already has his eyes set on to this Drake, and this is an avoid creating so much pressure on the side. 2 members of RPG had to go there. Mel ends up falling down. Clownshot maybe gets a very delayed trade, but Drake going to SUVO. It is now both teams on Soul Point for Ocean Soul.
I mean, the Gwen looks unstoppable. There is no one who's able to match the Gwen in the side lane, and he's able to create such great impact. This is something that we were talking about, that in the late game when Gwen will scale up, there's nothing that On can do against it. There's nothing that the Mel is able to hold up in the lane. He's just able to turn on the R, press E, go in, is able to kill the champion. He was able to take the whole bottom side, now is able to secure the whole top side, was almost able to kill the On and get an inner turret, but the On was somehow able to shut down that Gwen. But at the same time, they lost the dragon priority that they were looking for. They were not able to get the they were not able to get the soul that they had their eyes set upon, because one of the member was already down and 2 of the member had to go back to match that Gwen. And with that, they also gave away all the bounties that they had on MF, on Wukong, to the side of Suva haters, that is helping them to close down the whole goal lead to just 2.4 thousand from about 10,000.
The goal lead has been narrowed quite a bit. You are completely right in that. Terms of turrets, SUVO have taken way more, twice the amount of turrets that RPG has gone, even though they're far behind in kills. But the goal difference, like you said, has been significantly squandered. The gap between these 2 teams. 3 Drakes, each a Baron, each Atakan. Solely the one thing that's defining RPG having a slight edge in terms of jungle objectives. But that was after SUVO had taken 2 grubs, while RPG had 1 for themselves. So it's a bit mix and match in terms of which team has the better advantage on terms right now jungle here. But you can see one above all maybe becomes a bit of a factor in this game over here. Let's see how much well these teams can focus up. One above all, going to be walking it down in the mid side. Avoid is going to be on the side lane. Let's see if RPG gets caught out. This could be a problem. Backs and fallback pings coming in, but they still want to apply the pressure. Avoid will be picking up this inhibitor on this side. The mid tier 3 turret ends up falling down. Shortly, the inhibitor will be falling as well. RD is going to be pushing it down as he in this side. But Mel now gets recalled, comes back to base, but he's seeing her base in quite a bit of time. Here comes the Lunar Eclipse. It doesn't catch any members. The Void gets away. Clown Shot triggers his Orn Hall, gets blocked by Lean. Well played by the support of SUVO. The Void might have to fend for himself, flashes and gets out of this exchange. And let's see which people can end up winning the fight, because Baron's about to spawn. Whoever wins fight gets Baron and ends the game, or just gets these kills and walks it down. Both sides are pretty much open, but all three inhibitors for RPG down. Super minions coming from sides, so they have to match the side lane pressure in terms of minions coming in.
Yeah, it's the third Baron of the game that is about to come up. The game has been very excited. The game has been already 40 minutes. We are in very late game with no inhibitors. There's a lot of pressure the SUVO hitters are going to put, but the RPG is able to clear those waves very quickly and are going for that Baron fight. But at the same time, it'll be exciting if how it goes.
And this side, the Cyclone's coming in. Precognition is left alone. The bullet time comes in, but the damage is not there this time. And it looks like SUVO are going to end up winning this fight in maybe a clean ace of sorts. And that is exactly what happens. A double kill for the Gwen. A double kill for one above all as they march their way into the base of SUVO of RPG. And the TP comes in for Itachi in the backside. It's just a complete domination. And now Void doing wonders for his team. The point that RPG's base is in this much of shambles is just due to this man in the top lane for SUVO.
I think Void has again and again proven how strong which player that he is, and again with the Gwen creating that impact. Even in the last fight, was able to get that engage, was able to melt that team going through with his art, with his scissors, something that I told you that to play around, and were able to successfully implement it. And with that, they are able to secure the game 1.
I think this last fight was also a bit messy. Now Void goes in, but they're pressuring so much onto him. The bullet time comes in, but it's blocked quite a bit by the Braum. The MF's Guardian Angel is there. He comes back up, ends up going down. Maybe that's why the Guardian Angel doesn't come into effect in such late team fights, because even if you just resurrect, you end up falling back straight into that grey screen. But SUVO very resilient, even towards the end, still couldn't completely narrow the gap. It was just a 200 deficit of gold in favor of RPG, but they came back pretty well. And this is one above all performing later on. The shockwaves coming in from Itachi. Avoid with his split pushing in. RD, a bit of a lackluster performance on the Yorick, given how much Precognition put pressure on him early on.
I think SUVO showed why they are one of the top teams right now in the table, with playing some excellent macros by giving away the dragon, securing the whole top side, taking about 2 inner turrets, getting the goal back in the lead, then sneaking up a Baron quietly without no loss, slowly taking back the game for them, creating those leads, creating those impact, and in the end, the guys I was just pressing, are onto the MF, running behind her on the backline, killing the MF for the team, without which they were struggling to get that damage out or do anything in the team fight. And after the major losses, they just lost the game.
Yeah, these fights did, make it like that. Especially when you're an MF, you're very stationary when you're doing your bullet time. So much can be done onto you. You can't do much. And you're doing a bullet time in that last fight very close to the enemy line, that there's no wall between you. There's nothing like that. The Kaiser is going to jump on you. There's so many people that are going to jump on you. And now Void creates a lot of distraction when he goes in over there. Precognition is solely focused on the Gwen. He can't even use his Cyclone for most of the team in the fight. The Ornhorn comes in, and it's just beautifully played for the side of of the side of SUVO. And this is the resilience that we expected. This is the kind of performance we expected, albeit very late in the game, where they were far behind RPG quite early on. But the late game comp came in, the Gwen came into action. Yet another game where both sides have taken all 3 Drakes, but neither waited for that soul for them. 71k gold for SUVO versus a 71k gold for RPG. Like I said, around a 200 gold in favor of RPG, but that doesn't matter towards the end. 27 kills for RPG to the 21 for SUVO haters, but the towers is where everything, the huge difference come in. 11 towers for SUVO haters, only 5 towers for RPG. A lot of jungle objectives were taking here, and they're Baron, Rift Herald, and 2 Void Grubs for SUVO haters, while 1 Baron, 1 Void Grub, and the Atakan for RPG.
Right. So even after securing those early kills, we can totally see the pressure, especially coming on the towers, the objective, the dragons. The Baron was taken by Suvohator, try to get back onto the goal lead slowly, slowly. There was a time when Suvohator was 10k down and they ended the game with just 194 drop. And with that, I think the MVP for this game was undoubtedly Navoid with his Gwen, creating that impact all over the map, making sure that there are 2 members, have to match him at all of the time, and was still able to kill one of them.
Yeah, and that pressure that he created caused so much of distraction in terms of macro in the camps of RPG. They didn't know exactly what to do to match him. 8, 4, and 5. He did excellent for himself. This is the reason he's known as one of the better top laners in this tournament. He's proving it time and time again. Before in his laning phase, now in his split pushing prowess, and I think he's a very complete player. But guys, don't go anywhere because we'll have game 2 coming up very shortly after this short break.
came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Live deep. The letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends in South Asia. As we madness alongside Singla, we are in the second BO3 of the day, and game one was a bit of a throw from Poro, if I must say so myself.
No, no, for sure. I think today's
RPG.
game has been. No, today's game has been something exciting. Yeah, we saw something very similar in the game. The first games that happened in the early this evening between JDJ versus POP, and something similar we saw in the game one versus SVH versus RPG, where SUVO haters were able to come back, were able to show certain dominance and get that first win secured from their for their side.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a day of topsy turviness of what is happening between these two teams. But without any further ado, we're going to head in to the draft of game two here. And you can see SUVO haters on the left, RPG on the right, as it was in game one. SUVO haters mounting a pretty good comeback for themselves after that went down. I think RPG just a bit lackluster later on. The lead that they had, they could not maintain it. They let Navoid get to a point where he's just a monster. He attracts two people to his side. But just looking at the draft, Show is going to continue with the Warwick ban. RPG going to continue with the 8 Trucks ban. The Malzahar ban this time for Shoe is coming out in the first half of banning. And let's see what else they want to go for. RPG gonna continue with the Smolder against One Above All. He loves playing that champion, so that makes complete sense for him side. Let's see what Shuva haters want for their last ban as they tick down the clock. It's going to be the Mundo against Killer 9BD. But it doesn't make that much sense given that we have a different player playing the top side. I don't know if Clownshot plays that much, Mundo top wise. But okay, Nocturne ban against RD makes complete sense. One of his favorite champions. As we head in to see what's the first pick for Shiva haters.
Yeah, I think they're just denying the easy R pick champions against RPG because you've seen the impact. And with this, they have secured and they have locked in Schaefer as the first pick, denying that even to the RPG because you've seen RPG jungler doing really well on the J4 in the past. So I think it's a win-win for them.
Exactly. The Jarvan, very
I,
good in the hands of Precognition for that side. And this way, we can see the Nautilus getting picked up in the bot side. This time it's going to be Killer 9B, he's going to be piloting. So you've seen pretty much the roles that RPG will be playing today. I think it's going to be sticking to the same thing, right? I don't think they're going to make that much changes. But the Jarvan out of the hands of Precog is something that he did not account on. But his Shyvana is still open for taking if he wants to go down that avenue. And Half-Blood will be looking to lock in the Ghost Snip is the one who's playing ADC for them, if I'm not wrong, from game one. Going to be locking in the hyper carrying Twitch, hyper scaling for himself.
I think it's a bit of a challenge for us and for everyone to know who is playing what for RPG because we have seen so much changes that they've been doing in their roles. But with this, let's see what is the answer that so haters come out with the bot being already announced for RPG and they lock in the Rakan. Are we going to see the standard Rakan Zaya or are we going to see a Rakan Sivir because that can also be a great combo against Nautilus, Sivir being very strong and in meta champion. Let's see what they lock in here for the ADC because I think the ADC is going to be picked here or let's see what are they going to do.
It's going to be that ADC hover. It's going to be that Zaya locked in. The duo of love partners of the Rakan and Zai in the bot side in the hands of One Above All and in the hands of Lean Charlene. And now, what I was talking about before in game one's draft, the Nivea is being left open both drafts. This time, Clownshot will be taking it up for himself. We've only seen him allowed to be played it once, and when he did, his team won in pretty dire fashion. And that was during the qualifiers, during Legends, and every time a team is against him, they'd be banning out their Nivea. So that makes complete sense. Now, we head in to the second phase of banning. The Jax gets removed. It's no longer going to be allowed to be played here for Navoid. The Briar ban against Precognition, a bit on the completely focused on what the player plays the champion, because Briar is not something that you usually see banned out. The Mord, on the other hand, complete opposite. Always you get to see it mostly banned or picked up. Gets banned out in the second game, and the Mumu follows suit from the side of Shuva haters.
Right. The Anivia is something very interesting. We don't get to see that champion being picked and played a lot, because of which people don't know what to play. And actually, I was going to tell you that Shyvana is not banned against the jungler of RPG and is one of the comfort pick, and he does secure it. So let's see what is the blind pick that Super Haters are gonna give Navoid this time on the top lane. He will not get the privilege to play a counter, but let's see what he secures here for himself.
Exactly, because we already know clan shots going with the Nivea. We did get to see some counters from Itachi. He's gonna be locking in the Syndra for himself. Now let's see what's available in a Void's Shampoo for what he wants to
Yeah.
bring out. A bit of frontline less from their side. They only have the Jarvan and there the Rakan as well. Maybe sometimes if we, depending on how he goes in between the fights. The Yone is still left open to him if he wants to lock down the Twitch in fights for himself. But we're gonna see what the star player for the side of Chivalry is going to pick up. It's going to be the Olaf that was not banned this time in the second phase of ban.
I think Olaf is a very, very interesting pick, and with that, Gwen has shown us the kind of dominance that Navoid can bring in the top, and Olaf is a perfect champion for that. And let's see what is that counter they're gonna pick this time against the Olaf, because in the last game when we got a counter pick for RPG, they were not able to secure it, but this time they get the Malphite. Malphite has the armor, has that sustain, but before getting the item, proc, it's gonna be harder for him to live in the lane. He has to still respect the Olaf, and Olaf can take out a lot of damage early game. So with this, we have our draft completed. So what are your thoughts on on these drafts, Madness? Whom do you think has created a strongest draft for themselves?
I really like the draft of RPG. You're gonna have the the Twitch, scaling as much. Malphite, even if he falls behind in lane, he can come with the ultimates in the fights. Clown Shot's gonna be the big talking point, given how the lanes have gone for him. Now with the Nivea, his signature in his hands, Precognition has his Shyvana. But I really like Hater's draft as well. The very tight and tested duo of the Zaya and the Rakan. Both sides, the Feathers Fly and the CC that it provides. The Jarvan Cataclysm, very early jungler for him. Completely opposite of what Precognition will be, right? Because RD can start going for early ganks, level 3 ganks with his Flag and Dragon, provide a lot of nuisance. Now, Void, the last time we saw this man play his Olaf, he was so good in team fights, running down the backline. Even towards the end, when his team was fighting in, I think, a 4v5, he went for the backside split push and actually ended the game that way. So there's a reason this champion's been banned a lot against him.
Yeah, I think, and another very thing with which another thing which is going to be very exciting to watch is Prigno. I mean, the jungler for RPG has to play a little bit more farming. He's playing Shyvana. He's going to be waiting for his level 6 to come in so that he can start ganking. But whereas RD with the J4 is going to be very super aggressive. I mean, we have seen him play so much aggressive on a Yorick, so I'm excited to see what kind of an impact that he'll be able to bring in with the Jarvan, and that early pressure that the team is able to bring to haters, because the scaling, when it comes to scaling, both the team has decently good scaling in their draft, with Syndra becoming very strong late game, with the Zaya becoming very strong late game, at the same time Nivea and Twitch becoming very strong late game for the side of RPG. So I think it's going to depend a lot more on to the champion, more than the champion. It's going to depend on the player skills here, and who is able to take out the most of the champions and take victory home.
Exactly, and the Twitch is going to have a bit of nightmares about how he wants to stay alive. You have a Rakan maybe jumping on you, you have an Olaf running you down in his ultimate, you have the Scare of the Wind from the Cinder plus the ultimate, the Cataclysm and the Flag and Drag from Jarvan. So these kind of things are what the ADC has to look out for. He has to play it very safe and play it more on the back end of it. He does have a decent frontline, good peel for himself. Precognition really loves playing the Shyvana. Let's see how important he can be pre-level 6, because after level 6 he does have his ultimate to come in for it. It's going to be of a hard time, and Kira 9BD's ultimates, let's see if he can do well on the Malphite this time.
Yeah, I think especially on the draft, who has won the draft, at least in my eyes, because I see that in the chats. At least in my eyes, I think the SUVO haters have a much better draft, having the right amount of CC, having the right amount of engage, at the same time having the right amount of scaling and damage. So with that in my eyes, I think Sueta has a better draft, but it's going to depend a lot more who can do the best. When it comes to the champ skills, if the Shamana is able to outscale, is able to secure all the dragons early for its team, and is able to get a lot of farm and get ahead of the Jarvan, if the team plays rightly and denies a lot of time and kills early pressure for the Jarvan, then Shyvana becomes much of a greater monster than J4 late game.
And more interestingly, Killer 9BD gets to play his top role that he wants to play, the captain of RPG. He will be taking the Malphite top side. He's not going to be playing support anymore. I think he, like we were talking about after the game as well, it's maybe a bit scared tactics from him. Maybe not just going in at the right times as support needs to go in, especially on that Leona kind of pick for him. So maybe now he'll be more comfortable playing the Malphite, more beefiness in game, more allowed to be roaming as much as he wants to, while as the Nautilus comes in the bot side with the Twitch. That's going to be a good match. So one above all, honestly, was falling quite behind early stages, but hopefully won't have any of those problems right now in this lane, and hopefully they can manage it out for themselves. And I want to see the junglers pathing topside, because these top laners really love brawling each other out, especially even when they don't have vision.
Right. True, and with the Olaf, the pressure is going to be immensely on the Olaf side in the starting. So I think J4 is going to look, to bring that CC and to give that early lead to Olaf so he can drive this game totally to the to victory for Super Haters, and we have seen what Nova can do again and again in multiple games. So yes, maybe the J4 is going to play more on the top side, or let's see how what is the plan the J4 is going to play with, and what kind of impact he can bring early in the game. What I'm more
Yeah, and this is what we're
excited to
talking.
see is if they are, with the Nautilus, are we going to get that early level 1 gank that we are not being able to see? And we have been seeing a lot of safe play from the side of, RPG, even after getting all the lead that they have. So I think they got to shake it off. They got to show that impression, because they have the skills, they have that damage to, and I'll be very excited if they can do that level 1 raid, that level 1 gank with the Nautilus.
I would have also liked to see it from the side of Shooters last time, especially with the Brom in their arsenal. They could have gone for early level ones, but we don't get to see that much. We got to see it, I think, in the third game of the previous best of 3 series, where the Jin was almost caught out, but he just takes one Brom Q, doesn't get caught up, the stacks don't catch up to him, so he pretty much walks it off. So maybe let's see, like you said, maybe we get to see more action, a bit more spicy level ones coming out from these teams, given the kind of comp that you have with the Nautilus, with the hooks that you have available to you. Let's see what they can do. And if RPG don't play more on the scared side, play a bit more on the proactive side, because even after they had the lead, they were playing a bit more fearful about what the opposition will do to them, and that's what a lot of times they got caught out because of it, and that spelled their detriment in the form of SUVO taking advantage. Now Void is still scaling up. He got to a very good point, and he's playing another split pusher right here with the help of that Olaf. He's going to be looking for a lot of these split pushers if he's not in these team fights, depending on the summoners he's going to be running. So that's a big talking point. Another thing, guys, if you guys are watching, please make sure to follow all our social media. The link is in the description box below. Follow the LOL Discord and SA server. We have a lot of fun events, a lot of fun people you can meet up. We have a weekend skirmish coming up, which is basically bidding wars, but on ARAM auction pretty much on 30th in the evening. So a lot of fun action. You get to meet a lot of new people, meet people who playing in this tournament who just drop by from time to time. So it's a very fun time, and I don't think you want to miss out on any of the action.
Right, that's very truly said, and we have seen these community events, getting so much more impression. A lot of new players coming in and coming out, getting picked by the teams, and we see so many new faces in the drafts, in the Rift with us, and creating that impression, making exciting. So yes, do sign up, find those people for yourself, for the flex lobbies, and have fun on the Rift.
Definitely you want to do it like that. And I also, guys, want to hear in the chat who you guys think will be taking game 2 here between these two teams, who will be securing points for themselves, because Shooters at least have secured 1 point, throughout this matchup over here as we head into game two, with them being 1-0 up in this best of three series. They look like they can fight it out because they were pretty much down and out earlier on just due to poor Proto's aggression. Precog went in, pretty much made RD flash away on his Yorick, takes away his blue buff, creates a lot of his jungle pressure. But Navoid, the resilient member of SUVO, just did not give up, scaled up beautifully, came a detriment in these team fights, got the backdoors, made the base of RPG into shambles. And let's see if we get to see something on this book. So the last time he did play the Olaf, he did do something of that variety. Let's see if this top laner, day by day becoming the star of this team. Let's see what else he can pull out of his hat.
But I think there is a little bit technical glitch because of which the game has been, a bit slow. That is being faced right now on the Rift, but we will be in the game very shortly.
Hopefully we can move up and we don't have that much of a problem. Given that it's already a bit delayed in the day, people really want to watch this matchup. We have a lot of people in the chat watching maybe their favorite friends, seeing who is going to be playing over here. We have people from Bangladesh watching the side of Reap or Precog Gaming, one of the two Bangladeshi teams playing in Legends Ascent. So let's hope to see good matches upcoming over here, because unfortunately RPG did look pretty solid in that first game. They just couldn't capitalize later on. Precog was not targeting the correct players that he needs to. The bullet times were getting blocked quite nicely by the Braum, and they could not end up actually doing anything that would work out in their favor and what they thought would be best in those scenarios. And RPG a bit lower in the brackets right now in the table leaderboard. Only that 1 point that they got from dropping one game against Phoenix Ascension.
Right, and even in the chat right now, the competition is tight. Even as per fan prediction right now, SUVO is sitting at 52%, and whereas RPG is sitting at 48%. So even now, the calls are very close, and with this, we finally enter the Rift, and the game is about to start. I think
Game
RPG
2
heard my call.
underway. Game 2 underway. SUVO haters on the blue side, RPG on the red, and yes, I think they did hear your call. They're all 5-man going to the bot side of the map. They might catch out the Zaya, might catch out the Rakan, depending on how they want to move, but they are hugging the wall. Zaya's gonna spot them out, gonna fall back. The hook from the Nautilus does not connect. Zaya is in safety, and early aggression deterred as of yet.
I think the intentions were right, but the implementation was not. They took a lot of time to work. I think the Nautilus got left behind. They walked him to. They waited him for to walk up, and I was just able to easily spot them. With that, them denying the level 1 invade.
Minions have spawned.
I think
It
Nautilus could
gets
have flashed
evaded.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Nautilus could have flashed that to get the Syndra, but Nautilus held back again against the Zaya, against the Syndra, missing the level 1 hook. With that, there was no action that could happen. But let's see if they're able to get that bottom prio and who are able to, stand in the push 3 and able to get some early dominance in bottom.
It does look like that. A nice ward place by RD in the chickens of Precognition. He's going to know the Shyvana's going to be starting there. This time, no shenanigans, at least from the side of Precognition on to J4. Given that he's on the Shyvana, he wants to power farm instead, maybe to that level 6 and avoid. Asserting early dominance, picks up the axe, hits a second time onto the Malphite in the top side. Other than that, pretty easy CS. The Twitch has gone for the pressy attack runes instead of the lethal tempo, maybe just to get more advantages in the lane. I would have really liked lethal tempo coming out from Ghost Snipped as well. The Q lands from the Malphite onto the Olaf. They're just trading a couple of bows. Clownshot walks pretty forward over here. He's running the Arcane Comment rather than the Electric Q, so he wants to get more procs off essentially over time. There you can see another Arcane Comment beautifully lands onto the head of Itachi while trading continues across the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggression all over the map. There's a lot of trading happening in the top, happening in the mid. Nautilus is still struggling to land those hooks, whereas Rakan went too deep to secure the vision. If Nautilus actually was able to secure that hook, could have been, some action, some kill, some pressure on the Zaya that we could have seen here, but was missed again.
Was missed again. The kill potential not looking that much for them. Topside Navoid still trading clear. A nice sidestepped by the Malphite to avoid the axe that was being thrown at his face. He's having an okay time. Both health pops being popped by the Malphite. His passive also comes back up. Navoid has to be a bit careful in this situation. If he continues to get poked down, it might be a problem. But Malphite is running low on mana. No junglers on the top side. Both had started the jungle's top side, passing bot ways. And maybe the bot side of SUVO have to be careful because they had spotted out the Shyvana starting top. So you know Shyvana is going to be anytime bot over here. That's why you can see them walking up now. Maybe to put some vision down for this, and maybe to help the jungler fight for this scuttle, not give it over to Shyvana instead. And Shyvana has to respect this completely. The missing pings have come out from that side. Killer 9BD has to be careful. He gets minion block. One more auto might secure. The axe falling just a bit short from allowing Navoid to claim the first blood for himself.
Yeah, but with that, he's able to secure get the flash of the Malphite. Malphite decides to stay back because the passive shield comes up and the wave is very thick. Olaf himself is very low right now, cannot take the risk of diving the Malphite trying to kill him, but the Shyvana is going there for backup. There's a lot of action happening in the bottom, but in the top, Shyvana is right now getting the gank and is able to secure the first blood for himself.
First blood secured. Avoid a bit overstepping his grabs. He really wanted to get the kill onto Killer 9BD, but that made him enough to just stay there, stick there. He assumed maybe Shyvana would be on the bot side of the map instead. But once this scuttle gets picked up by the side of J4, Shyvana makes the whole high run towards the top side, picks up the kill, or actually does pick up the kill, gives an assist over to the Malphite, and they're enjoying how the lane process is going so far. First blood over to the side of RBG, over to the side of Precognition as we're slowing down. The lane getting frozen. Ghostnip can't actually walk up that match. He's going to get denied a bunch of CS for himself. But he has a cannon coming in, a bunch of waves as well. The egg's still available for Nivea, so she has no problem trading against the Syndra. Low on mana though, so let's see if she takes it back anytime soon.
Yes, there's a lot of action happening in the mid, but there's no kills that have been traded as of now. I mean, anywhere something that I'm looking out for after her getting her ult, she's going to be permanently pushing the wave in the mid and is going to look for a lot of room. So I think that she's just waiting to get 6. After getting 6, she's going to create a lot of pressure with the Nautilus in the mid, in the bottom.
Exactly, the pressure is being felt. Clownshot really low on mana, really needs to get his back up to maybe come into them. Both mid laners hit level 6. Now Void still chasing onto Killer 9B, has his own ultimate. The axe this time on the way out catches the Malphite in the back, does a bit of chunk for himself. Now Void doesn't mind healing up. He's trying to keep the distance that Killer 9B needs to come up for his CS. And now this might be the problem. Olaf channels the ultimate. Killer 9B doesn't have the ultimate to get away, doesn't have the flash, had used it way before. Now Void claiming revenge on the Malphite in the top side with his own solo kill on him.
Yeah, that's a little bit misplayed by the Malphite. Malphite knew that the Olaf has the ult already. If he walks up, can go all in. He does not have his ult to run, does not have the flash to run away, does not respect it, walks up and ends up paying for it.
Does end up being paid for. Now he's 0-1-1 in the top side, has picked up tier 1 boots, has picked up a cloth armor to deter some of the 80 damage that Olaf will be dealing out onto him. Cloud shot in the meantime, nice stun lands on Itachi plus the E proc as well. He's doing quite against him. The scatter of the wind lands. RD is coming in from the sidelines. Clown shot does have the flash, he does use it as soon as the flag and drag came in from the Jarvan. Now there's a flashless Anivia in the mid lane for the next 5 minutes and has to be careful. But in the meantime, you can see Precognition is trying to steal away the blue buff from the Jarvan. Nice scatter of the wind from Itachi lands on Cloudshot. He's not going for the final kill because he knows even flash forward and he goes for it. Anivia goes egg form. He doesn't have the damage to finish him off at that point. Jarvan now gets a bit wary that Precognition has been here. Precognition looks at Navoid. Navoid puts down the ward. Precognition might be jumping onto RD. RD flags and drags over, followed by the ultimate from the Shyvana. He has to flash over the wall. Navoid also has to run for the hill. Itachi's come from the side, but he can't be of much effect over here. So now that's a flashless RD for the next couple of fights.
Yeah, the Shyvana has already created a little bit, gap, especially when it comes to farming already. But 10 CS above, but more than the 10 CS already has the ult for himself, whereas J4 not. When he saw, the difference between the level, between the damage, decides to go all in onto the J4, for which J4 did not have any answer and had to run away. And burning down the flash and also giving up the dominance on the top side with grubs that are coming up.
Yeah, grubs are now up. Now RPG can pretty much walk this one in, get the grubs. The killer NBD still one level deficit to avoid. CS difference almost at a 20 for the Olaf in the top side. He has to play a bit safe, doesn't give too much up. His team is taking the grubs, but Shuvaders don't want to give this up without a fight. One grubs has already been claimed. The ultimate clear 9BD onto Olaf, prevent him to come into this fight too fast. RD is here, Lean is here, so is Itachi. Here comes the ultimate from the Shivana. Clown shot becomes Egg Nivira. Nice cataclysm on two members. Precognition does flash out. Half Blood flashes out. Hook comes back in, but that's two more kills going to side of Shuvaders. Make that three more going to their side. The feats of warfare secured, plus two of the three grubs.
A summoner has
Yeah, the
disconnected.
Malphite did press alt on the Olaf, but there was no follow up for him, to finally take him down. To take him down, uh, and had to pay with his life. There was a lot of CC that was brought up, but in the end, they were not able to take down the Olaf, and Olaf was just able to turn on the alt and run down the whole team of RPG.
And I think Killer 9BD using the ult just to prevent Olaf from coming that much early to the fight might have been a mistake, because Olaf was going to walk in no matter what happens. Maybe if he used it in the team fight when people were grouped up, maybe it could have changed something of the outcome. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a 5 kills to 1 lead for Shuvaders against RPG. Almost a 3k goal for that. They picked out 2 of the 3 grubs. They have 1 Drake in their pocket as well. And they're looking pretty well in the second game instead of going down early on like they did in game 1.
And we know the macros for SUVO haters are always on point. With this early lead coming into their way, they do not make mistakes. They know what to do with this gold, benefit that they have. They know how to create that pressure, get those objectives. They are not scared to take the fights. And with that, I mean, this game looks a little bit harder for RPG already, at least to me, in my eyes.
Exactly, looks like that. In the bot side, Lean near half blood, he puts a ward half blood, immediately cleans that one up. RD is going to be picking up his own red buff. Maybe it looks for maybe something here in the bot side, but it doesn't seem like it. Lean and half blood are fighting for these ward vision battle going on for their side, and half blood even comes further, puts another ward. Now the sweeper used by Lean clears this one up, going to clear the one in the bush for himself. The bot side, both the bot ADCs have a BF sword, have the slingshot, so both going for the Yuntals as their first item. But the added longsword in the pockets of the Xayah, given a bit of the head in CS that she is compared to the Twitch. Now Void keeping on the pressure against the Malphite. He has gone down twice, once in a solo time, once in this mismatch of a team fight that happened near the Herald Times. But mid side, Clown Shot is still farming up, equal in terms of farm against Itachi, but Itachi has to kill some more added gold, has a Blackfire already completed. The stun land on to Ghost Name, the ultimate pop by Rakan, hooked back by Half Bloods. Now they're going to turn their focus on to this Nautilus instead, but he's going to be walking out. The Flagon Direct comes in but doesn't connect, but the Cataclysm does. Precognition comes with his ultimate but has to run away, given that the TP was coming in from the Syndra. And at the end of the day, it's Half Bloods going down in that fight, while the rest of the members of RPG still stand strong.
Yeah, Itachi has already finished his first item with the lead that he has, already doing a lot more damage. So as soon as the TP came in the bottom, Shavana decided to get back even though Anywhere was there, respected that, and with that, Super Haters are gonna also secure the second dragon, the Ocean Dragon, for themselves right here.
They will be looking to go for that. Lean goes a bit ahead onto Clownshot. Drake now secured by Sugar Haters. 2 out of the 2 Drakes that have spawned for now. Killer 9B days, be careful on the top side. Does have ultimate if he gets into a bit of a tricky situation, and Navoid might be looking to that. Killer 9BD goes in instead. Navoid pops his ultimate with the flash, allows Killer 9BD to get out of range, lets the turret finish off the job that was started by him. And Avoid goes down, a shutdown going over to the now Malphite, and well played by the top laner and captain of RPG.
Yeah, so Malphite saw that the Olaf does not have the goals, had it calculated, took his chances, goes in, does the CCs, takes an exit, runs out after slowing him, and let the tower do his job, and was able to secure another kill for himself.
And look, in this fight, Precognition and forced to burn the ultimate. The flash scatter of the wind by Itachi not catching on to the Shyvana. Now he's left alone. Not much mobility to get out. It's about Killer 9BT who's going to finish off that fight. Clownshot is chasing on to RD. Doesn't want to let him go. He has to flag and drag across the wall. And I think RD should not have been chasing the Shyvana so much, given the prio that the side of RPG had towards the fight. They were moving much more faster than the counterparts, and the flash scatter completely whiffing from Itachi spelled detriment in that team fight for them.
Yes, Shyvana went really deep even after, Jettfire already securing about 2 kills and 3 assists for himself. He had the damage. He was able to punish it but not able to secure the kill for himself. But at the same time, Shyvana got the backup in time. The Syndra missed the EQ with the stun, and Anivia was able to take out a lot more damage, with Malphite also coming into the fight and securing a kill for themselves. Actually, more than a kill, a shutdown for themselves. Gone over to Malphite. That will help him to, stay alive in the lane a little longer.
Turret plating will soon
Exactly, he's
fall.
already deficient CS, but he's got 2 shutdowns to his name. He's got them from Itachi, got them from the Void. Albeit the Itachi one was a bit of Itachi being overextended, couldn't do much. But the one against the Void was definitely in for his favor, what he did on that. The Void still chucking down full stacks on the Conqueror. Maybe one more axe on the bot side. Ultimate by Precognition. He's trying to get onto members, but Lean gets to the safety. A double knock up with the ultimate from the Nautilus. A cataclysm onto many members of RPG, but Ghostname has already claimed the life of Lean. One above all is locked in place by the Nautilus. That's going to be Precognition picking up that kill. That's a 2-0 in RPG's favor in their fight back into this matchup.
Recognition is showing why the Shyvana is bad against him. He sees an opportunity, goes in deep there. Right now the Nautilus going in, but the Shyvana already left, and with that Shyvana, Syndra just press R and secures another kill for himself.
And that's up. She pressed out way before the flash comes in. The flash still gets burned from Half. On the top side, you could see that Killer 9BD had to burn his ultimate just to get to safety against Navoid's Olaf, who's putting quite pressure, has a 30 CS lead for him. In the meantime, in the middle lane, Clownshot has around a 6 CS lead for himself. Jungle-wise, Shyvana is pretty far ahead. Precognition doing very well against Jarvan right now, against RD. RD has been struggling quite a bit, but it's 2-0-3, so he's always coming in clutch for his team in these fights where he needs to be. Lean going to be putting very deep ward into the jungle of RPG. Maybe spots out the red buff and take it, maybe not, but Herald now up for grabs. One above all, pressing against Precognition, against the Shyvana, gets smite. The chickens get smited away by him. Scatter of Wind not landing onto Killer 9BD. Mind you, he doesn't have the ultimate. I don't know why we are walking this forward, Malphite, without ultimate, without anything, without your team nearby. You're ending up going down and pretty much allowing the SUVO to pick up the Rift Herald as well as your kill.
That was a little bit clueless play by Malphite. I'm actually very shocked and I don't know what to say right now. Why was Malphite even there? When he saw the Nautilus is in the bottom, the team has decided not to go for it. Shyvana went for the farm. The Malphite still steps in without his ult, without his flash, and does get punished for it.
RD does flag and drag away, the poison ticking away onto him. That's exactly what ends up picking up the kill for Ghost Nipped in that fight. The TP coming in, the hook lands from Apple, but it's a bit too deep if I might say so myself. Here comes Itachi. The ball goes very wide. He's not picked up a kill. That's a complete misplay from the mid laner of SUVO. Now that's a 4-0 for RPG, who have barely any HP bars visible.
Syndra is not able to take out the damage that he's looking for, right? I think with that itemization not having just one item in its pocket, not having the right amount of damage for him right now at this stage, and the Shyvana is doing so much. Shyvana is already 2 levels above J4, farming up, getting the 3 kills in his pocket, with Twitch also getting 3 kills, got free, ultimate, could stand behind and give those auto attacks, securing kills for himself.
Yeah, this Twitch is going to be a bit of a mayhem later on, given how far he's been accelerated already. He has the Yundals, has another BF sword, and all that extended fight allows RPG to pick up the Drake for their first Drake of the game, the third Drake of the entire game overall. 2 now in the pockets of Showwaiters, 1 only in the pockets of RPG. Now Void gonna get slowed down quite a bit by Clown Shot. That axe looks very funny being thrown by him just in the wrong direction. But maybe just because of the stun, that's how the character was placed at that point. But RD will be walking a bit forward. Nothing actually to be taken. Atakan up in around 2.5 minutes time. Precognition will be seeing that RD is taking this for himself. He's 2 levels up on his counterpart. This Shyvana is 2 levels up. Or to the J for as Killer 9BT on the bot side. Ultimate getting triggered onto Itachi. How much can Itachi bear to witness? The TP is coming in from the bad side. The ultimate will be popped by Syndra. She flashes away. But the ultimate from Precognition maybe signifies the kill for himself. Navoid going to be fighting this, but he's on low HP even before he's come in for the fight. I don't think what he expected for that. Ghosted, nice movement from him. Dodges the knocker from the Rakan. The heal gives him added movement speed. He keeps his distance, not getting caught out, trying to nail it down. The flag in drag plus the cataclysm from RD secures the kill onto the little rat. That's a nice shutdown. Going over to the jungler of SUVO haters. Navoid in a very tough spot. As the ultimate is going on to Precognition. I don't know what he expected was going to happen. RD flags and drags underneath the tier 1 turret. Here is the feathers fly after the hook from the Nautilus lands. Clear 90 has to be also careful. But I think that's going to be it for the action of now. I don't know what was going in the minds of Navoid of the play that he was trying to make. But tier 1 falls bot side, tier 1 falls mid side for opposite directions.
Yeah, that is turning straight for both the teams. They were not able to secure the kill in the middle. They were able to take out a lot of damage. I think the Olaf over-predicted his damage, over-predicted the amount of heal that comes in, not giving Shyvana the kind of respect that he deserves. At this point, Shyvana has the highest level champion, when it comes to XP, has the highest lead at this point with already finishing his first item on the way of finishing his second item and having that 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. Shyvana is very strong for even Olaf to go 1v1 as of now. So they have to respect it and they have to be careful to fight him just like that. The game has just taken a turn where Mapfight is just roaming around all over the map, trying to be relevant, not getting that XP, not taking farm in the side lane, but trying to be there more for the team. Whereas Olaf is doing so much damage, but at the same time, Anivia is able to take out damage, do a bit of CC, do a bit of his R with his wall.
Nice flash connects the ultimate from the middle fight. That's a dead Zaya, that's a dead Rakan at that point. It's a nice flash. That's what we expected him to do maybe earlier on in that level 1 stage for himself, but he does it here in a very good fashion. One above all gets caught out a bit lacking, did not have his ultimate just to run away from it, and now this signal around the turret, tier 1 RD's flying drive misses out onto the Shyvana. The Scatter of the Wind does land, but he has so much no problem actually tagging so much of this damage. The hook connects this time onto the Syndra. Syndra ends up going down. Nautilus chases like the flash forward by Clownshot. I don't know what he thought he could do, but RD tries to flag and drag in again, but as I said, Nivea, he's going to come back to life, but now he's flashless. I don't honestly know what the flash was coming in for the mid laner of RPG.
There was a little bit of confusion. I don't know if that was a bait, that was a strategy, or what was exactly happening in the minds of both the teams. but it was something interesting to watch what happened down there. And with that, they traded one each from each side. Right now, Shyvana is very ahead. Shyvana is just going to look to get that objective for his team very quickly, securing another Atakan, sneaking it right on the nose of SUVO haters without them realizing that what is happening.
And then probably now have an inkling once Clownshot clears that pink ward, and when they get the signal, Atakan has fallen, has been slain by the red team, by RPG right now. So they pick up a nice Atakan at a good timer before Drake. They're trying to get the resets off for the Drake fight over here. You can see in the fight, Twitch and the Zaya pretty much equal in terms of power maximization, but Zaya does have the lethal tempo while Twitch only has that pressing attack for the extended fight. The Malignants completed by the Nivea, the Haunting guys as well, plus the Fitted Ashes looking to be building the Liandries for herself. Tier stacked at 360, Shyvana getting that move speed for the W, walking up to the Drake. They put down the pink ward. The TP is now coming in from the void to the boss side of the map. They're trying to walk in over here. what time does SUVO want to make their move? RPG dragging the Drake out instead. Now you can see Navoid's coming up, RD is coming in, but he gets locked in, he can't go for the smite. A big Shyvana ultimate into 3 members get immediately annihilated on the spot. How much can Navoid do in this Twitch? How much can you run? That's a ulted Olaf, he's not going to let you go. Itachi, if you eat an E, you're dead. That's exactly what happens. The flamethrowers from the Shyvana catch the kill onto Syndra. Navoid, the only man left standing for SUVO Hitters, going 1v1 against Precognition, but it's not a fair one. Precog does flash away, has to dodge the axe, gets stunned up in place, gets locked in. Killer 9BD looking to finish off the job. The ace coming out for the side of RPG, and they only lost Clownshot and Twitch for that after securing the Drake for themselves.
There were a little bit, actually, there were a lot of misplays happening on the both sides where Syndra was not even there in the fight and they took the fight beyond, and above taking it before even when the drag was already down. They should have waited for the Syndra to come in and then look for an engage because without the Syndra, just with the not, just with the Rakan, just with the Olaf, they were lacking a bit damage and they were not able to get that early kill. And Shyvana was just able to run down, throwing that fireballs on the whole team and getting those kills yet again for his team, taking the lead massively for RPG.
I don't think she needed to ult and get away. Maybe she thought more pressure's coming in to her. Now lean a bit, has to be a bit cautious. Nice wall from Clownshot blocks it out, but RD's from the backside. The Cataclysm onto now the flashless Anivia, mind you, from the earlier misplay that she had gone for. Killer 9BD tries to ult onto the Olaf, but you're not going to stop the unstoppable beast that he is. He narrows down onto the Rat, picks up another kill onto Killer 9BD. The Nautilus ends up meeting the Grey Stream. Precognition is trying to run for his life, doesn't have his ultimate anymore, had used it to run away from the tier 2. How much can he run? The flying dart is going to come over. Couple of more autos. Who ends up picking up the kill is what goes on. It's going to be pretty much RD picking that for himself. A nice shutdown. And Avoid has already started pushing the mid side, looking to aim for the tier 2. And now SUVO Hitters with their own clean ace against RPG.
I am not really sure what really happened. When Shyvana was creating that kind of a damage, how did the whole team just get caught and give away that lead? RPG cannot make mistake like this again and again. In both the games, we saw them leading the goal chart, leading that early game, but in the long run, making these mistakes to SUVO haters and giving them the game again and again.
And they are going to be doing pretty good with it. Clownshot is over on this side, will spot them out. Kiran is close by, but he doesn't have his ultimate for this fight. Scatter of the Wind to just push him in. Avoid pretty low on HP, has to be careful about how he wants to go around. He's trying to dodge and bob and weave. He pops his ultimate, now going on to go snipped on the backside. The Twitch gets knocked up, the feathers go flying, the Cataclysm locks them up in place. Killer 9BD ends up going down. Half blood left alone, only Clownshot alive alongside the Shyvana, who's just doing the red buff because she knows he can't go for a steal. Lean doesn't even want to let Clownshot back at this point. He wants to catch him out. Even pop his egg this early on could be a lot. The wall gets popped from this side, but the Void very smartly uses the blasting clone, gets away from it. Itachi lands the Scatter of the Wind. One more axe makes Anivia into Egg Nivea, and let's see how fast this Egg Nivea goes down. That's an omelette created by Navoid. SUVO Haters pick up the Baron, taking down 4 members of RPG, and Precognition can be only left standing as a spectator while his team is slaughtered around him.
So it was very beautifully played by the Olaf yet again. Even after being low, the Nautilus sees an opportunity, goes in thinking that the Twitch can take him down, but the Olaf just turns on the ult, runs directly onto the Rat. Rakan lands his W, and Olaf is able to kill the Twitch. And after the Twitch dying, since Shyvana was already in the base, was not present for the fight, yet again the whole team falls. RPG cannot make the same mistake again and again, fighting without the Shyvana. They're getting caught, they're taking fights without the stronger member of their team and are getting punished for it again and again.
I don't know what this ultimate will kill, but he has started the fight. Now Shyvana's locked up in the Cataclysm while Kosnip is left alone. No one's going on to him. Olaf has to change his ideas, but now once Shyvana's dead, nice Scatter of the Wind, gets 2 members. The fight is completely turned on the head by Syndra and Avoid here. It's a 2 versus the world coming in for SUVO Hitters here. Now it is a 3-for-3 exchange overall. A Scatterwind lands yet again on Killer 9B. It all started by, I don't know, miscommunication from RPG members, because I don't understand that ultimate coming in from the Malphite over there.
I think there was a call made by Shyvana. The Shyvana saw an opportunity that they thought that they can, go down onto the Twitch, they can lock it down and do the damage because Shyvana is able to take out a lot of damage, but the coordination was highly missing. The Malphite was only able to land the ult on Twitch without any damage coming out of him. The Twitch still blocks the barrier, but Shyvana comes in, is able to pick a kill or two for himself, but the Batsuo haters just shut down the whole team, securing that gold, securing that lead for themselves. And it looks like the game can end any moment from here, going in the favor of SUVO haters. I mean, just before the pause is something that I calculated, but let's see what happens now as soon as the game resumes.
Let's see, it looks like Precog is the one who has disconnected from us as of yet. But I think maybe a bit tilt factor after that fight, because the Malphite, couldn't get a big ultimate for himself, couldn't land it onto the members that he was really looking onto. And a bit of miscommunication between him and the Shyvana, because Shyvana pops the ultimate, but maybe a bit later than the ultimate comes with Malphite. They can't lock him up. Precognition is not allowed to go rampant because he's locked up in the Cataclysm. Twitch starts firing off from behind with the ultimate, but Olaf neutralizes Precognition, goes for the rat instead after that, and a lovely scatter of the wind by Itachi later on in the fights dictate the outcome of that, completely looking like Super Haters are turning this one around better right now. RPG were putting up a pretty good fight, but if they don't, combine their ultimates properly and they don't have the coordination heading into these 5v5 fights, it could spell disaster for them.
They have to, the wombo combos have to land rightly if they want to win this. But don't go anywhere. Very exciting game. We're just taking a short break and we'll be right back.
But we go up, we never gonna drop. Alright, 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and B, the process, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 The landing I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top.
Guys, we're back with Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Singla. We are in the midst of Game 2, just before Precognition had that disconnect for himself. We'll be jumping very shortly back into the game, and we can show you what happens here. It does look like a bit of a messy affair, and you can see Drake in the progress of being taken away by Navoid. A flash forward by Clownshot. They lock up Itachi in place. Navoid looks to be claiming the Drake. He does claim it for himself. An absolute clown fiesta of a fight coming out around the Drake without any of the junglers being present between these two teams. The Cataclysm lands onto Clownshot. He is manless. He cannot do much in this fight anymore. He should not be the priority. A nice Rakan ultimate against 3 members. One above all is making his way into the fight. A nice blasting clone shifts everybody to the side. Ends what looked like a huge clown fiesta. Half-Blood is still walking away, but where does he go? The blasting clone threw him far away. Precog is trying to run to safety, but no, he's going to jump into the mist instead. The feathers fly by one above all. Ghostnip is trying to get the damage down, but he's instantly popped by the Zaya. Precognition is left running for the hills. And I think we can only define this as one thing, Singla. A complete clown fiesta.
Clown Fiesta. I think I totally agree. I do not understand what just happened in last 1 minute. What was those fights about? Why did Olaf and Sindra just go in so deeply for that? And they're just diving. They're trying to get that kill on Shyvana, which is not very worth it. She does not have a shutdown, but these
Oh
people
no.
have, and all of three people just die in the attempt of killing Shyvana, which was not even, any worthy or any rewarding. And again, it was just a pure clown fiesta.
And I think the mayhem all started with none of the junglers being present during the Drake takeover there. Navoid picks it up, clown shot, flashes forward, locks up Itachi in place, they neutralize him, but Drake still ends up going down to the hands of Navoid. Precognition might be in a spot of trouble, gets spots out Navoid on that ward that was placed in the bush. Navoid walks away. He's 11, 5, and 8 on this Olaf right now. He's doing what he needs to do. Exactly like his Gwen game. He's being more of the clutch in here. Now, Claire 9BD is going to jump into Itachi underneath his turret. They pummel him to death. Clown Shot is the one who reaps the rewards for that, gets the maximum gold for it. Lean's gonna go back into the fight with his ultimate channeled in. His 3 members, but I don't think they could even actually do something. Half-Blood chooses to go back in with his own hook. The ultimate from Shyvana lands on nobody, but Lean's locked up, looks to be burning down. That's exactly what happens. Another hook lands. Now Olaf triggers his ultimate. Everyone's locked up in the Cataclysm. Clown Shot goes Egg Nivea. Olaf has to run away, but is still getting burnt down by Nivea, even in her egg. For RD flashes away from the fight. One above all is left alone. Killer 9BT flashes forward onto him. The flag and drag doesn't hit from RD. He cannot save his ADC, and he also goes down. It's an ace coming in from RPG after such an extended fight sequence.
I think this is something that needs to be flagged early in the game, that Malphite is always relevant. Doesn't matter at what scale. They were able to pick up Syndra again back to back twice, denying all the damage. Syndra is trying to clear the wave so that the game does not end. But Shyvana is able to secure 1 damage. Malphite TPs in back, but the Rakan is back alive and the rest of the team is coming up. So they decided to go back.
And it
And
does look like that on those parts. You know that Shyvana comes in for the fights. It was a bit hectic in that last fight near the turrets, but they lock in the turrets. The hook's coming in from Outbloods. He knows when he wants to go in. Shyvana in the previous time before this fight had got the triple kill in the bot side for herself. I don't know what Shooters were thinking trying to challenge her, given how strong this Shyvana is. Looking already to be building the Rabadons with the 2 needlessly large rods in the inventory. The Scuttle also gets claimed by them. Baron might be up for the taking, but all 5 members of each team up and running about. Shyvana gets a pretty fast recall, going to be walking back in over here. And looks like Shooters want to go deep to get some vision of their own. They clear something out. Clear 9BD has been spotted about. All ultimates are online for both these members, and let's see what fight breaks out between them.
Shyvana has already secured the Rabadon cap. She went back to get that. She's already level 18. She is full item, in fact, right? With that just 1 bag, she was able to secure 2 more items. Right now, she's an absolute monster with the lead that was given in the bottom to shut her down, but instead they gave her Streakers with shutdown, and now they're able to secure another Baron, and there is nothing that SUVO haters can do. This dragon is just
Navoid TP's into the fight a bit too late. Killer 9BT is coming with the ultimate on to the Olaf, locked up in the Cataclysm. There's many members of SUVO haters alongside with the Jarvan. One above all is trying to scatter for the hills. He ends up going down. This is a huge affair, and I think Precognition is the one that has a lot riding on his shoulders. The way that he has played it over here, he has been playing fantastic, and it looks like RPG is going to be taking us down the path of the Game 3 in this best of 3 series.
I think the jungle just did an absolutely beautiful job on the Shyvana, showed why it is a permanent ban against him, and he was able to take the team to victory, securing the shrines, securing the Baron, and there were so many mistakes made on the side of SUVO haters. The game was one-sidedly theirs, but they end up losing the game.
A bit of a run back of what Game 1 was looking bad, but in the bit of the opposite direction this time. The Cataclysm lands on here. You can see the fights breaking out, but Olaf is just not tanky enough to sustain for majorities of these fights. RD goes out, one of all. You can see a bit of a misstep that will come in from the Jarvan just about any seconds. He puts down the flag, but the drag is not going to be where he wanted to. He could have maybe saved Zaya's life, but he goes down. Inhibitors fall. They move on towards the Baron. They get their fast recalls. I don't know why they really want to still fight once Baron has gone. Maybe just make it fastly out of it. But instead they choose to jump back in. Ghost Snipe is going in onto one of a ball, flashes away, but you're targeting so much onto the Twitch, you forget that most of the damage will be coming out from this Mega Omega Shyvana, who's Omega fed at this point. Itachi can't do much except see his base in tatters, while RPG take us to that game 3 off the back of that Baron take.
That was quite a some game. I think the break, there was some strategy that RPG came out with that turned the whole wave of the game. I'm not really sure what was the pep talk that the jungle gave to the team, but it worked and they were able to secure that win. I mean, there were a lot of calls that were done on Suvahea's side that I do not understand. Like, just to get that dragon, they gave a shutdown of 1000 again to Shyvana, of Olaf. They gave another shutdown of Syndra, and then the whole team just died. And then they decide to dive Shyvana in the bottom again. The three members trying to shut him down when he does not even have a bounty on his head. Again, yet they die. Shyvana just backs, is able to secure 5 items for herself, completing her whole build. She was able to get 2 full items because of the fiesta that happened at the bottom. They go down, they take the Baron, they have the Baron buff on them. Still, there was a lot of desperation that was coming out on the SUVO. SUVO hates his side. They go in, trying to kill the team of RPG, but instead ends up losing the game.
Yeah, they're focusing a lot on the Twitch, and I thought this even in the draft that there's a lot of people who can dive on the Twitch, and he's never pretty much going to be safe to Free Fire on the backside. But the mammoth of the fact is that Shyvana Precognition is such a huge frontline damage, plus the bruiser build that he's gone for does so much. At the end of the day, the stats on the board for game 2 is going to be RPG with 35 kills, SUVO Haters with 31, a 6k gold difference in the favors of RPG. 8 towers for them to the 4 that SUVO Haters had acquired, and Drakes, 3 Drakes for SUVO Haters, 2 for RPG, but that did not deter them. That one Baron that they acquired helped them end the match. Even the Atakan that they picked up with that XP boost, with the additions of stats from Drakes, from the Barons, helped definitely in these fights. And I think SUVO Haters are going to have to look back at what went wrong in this game, because it looked like they were in a pretty good spot, the same way RPG was in game 1, and the tables completely turned while we head into the game 3 between these two teams. And I think there's no doubt, we talked a lot about this man in this tournament, in this matchup. He's done wonders on the champion, on Shyvana. Precognition of Report Precog Gaming, mind you. 13, 3, and 13 on him was a monster. 1500 damage per minute is absurd numbers. 8.6 CS per minute is good numbers for a jungler as well. 18.7k gold for him, and he just looked like he was carrying the team on his back all the way to this game 3.
Right, an absolutely beautiful play by Shyvana, taking the victory for his team, going 1v9, able to secure that, creating that dominance, getting that scaling done, getting that Brian, getting that dragon for the team, and absolutely win. And the map fight also in the late game was able to proc and become the tank, was able to, give that CC. And after this exciting game, I'm excited to go into the game 3, and with this, we'll take a short break.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Bandus, alongside Singler, and we have had a pretty long evening of League of Legends action. In the first BO3 of today, went all three games. It looks like the second game wants to follow suit, and I think today's theme has to be the Game of Thrones thing. Like, even how first BO3 went, how this BO3 is going. It's looking very topsy-turvy. The entire game looks roller coaster-like, and honestly, can't even predict which of these two teams are going to come out on top in this game 3.
Yeah, I think today's game has been something very unpredictable, something very, like the teams are playing on the edges, making a lot of mistakes, have those leads early, but making mistakes of throwing away the games again and again. And let's see how the last game of this evening has for us.
Exactly. Last game of the evening, last game of this best of 3. RPG with the slight momentum given that they won the last game. Aatrox getting banned out, the Warrior getting banned out. I think they're just sticking to their standard bans that they have done for the past 2 games. The Smolder ban follows suit, so does the Mundo from both sides. And now let's see if any interesting adaptations come in for the third one. RPG gonna still do the Nocturne ban for themselves, so RD's never just gonna be allowed to play that champion for him. Makes sense. It is a good champion for diving in, the kind of comps that SUVO haters like to run around on. But it's going to be the Malzahar continuation ban from SUVO haters. Let's see what RPG want to pick up for their first pick.
I think they can secure an ADC pick for themselves, like a Jinx, which is open after, multiple, and it is a Jinx that has been picked by them. It's a very safe, hyperscaling champ. A good blind pick, does not have a lot of counter. The only counter is Twitch, which has already been picked in this game, and because of Fearless Drop, cannot be picked anymore.
Jinx gets locked up. We have the Lulu, the Milio open for him to pair it up for him, depending on what kind of draft they want to run. SUVO haters will be locking in the Seraphine. This is the second time we're seeing Seraphine this evening. Was seen in the first BO3 of the day. Did land some good ultimates. Let's see if that is also matched up by Lean. Lean hasn't even played his signature Renata as of yet, that he does love to play a lot around with. Let's see what Navoid will be piloting this time in the top side, given the Olaf's out of the picture. It's going to be the blind pick Ari coming in for Itachi, which he does fairly well.
And Itachi, Ari does not have a lot to be scared of. Ari is a very safe, at the same time, a very high impactful pick, and it's a Briar pick. That is a champion that I haven't seen in a long time and was banned at the last game and was left open in this game and has been picked. So okay, there's at least something exciting coming up in the game 3, because Briar is something which is fun to watch around with that ult, with that presence, with the clown which is running down champions, and Akali gets locked in. So I think RPG is going a heavy assassin game in game 3, and I think they're announcing we are not going to go down easy, and they're going to take out. They are bringing a lot of damage into their draft right now. Let's see if they can take away this win.
The Gali pickup comes in for Clown Shot after the good Nivea game. Like you said, the Precogs, Briar banned out early on, so that means a lot. That said, that why it was banned, because he's going to pick it up even in this high rank scenario that was going to be played between these two teams. The Jax pick up is very interesting because technically it is a flex, and especially on this team it is a flex given now Void plays the champion, so does RD has been playing a lot in his solo queue game. So let's see, we have to yet see where this Jax will be heading as we head into the second phase of banning between these two teams, and let's see what gets banned out.
Yeah, I think this time SUVO haters have gone for most of comfort picks, not respecting or not caring what the counter picks coming against them. Both the mid laner and top laner just went for that blind pick, irrespective of the blind counter picks are possible. So shows a lot of confidence and guts at the same time, and I'm hoping for the best for them.
And one of the bans of SUVO haters we can't see, but we see the other one. It's going to be the Lulu for the Jinx that's still allowed bot side for them. RPG do ban out the Mord, ban out the Vayne from one above all a champion. We don't get to see that much of, but let's hope to see what else we have in store in the hands of one of all the ADC of True Raiders. It's up to their pick over here. What do they want to pick for themselves? Probably going to be the ADC, given that they already see what Jinx is. But no, it's just going to be the Zillion getting picked up over here for the side of True Raiders. Does this mean that's a Seraphine APC?
Yes, I think that's the only conclusion that I can also come out with. But if it's a Seraphine APC, then they will lack some real AD damage. And with that, but Derek has been locked in. There's a lot of engage from the side of Suhaipters, to be honest. On the melee side is what I mean. So Derek is gonna be something that should be struggling in the bottom lane, but I'm excited to see what the Derek can do in this game or in this match specifically. And with that, Navoid is locking in the unit because the AD damage was missing and he had to fill it up and pick it up for his team, and we have seen him do some great performance on this champion, and he's gonna be playing unit this game for his team.
Yeah, and a bit of switch ups coming in. It's going to be Clown Shot going in top side with the Camille for RPG like he did in game 1. Half Blood will be in the mid lane like he was in game 1. Ghost Snipe will be piloting the Jinx. Killer 9BD, the captain, will be on the Tarek. And Precog, as always, keeps his role, keeps what he's been playing, will be playing the Briar. And let's see how that does for him. RD will be piloting the Jax jungle that has been picking up in these times, and I want to see how one of Evolve does with the APC with the Seraphim. Like you said, it is very heavy in terms of AP damage in SUVO Hater's arsenal, while the side of RPG have just the side of Akali giving the damage, and Briar does have some ratios for herself, plus the Camille with her true damage. So balance coming out, but honestly does look like they're at the end of their champion pool that's forcing all these decisions from them.
Yeah, I mean, and Fragnation has shown, especially in this tournament, he's come out to be one of my new favorite jungle who's been able to take out so much, who's been able to show a lot of new skills and, create that pressure and show dominance in the jungle lane. So I'm excited to see what he can do on Briar, right? As Briar is a fun champion for me to watch and see either way. And as you rightly said, it's a very heavy AP comp that has been driven by super haters. That Jax has to get the lead, that Yone has to get the lead. Otherwise, they have a lot of CC, but they can struggle with damage. So let's see if they can get that lead or not. Because I think the Zillion pick and the Seraphine pick is a little bit of smart pick because the assassin were very highly picked by RPG in the first three, with that Briar and Akali being locked in. So they just went for that Zillion R to protect the carries, that Seraphine with his W, the Seraphine with his ult, bringing in that CC. So they just went, I think the whole strategy changed around those two assassin picks, and they decided to go for Seraphine APC and a Zillion support instead with the on it off.
Going to be interesting to see how the Zillion will be playing in this matchup. RD Jax jungle, let's see how it can be. But like, I think the talking point has to be that Briar, like you've been saying, like brings the spice into it. Is a champion that can bring a lot of creativity in how you want to play, and his ultimates, if they land on the correct targets, can be something that will be detrimental to Raiders. I do like the Zillion to maybe counter it, like you've been talking about. The R does come in, help against some of these assassin picks. But honestly, it's going to be a hard fought battle for both sides, given that the kind of series that has been going on between them. Both teams throwing their respective games to allow the opposition to win out in game 1s and game 2, taking us all the way to that crucial game 3 between them. Unfortunately, neither of these teams can lock up 3 points for this best of 3 series, and the maximum they can do is one more point than they already have. They each have 1 point in for them for this game, and to get the second point, it's about whoever wins this game 3 and who takes us to the victory in this best of 3 between these two teams. Because honestly, it was hard fought. It was a bit unexpected how RPG came back last game. Shyvana did fantastic over there. Shyvana came out top. So let's see big expectations on Precognition. Like you said, some of your favorite players right now coming into this tournament, even mine, given how the kind of performance that this man from Bangladesh is being putting on onto the Rift, and a lot of his team is driven basically around him. So it's going to be very exciting to see how the game three will evolve around that Briar.
Right. With this, let's see how that happens. I mean, right now there are a lot of questions in my mind, but there are not a lot of answers. And I think the starting of this game is gonna be slow, but the team are just gonna be clearing waves, are gonna, get that early gold. I don't think so there's gonna be a lot of pressure early game, but I've been proven wrong again and again. Both the team loves exchanging fights and that early blows, figuring out they want to create that dominance early game. But we have also seen, something in today's evening and the last two games that early game does not mean anything. The waves keep changing. Does not matter if the enemy is 10k gold ahead. Does not matter if every lane is winning. Anything can happen and everything can happen right now in these games. And it just takes one fight to change the whole wave of the game.
Exactly, that one fight is very crucial. It can tilt either teams in each direction. Let's see how jungle objectives are taken this time between them. If we see any level 1 shenanigans, we didn't get to see it that much overall that side last time. They were trying to do it. They tried to group up with the Nautilus, but ineffective to the range of what they wanted to actually accomplish in those team fights in that level 1 for them. But Precog has been putting a lot of pressure in the jungle opposition jungle. Let's see if he continues to do that. He did that in game 1 on the Wukong. Couldn't do that much with the Shyvana because he had to power farm. But with the Briar, maybe we get to expect something of that sort. Let's see how he wants to play. I don't think we have seen a Briar throughout the entire qualifier, throughout Legends Ascent till now. So going to be a unique pick coming in. And there's a reason we get to see why it was banned against him in game 2. And let's see how well they play up in this game 3 with the Briar pick coming out. I think somewhere else, Lancer Fate is smiling given that this champion has been picked up, and he's going to be pretty happy that it's going to be played in this competition.
But I think again there has been a ritual pause in the early game because of which we are facing a little bit delay for us to join the fight, but we will be on the rift very shortly. And we're gonna see the last game of this evening. The games have gone for pretty long. The game has been very interesting. Average game size today has been about 40 minutes because the fight between the two teams have been so close. And we have seen even in the fan, voting, we have always seen the difference is just about 1% or 2%, just minors, right? Which shows us that both the teams are very strong and are standing on the equal ground, and no one knows who's going to take the win home tonight.
Exactly. No one. That's the best exciting part of this. No one knows what will be being played on this rift, especially the two teams, because they have underestimated their opponents time between the games because of the kind of throws that were made during the play styles in the rift, and it does clash a bit on how they want to play forward going in over here. Are these jacks going to be on full display? Hopefully, he's had enough practice in the solo queue margin because he's going to be bringing it straight to the rift. The first time we're going to see him piloting jacks in the tournament, so an impressive fight for him against another Briar coming out is going to be one of the interesting parts. But while we have a moment, guys, please make sure to follow all our social media. The links are in the description box below. Make sure to follow the LOL Discord INSA server. We have a lot of fun times, a lot of fun people sitting there. Everyone sitting in this tournament is also sitting in certain lobbies there. So this is a place where you want to be if you are South Asian League of Legends players. We have a lot of events coming up from time to time. Free skins for victories there. The weekend skirmish coming up, basically bidding wars on ARAM, and you don't want to miss out on the auction that's going to be happening on Monday. So please make sure you stay tuned. Make sure you don't miss any of the action, given that we put out, announcements from time to time about what we're doing and what's happening in the league scene as of yet. We're just taking a few seconds before we head into the game 3 of this season. I know it's been a long night, guys, but bear with us. It's going to be exciting, actually, especially with the picks of champions that have come in for the game 3 for both these teams.
Right, I think, and we'll be into the game very shortly. There has been a little bit technical glitch where one of the player has gone DC. They're just about to reconnect. The game is about to start, and we will be in the rift very shortly and take this ahead.
Mm, Hopefully, yes, we will be seeing something of the sort. We're taking a bit of time still on the way, on the verge of heading up into this matchup. Don't know all what the delay is about, but I think we're always tired as people watching at home. It's been a long day of League of Legends. First BF3 topsy-turvy, Jettfire Dojo getting their first complete victory, first points in Legend Sense. Will be happy about that, especially after the DQ or the forfeit they did for the match yesterday in their best of three. So points being accumulated, a bit of SUVO haters falling down in standings because they lost two back-to-back series, now can't get the entire 3 points for themselves. So what looked like a dark horse at the start of the tournament might be slowly falling apart if they don't buck themselves up, pull up their socks, and come into this matchup with everything they have, because this is going to be a big challenge. This is a kind of team that they are expected to get 3 points against, but unfortunately max they can get is 2 at this point. But without any further ado, guys, we are heading in to game 3 of the best of 3 RPG Report Precog Gaming on the blue side, SVH SUVO haters on the red, as we jump in and see what kind of shenanigans are we looking at early on in the game.
I think it's going to be a very peaceful early start because none of the team has that CC to to invade at level one. Serapine does not have the power E. The Tarek has an E, which are not very powerful, engaging, abilities at level one. So it's going to be a peaceful level E, but they can just look for that happy poke that is not going to be very harmful for either one of the team. Tarek is just going to be back and come back at the same time early, come back in the lane in time.
Already opting for the laser double jungle wise, Precognition going for the press the attack. Both bot laners for SUVO haters have the arcane combat available, so the poke damage will be coming against the Jinx, who is not that strong early on, especially against this much range against her with a Taric. If he can't land the stuns, if he can't do some damage or trade it out, might be a tough lane for Ghostnip and Killer 9BD in the bot side. Now Void has taken full control of this bush. He's on his signature Yone that we've come to know and love from this man against Clown Shot, who's now going to be in the top side, dodging two of the Qs coming out from the Yone, showing his moves. This time it gets proc, but the shield comes in. Clown Shot trying to go for more damage. Another Q procs from Navoid. He has his Q3, might look to land it here. Exactly what he goes for. Clown Shot has bitten off a lot more than he can shoot. That last Q had hit, it could have been way worse for the top laner of RPG.
Yeah, that's some great level of damage that Camille took at level 1, which could be very scary for her. Right now, yeah, Yone will have a lot more dominance, a lot more pressure uh, on the top, where the Yone is gonna will be able to deny a lot of CS for Camille, and let's see how that goes. And with Zillion and Seraphine having Comet, there's gonna be a lot of damage that they're gonna take out in bottom. So overall, I think that Suva haters are gonna have that edge early on, creating that lot more pressure in this game. But let's see how the game goes.
Yes, and unfortunately we have another pause. I think we have another disconnect. Hopefully just a very short one this time. And that's exactly what it is. Fortune is on our sides over here. Ghostnip and Killer NBT feeling the pressure of both those arcane comets. And now the level 2 hit by SUVO haters. They look to put a lot of damage down. The bomb already ticking on Ghostnip's head. As you can see, Killer 9BT is trying to run away. But this is where the double range comes in for SVH, the double AP damage. Another slow, another pop. Killer 9BT going way below 50% of HP. Jinx around at the 50% HP mark. It's going to be a very tough laning phase for them.
Yeah, I mean, if I was the Jinx, I would have started the shield instead of, the blade. Doran shield instead of the blade because the amount of poke that they bring in, and they don't have a lot of kill pressure. I mean, it's not a Nautilus, it's not a Blitz that he's playing with that can create that early pressure, early pick, that shield need damage for. It's gonna be about a lot of waves that are just gonna be kept pushing in, and Jinx is just gonna farm early game.
Exactly on that sort. In the mid time, in the mid lane, Akali already being forced to pop one of his health pots. Now Itachi is trying to put more damage. Itachi has had a couple of MVP performances on this RE in the past, and we're going to expect the same things coming out from him. Bombs landing left, right, and center from Lean, taking away damage on the bot side of RPG. Now Void has a good CS lead after he made Clown Shot fall back. He snaps forward, gets more damage on one of the Qs albeit miss onto Clown Shot, and he has to fall back. But Avoid with a good CS lead has a good advantage in lane in how he's battling out. Clown Shot doesn't seem that well versed on the Camille given the amount of fighting he did at the level 1 stage between them. Both junglers on the top side going to meet at the Scuttle. The Scuttle gets picked up by Precognition. RD has to run away. Navoid is close by. Precog will be coming in for the fight. Flashed away by Navoid by RD. Navoid R3 is back in. RD gonna jump forward into this fight. Precognition, one more auto that secures the kill. Itachi comes in. The charm Q does land the counter strike. Picks up the kill. Now Kali on the other hand picks up Navoid, who is trying to run away. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of SUVO haters as of now. If Akali doesn't need too much more, and that's exactly what happened. SUVO haters 1 kill away from the feats of warfare.
I think again there were a lot of mistakes made on both the sides. Again, either Akali goes in when he knows the Jax is there, he does not have a lot of sums and ends up dying. I'm not really sure what is in the mind of RPG, but I think RPG has not committed this game with a strong mental even after just securing a win, because there was lot more mistakes made there on the RPG side, because of which they lose 3 members of theirs, where Suo haters just lose 1.
Again, another fight on the Scuttle on the bot side. Avoid has shifted over to the mid lane instead, given that both top laner, his RE's on the top side. TP is coming in. One above all gets slowed down, but the bombs land. There is a lot of damage coming onto Kill and They could have maybe looked for a kill potential, maybe want to just be secure. They don't have that much vision in the river side. Navoid will snap into the turret, snap back, try to go damage against Half-Blood. The lanes have been effectively swapped between the mid laners and the tops of SUVO haters as of now. But you can see, look at the CS that Akali has compared to his counterpart. He's in a very good spot, and Akali can't do much. He's going to be TPing here in the mid lane, going to be forcing Navoid to get a back and maybe TP top side. Instead, they're going to just switch it back, just given how the earlier action was and how the lane was going. But I really don't like the mistake that Half-Bloods had done top side when he goes in, when he knows RD is so close by that he's just going to jump on, and you have no avenue to get out. You are flashless at that point. He's just going to end up giving that feats of strength that was just 1 kill away from the SUVO hater side, and that's exactly what happened for them.
Yeah, I mean, even after the immense pressure that Seraphine and Zillion are able to create on the Jinx is holding his ground. He's doing fine in the farm, able to, secure the CS. Ari gets his ult early, goes all in on the Kali, but is not able to hit that E. And with that, there is nothing much lost on the Ari or Akali side. There is a blown, little bit damage exchanged by both the parties, but Akali is able to secure our result.
Oh, this might be a trap being set in for Navoid. Precognition is here, Clown Shot is here as well. Navoid has to be skeptical, he doesn't have the flash to get in. Briar does pounce onto him, the ultimate channel by Navoid gets blocked off, he doesn't have that much to get away. He has the Q3, he gets away because of that. Briar pushes the Jax inside, RD might instead get locked up. It's just a change of targets essentially between these two members. The ultimate was procced by Precognition, but because Navoid had just started channeling his recall there, he wasn't at the spot that Precognition had actually aimed for. But RD, the jungler, dies for the sins of his top laner.
I think that's a happy trade that they'll take instead of Yone to the Jax, because Yone is also very low, cannot stay in the lane, does not have the TP, has to go back, gets denied a good wave of farm and XP, right? And they're able to secure the jungler. Briar is almost 11 CS and is 1 level up on the Jax already. We are able to see Precognition creating that impact on every game against the Jax. The Jax RD has played some wonderful plays in the past and has to buck up today if RPG has to win.
Even IBD had come from the roam mid side, forces the flash out of Itachi. Zillion just a pep in the step too late over there. Drake gets picked up by SUVO haters. Grub's gonna be coming up. Killer 9BD is like, why head back anyway? I'm just gonna be securing this side. I'm gonna put a ward over onto that side of the river, and it's just gonna be a trade of early jungle objectives for both sides. Grubs, all three going over to the side of RPG, while the Soul Drake, as of yet, going over to the side of SUVO haters.
The Grubs are just being pegged. The Dragon has been pegged. Both the teams are just exchanging objectives, which is I think the right way. They don't want to overcommit onto the objectives. They're securing objectives as per the priors that they have in the different lanes as of now.
And Avoid gonna jump forward onto Clownshot, has already got that level advantage onto him. Both side, like you said, Jinx still managing to keep the same amount of CS as the Seraphine, CSing quite well underneath the turret after he's been left alone for quite some time. Killer 9VD is gonna be walking here. The W from the Jinx lands onto one above all. Let's see if anything come in. The stun lands onto the Zillion this time, but one above all can't do much. He then put in dash. Here comes the Seraphine ultimate, but it doesn't delay too much. The W lands on to Seraphine. He's trying to run away. The exhaust lands in as well. Ghost Snip too far behind to actually go for anything. The stun lands with the attack. The ultimate being popped, but Ghost Snip has to be careful about what he wants. He does have the mana for the Super Mega Death Rocket if he chooses to do so, albeit the ultimate can still be popped by Lean. Maybe that's why they choose not to go for that play. On the top side, RD versus Clown Shot will be coming soon. Navoid was fighting him, but he's too close to the turret for RD to honestly do anything for him. And in the shadows, lurking as always is Precognition at the right time, the right place, in case any of these fights do break out. The hookshot does come in. The Void does land the ultimate onto Cloudshot. Here comes the counter strike. Logs in Cloudshot in place. The ultimate from the Briar going too wide. Cannot connect. Cannot allow him to join the fight. The Ignite was ticking away. It looked like Navoid would be done. The final tick finishes. But Navoid is still standing.
There was some misplay that happened. I think the Camille believed in the ult that is going to come from Briar. Camille locks in the Jax in the ult, the Briar, but unfortunately misses the ult and is not able to join in the fight, because of which the Camille will be punished and would die. But at the same time, Yoni just lived with 1 HP, which is kind of an unlucky, result coming out for Camille, and is not able to exchange 1 kill for both the sides.
Exactly as you have said it. Precognition up in terms of CS numbers against the Jack, 16% over it. Like while the R in the mid side is 30 up onto half plus onto that Akali. Bot side, a lot of trading has still continued. No kills, albeit between them. Jinx did still pick up 1 kill for herself throughout this fighting, depending on how it had gone. The BF sword picked up the slingshot plus the long sword, almost there towards the Unitals. Close by is the Briar. Ult not available, but the Chompers will select the Zillion up into place. Has the ultimate if he wants to channel it on himself. That's exactly what he does. The TP is coming in. RD's coming with the counter strike. Lands a double man for himself. Another TP comes in. A 3-man Seraphine all annihilates RPG's side over there. Half Plus has joined the fight, maybe a bit too late, but the R2 gets him to safety, gets him with the kill of Seraphine. He's trying to get away. All in all, a 2-for-1 in exchange of SUVO haters, but that becomes a 3-for-1 in the favor with Itachi jumping forward with the charm connecting on to go sniped over there. Unfortunately, Jinx not respecting what the RE can dish out.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what SUVO haters had planned for while picking that Seraphine. That the whole plan was that, and they fall in the trap that 3 members just goes all into the Zillion. Zillion had the Guardian Angel for himself, comes back to life. All the 3 members standing in the same row. Seraphine hits the ult, and the whole team is there to take out the damage and secure kills for the team.
Exactly. At this point, 7 kills for Shiverders to the 4 kills for RPG. Jackson Briar just going to battle it again near the Scuttle. No, Scuttle gets smited away by Precognition. He ends up going. Now he has the Titanic Hydra completed for himself, but the Trinity completed for the Jax. Here on the top side, Clownshot locks up Yone under place. The ultimate this time does connect from the Briar. The Yone gets evaporated even before his ult can materialize. And this time, Precognition's ult hits squarely in the target, and the one paying from the results or the profits from it is going to be Clownshot for the way that he trapped the Yone there.
I mean, in this game, we are seeing Avoid getting pressured, getting countered, and and is losing. That is not a healthy sign. That is not a good sign for SUVO haters, because we have seen Navoid carry again and again, being one of the most impactful player for SUVO haters, and is being punished and losing top right now for the team.
Exactly as we know. So here comes the Chompers. They lock them in. The tag ult is going to save so many members. RD's ultimate is going to be timing out from the Zillion that's coming in. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. but no members end up falling on the top side. Avoid yet again against Cloud Shot. Everybody gets away to safety. SUVO haters lock in their second Drake of the game, and as of yet, no casualties in that fight.
Yes, they were easily able to wait. It was easily able to secure the dragon and take an exit. There is no casualty as such. Fiona is able to take out the pressure. There is a lot of pressure coming out from Ari. Ari is about 20 CS above Akali as of now. But yeah, Akali does get punished in early game, but becomes a monster in late game. But let's see if the Zealand is able to secure the Akali's target. Otherwise, this Akali will become great late game.
And we'll be looking to that. Another dash in for the Q lens. The Malignance gets procced up over there as well. Akali has to be a bit careful. Is doing fine. A bit behind in CS numbers. RD has 4 kills to himself. Is getting a bit accelerated, but behind in CS according to what Precognition is doing, dishing out for him. Bot side, you can see one above all and Lean. In terms of levels, Lean 1 level ahead of Killer 9BD, doing a fine job. The Blackfire Torch completed for the Seraphine. The Yuntal's completed for the Jinx already, all the way up to the Berserker release very soon. Just need the complete money to buy it. Blue buff picked up from Precognition. They're looking towards the Scuttle maybe for himself. Rift Herald coming up in 10 seconds time. That's why everyone should be fighting towards. That's why you can see the bot lane of SUVO haters moving right, and now the smite comes in. Precognition signals that's my Scuttle for himself, takes that away. Half-Blood waiting in this push, waiting for someone to walk up. That someone's going to be one above all. He gets jumped in. The ultimate does land from the Briar. This time onto Lean. Lean had already used his ultimate to protect the side of one above all, who ends up still falling back when he comes back from his stasis. But the tower shots claim the life of Killer 9BD. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of RPG right before the Herald right now.
Yeah, I mean, legally they were able to kill the Zealand twice, and the Camille is able to stop the Yone with the Briar coming in. The Briar is doing a lot of damage. They're able to kill the Yone instantly, and now the Camille is just going on the Jax, and they will be able to kill the Jax again. Will be they going behind the Ari, or they're just gonna go and secure that red into Rift Herald?
It does look like they will be doing exactly that for themselves. I love the Camille ultimate. Does not allow Navoid to escape using the blasting blank. Well timed from the top laner, from Clown Shot of RPG this time. And Precog having a good game. Half-Blood's already at 3 kills. Lean just gonna stop the back of Half-Blood at the same process. Akali has to use the shurikens to get some distance as well. Bot side, maybe you can look for something. Lean gonna be putting in a deep ward into RPG jungle. Finally, the Rift Herald completed by the Briar, and Killer Nimi has to be careful. He's very tanky. He won't be taking too much of damage as of yet. The stun lands on both members of SUVO haters bot lane. Killer Nimi getting tanked down quite a bit, already below 40% of HP. On the top side, the Rift Herald is used to claim the first turret for the side of RPG, and they look pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I think the team is just aiming to get the boots upgrade early, so that can be really, very profitable for them later in the game. At the same time, the game is looking intense. Fiona is not able to do much. It's gonna be hard for him to survive the side lanes, and the Briar ult comes in, connects. It's very far from the Zealand to give R. The Briar is just able to kill it, and Akali goes in and kills the Briar, kills the Zealand. Both the assassins are able to take out so much damage and creating a chaos across the map.
Yeah, once that ultimate from Briar connected onto Seraphine, that was her fate being sealed. Now it's up to jungle objectives for which team will claim the feats of strength. Whoever gets the first 3 jungle objectives for them will be fine. Next jungle objective actually decides that, because RPG have the Rift Herald and 3 grubs, while SUVO have the first 2 drakes of the game. They're working away on the tier 2 on the bot side, but they're gonna jump into RD. The nice counter strike evades most of the damage. TP is coming in. The charm from Itachi lands onto Briar. They might have bitten off more than they can chew for the side of RPG. Precognition is going to jump over, but Navoid is going to match him up. The kill will be claimed by Itachi. Crown Shot trying to run away. The smite from RD has been used. Slow from Cloud Shot came in. RD is going to claim that single kill for himself. One above all doesn't even care anything's going on. He's just farming away. RD claims that kill It's a 2-0 in favor of SUVO haters. They're trying to narrow down the goal lead. That's 1k in the favor of RPG as soon as this Drake is now up for grabs for them. We do see the Drake going down. This should signify the feat of strength for the side of SUVO haters. Once they get this, there should be no contest. Tarek has no mind of stealing this. There's no way that he can actually go for that. Drake does get claimed. Turret in the bot side gets claimed, and it now looks pretty nice for the side of SUVO haters. They have got one turret to answer the RPG turret that RPG had picked up in the top tier 1 for themselves. RD looking pretty good Fed wise. 305 on Itachi, yet again showing why he's very good on this RD. The stun's going to be landing onto the Zillion, a lot of damage putting down. Would have liked to see maybe chompers as well to lock him up into place. The ultimate coming in from Precognition makes everybody scatter out of the way, while just, makes a goal in between the posts that are one above all and lean, while sailing on further forward. More are in the top side now against Akali over there. Going to be looking to claim the tier 1 for himself. That's exactly what happens. Tier 1 gets claimed by the Fox person, and you can see it's now slowing down. Fights still have broken up. We already have 22 kills within 20 minutes, so a lot of fights. SUVO haters are on Soul Point for Hextech Soul, and I really like Hextech map because of how much it moves and how much you can see it happening. Like the gates get used so nicely, and everything is being done at a proper nice speed. I guess we do seem to have a bit of a pause in the game. I know, please bear with me, even I have bared through all the pauses for now. But we are coming back into the game as Singla will take us away just to talk about how it looks here.
The game looks still pretty even, the board is pretty even, but there's so much chaos right now happening. The Zealand is able to put the art, the game is looking like an absolute monster trying to run on the back line, but at the same time the Seraphine art just comes in, able to take out so much CC, and with that they're able to kill every member of RPG one by one, with Akali is the last one being left out. With that, I think the team is just going to directly move, secure the Otikan, but them trying to, make the most of their lead. They'll take this Otikan, get the XP lead, they will reset, and things look a bit in favor of SUVO hater. But today evening, I'm not going to say anything whose favor the game is going to look in, because the changes are happening every minute.
I think it's a very smart choice, Sigla, that we can't actually predict what can happen. We've seen 10k goal leads already been thrown once in today in one of the best of 3 series, especially in the first one of the day. But Atakan gets claimed by SUVO haters. They are looking pretty strong jungle objectives wise, still around the 2.6k goal lead for themselves with the 3 Drakes, with them on Hextech Soul. Let's see where Briar's aiming next for her path. She doesn't have boots made yet from her perspective, only has the Titanic Hydra, only has the Black Cleaver. Maybe just thinks her ult will get her into the fights, plus the Frenzy is good enough. She's going to steal away the red buff from the side of Jax, and RD can just only look in horror as he realizes his red buff has been taken away.
Yeah, I mean, why to walk when you can fly is something that I think Briar is just following up. She doesn't want the boots because when she's ganking, she has that, the ability to run very fast towards the enemy. So the movement speed is not really an issue, and with the ult, she can do the gap closing. But as you said, I think before the game, that Ari in the hand of Itachi looks scary, and he can do so much with it, and has been MVP multiple times. And I think Itachi is still able to hold that ground and is doing fantastic on the RE, trying to make those picks, trying to make those plays and get those kills for the team and take them to victory.
Exactly, he's going to be looking for something on the line. W eaten by one above. He shouldn't have actually eaten W from the Jinx at that point. But Precognition looks pretty far ahead in terms of how he wants to scale. Jax is a pretty big monster with the Trinity Force and the Sunder Sky already completed with the Merc Treads. The tier 2 upgraded ones for him, just not the tier 3 as of yet, just in between. The Horizon's Focus plus the Malignance completed for the Ari. The Black Fire completed for the Seraphine, and it looks like Zillion, you might be in the wrong place at the wrong time, but RD's come in here for the rescue. Flash mounted met by the Jinx just to get out from the counter strike of RD. The ult from Precognition just flies a bit too far away from its target. Could not actually end up hitting onto any members. Lean ends up at least getting out of his life, and you burn the flash, you burn the heal away from the Jinx while this Drake fight will be coming up. So that's a very crucial summoners to get for yourself before Drake 5. RPG want to maybe bush camp a bit, maybe catch out RD, and that's maybe what they exactly want to look for. Killer 9 BD is walking away. RD, you have to be a bit careful. You do have a void on this side to protect you. You do have a tower underneath which you can go. Avoid very smartly, jumps forward, snaps back in just to get some info on this side. TP still not up for Itachi. Should be up by the time Drake fight will be breaking around, so he's fine just on the top side of the map. Everybody else is here. Precognition is going to lock in one above all. One of them has to flash away on that side. Nice 3-man Seraphine ultimate followed by Navoid coming into this fight. RD is going on the backline, trying to go on to Killer 9 BD, but still couldn't manage the kill. He ends up going down. Navoid comes back due to the Zillion Resurrection, but ends up instantly going back down. It's a lot of breaking HP bars. The Q from RE. RE is going massive. Precognition is trying to jump in onto him, and no, RE still survives, still lives. So does the lead. Killer 9 BD wants to maybe pick up the kill at the end of this bloody exchange. It's a 4-for-2 in favor of SUVO. Might even make it a complete ace if Killer 9 BD gets caught on, and that's exactly what they're trying to look to do. Unfortunately, couldn't reach. RE maybe with the added movement speed with the Q can catch it, but no, unfortunately does not work. The charm dodge due to the blasting plant. It's only still going to be that 4-for-2 in SUVO haters' favor, and Drake still left alone as of yet.
Yeah, I think the cleanse missing on the Jinx part is being, highlighted a lot, where she's getting CC'd a lot by, Seraphine Alt, Zillion Q, Ori's E, Jack's E, but does not have a cleanse to wipe that out, because of which he's starting to take out damage, and Jinx still has not finished her IE, because of which the rockets are going down, but she's not able to get excited, she's not able to secure those kills. So we have to wait, RPG has to wait for the Jinx to become more of a monster, for him to get 3 items, because that is when Jinx becomes a champ and can do a lot more damage into team fights and can take them to victory.
I don't know, so I'm going to see a blue side of alteration coming out of the Jinx at this point of the game. Already level 12, you should maybe pick that up for yourself. But yeah, like you said, IE not complete, the damage won't be that much. Until the Runan's also not that much AoE in these team fights. No excitement means the Jinx is pretty much a useless factor in the fights. I think Itachi came up in clutch with the amount of damage he was dishing out with the lead that he built for himself. He has already purchased the Storm Surge for him. Navar in the bot side with the Blade of the Rune King, plus the second item that he has, but he's trying to trade a lot. 2 levels up onto Clown Shot. He does not mind it, whatever. His shield bow still there. He has that shield if he needs it in these fights, but I don't think it will even get to a point like that. Baron is up for the taking. It's been up for around a minute's time. Vision of RPG completely cleared away from the side of SUVO hitters. Itachi might be looking to maybe get a pick. As soon as the W was channeled from him, you saw Akali hit the shuriken, get the distance, get it away. But Hextech Soul claimed by SUVO hitter means you have this added damage in these team fight, plus some slows coming out on a greater margin, so you have to be careful. Brian now has bought a tier 1 boot while these fights are breaking down. The bot side, Clownshot's TP isn't up, so is not Navoid, so they will be matching each other over there, while it's always going to be a guessing game for RPG if SUVO haters are starting up this Baron if they're missing on the map.
There's so much damage difference that we can see now, on the XP level and on the damage level from SUVO hater, because they are able to secure 4 dragons for none, already having an Hexed Soul, because of which Yone has become a champion, is able to do a lot more damage. Now in the early game, who is struggling against the Camille, but now the Camille is struggling against Yone, and again is able to create a lot of pressure in the side lane and will do a lot more damage in the team fight.
Is looking like that Precognition is maybe walking up in the hopes they can maybe catch out somebody, but might be Killer 9BD taking a bit too much damage before any team fights break out. Lean does quite a bit for himself right now. He is more of the damage type with the supportive role. His resurrections have come sometimes in clutch, but not as of yet that we've seen that it maybe turned around the fight of epic proportions. But Joda Itachi is 609, 700 gold bounty on his head, 3 items completed, tier 3 Ionian boots for himself, so he's pretty happy about that. Navoid's going to be pushing this wave in, going to be getting his own recall to maybe get some items. He's been sitting on a bit of gold, I might mind you, since he's gone back, and now you can see Here comes the cloak of agility. Here comes the anti-heal for him, especially against someone like the Briar. That's exactly what he built. Plus, the Camille is there in their arsenal. Plus, the tag can heal them up. So I want to see maybe anti-heals even coming from the opposition side, given that this is Seraphine as well. But maybe not something that needs to be prioritized. Killer 9PD tries to clear some wards, eats a lot of Baron shots for his troubles. But as of yet, no action breaking out anywhere.
Right. I think the game is just gonna move a little bit slow now. Both the teams are trying to get the vision priority. Both the teams are trying to bait on the Baron, waiting for the other team to make a mistake, and if they're able to secure one champion here and then get the pick, and Ari did the job exactly what we were looking for. Finds Tarek, overstep, goes up, kills the Tarek right now, and they are also able to pick. Briar in the jungle sees that he's alone, sees that he's too far. The Yone and Jax just jump on him, able to get that kill. With that, two men are down, and they directly run for the Baron because they want to end the game at the earliest possible.
I love how Itachi went for that pick. Gets it going down on the side. You can see that you pick up the red buff. When Brian was trying to pick up the red buff, Clown Shot was close by. They get instantly neutralized. A double kill and avoid. Equal SUVO picking up the Baron for themselves and look like a much more dominant side and the kind of result we were expecting for them in this kind of a matchup.
Yeah, the game has just become so much more exciting and is at this moment more leaning towards in the side of SUVO haters. But let's see in the end who takes the game. I think an Elder Soul will also be alive very soon, and teams are gonna be about to be fighting around that. But before that, let's see with the Baron if the team is able to create enough pressure and is able to get those inhibitors so that there is no fight on Dragon when it spawns.
And that's exactly what they were looking. One above all might be getting caught out. The ultimate comes in from the Briar, but there's already a zillion ultimate channel and it might not run out, but it does come into the resurrecting. That's going to be wonderful. Going to be still alive in this fight. It's a bloody bath coming in. A bit of a clown fiesta for the side of RPG. A triple kill secured by one above all as they march their way down. SUVO haters have complete control and look to be ending off this game for themselves.
And I think with that, we have our winners of the best of three RPG versus SUVO haters. SUVO haters are just gonna run it down, are gonna kill that towers one by one with the Baron buff, and none of the team member is gonna spawn, and they're just gonna take the game away.
Exactly what happens for them. They have picked that up. And they are going to be happy, but not as happy as they could have been. They were expected to win this series maybe in a 2-0 fashion for themselves, pick up all 3 points for them. But at the end of the day, once it gets to the game 3, they're going to be happy taking still those 2 points away for it for themselves. They're going to be happy about it. Navoid played it pretty good. Itachi with the good initiates coming in this place. Yoda plays it pretty well. He gets a lot of pickoffs before crucial fights that help out his team. The ultimate from Lean coming in clutch onto one above all over here prevents him from going in, even after the Briar does connect. And unfortunately, we were excited to see Briar or Precognition do great things with this champion, but it just could not materialize after maybe the first few ultimates that did hit.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of gap. It was an entire team gap. I don't think so. The Briar was an issue. After all, he was able to create that impression. He was able to create that early pressure around the map. But then slowly the team kept making not the wisest decision and kept falling one by one. With that, they lost the game. And Ari did absolutely wonderful. Had a clean game of 8-0 8-0-13, taking the team to victory, picking the RPG one by one, and closing the game at 31 minutes.
They will close it out for themselves. They end it off, this time at least the Soul was acquired for any of these teams. It's going to be this time SUVO here is picking it up, and with the APC, with the Seraphine coming in, with the Zillion bot side, did not allow Jinx ever to pretty much get online. Could not do much of a factor in these team fights. Itachi played beautifully. Navoid played it pretty well. He did get pressured quite a bit by the combo of the top lane and jungle of RPG earlier on in this matchup, but still survived it out and headed off to victory with his team. They're going to secure 2 points for out of the 3 that they could have acquired over the day. Not the expected result, or not maybe that happy with it, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
No, I think every game, especially the last 3 games that we have witnessed, all the games have been very tight. Both the teams have performed really well. Both the teams were on each other's neck, performing really good, and no one knew who's gonna win and who's gonna do what. Yeah, no amount of leads have decided or could tell the fate of the games, and the waves kept changing. But with everything that happened tonight, we were able, in the end, we haters were able to secure in victory with 2-1.
They do secure the victory. We've gone all 3 games in both best of 3s today. If you missed out earlier on, Jettfire's Dojo had 1 out in 2-1 fashion against Poro Patrol. They're going to be happy about the result. So will Waiters with this 2-1 against it. RPG, for their troubles of taking a game away from SVH, will end up picking up 1 more point in the leaderboard, but they're still very fairly down. There's not much time left for them to pick up points in this leaderboard, and they definitely have to tread carefully moving forward in the next matchups they will be in, because it is going to be a tough time otherwise, because they are looking like in a very desperate spot.
Right. And with this, that's the last game of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now I think we're gonna see the MVP of the game. And who do you think should be the MVP for this particular game, Madness, or who do you think has performed really well in the last game that we just played?
I think there are people that stand out from both sides on how it has gone over. We'll talk about the MVP when it comes in, but I think overall, Itachi in the second game played pretty well. Precognition did a very good job in the Shivana game, just series-wise I'm talking about over here. Now Void held in pretty well for himself. The Seraphine comes clutch in with a lot of these ultimates that get, channeled up with the ultimate from the Yone during these 5v5 fights, as Zillion comes in clutch for his teammates with the ultimate, where he saves Wonderball's life near the tier 1 at this last ultimate fight for them. And I think as well they played pretty good in this game. Was not expected that it goes all 3 games, but at the end of the day it went all that way. Their players stepped up one by one. I think it was Navoid game 1 steps up, Navoid falls behind a bit in game 2, Itachi steps up definitely in game 3. And this is the signatures of a good team. When one player is falling or lacking behind, you get to cover it up from some other avenue.
Right. With that, I think it was a fantastic game. The other thing I love watching, with RPG is we get to see so many champions, different champions, and with this, I think we conclude our game 3, 2-1 victory for SUVO haters, 28 to 13 kills given away. They secured a 12k goal lead in the end to 60 to 48k. Were able to secure all the dragons by losing none. They were able to secure the Baron, giving none of the Barons away. Drifter was picked by RPG. The Grubbies were picked by RPG, not creating that much of an impact for them.
Yeah, I think the soul comes in very good for them, especially with the Atakan that they had obtained. They even get more additional stacks from it as well. Baron comes in, they do finish it off in a longer fashion. Like today, most of our games have gone past that 35-minute mark on average. This is still a long game, but shorter compared to the rest of the duration of how fights have been breaking out and how the Rift battles have been done against these teams. 7 towers to 1 shows you that SUVO Rangers have been focusing quite a bit in objective wise. That's also a lot due to Navoid split pushing here and there on his unit, doing well for themselves. RPG have to look around forward, but they can't just completely just rely on precognition every single time they enter the Rift, and they have to think about what can go on. But your MVP for game 3 of this best of 3 series has to be Itachi 121 to Joda 6-0-14 on the RE. A perfect game coming in from him. I think we have a mismatch in terms of stats because that definitely can't be a 0 next to his name given how much damage this man has been dishing out. 7.4 CS per minute is fine, but the charms coming in clutch. Every single time he had ultimate available, he was looking for a play to being made, and most of the times it was working out for him.
Right, I think that's an absolute great, show of skills by Itachi, and had a clean game from 8-0-14 and taking the team to victory by picking up members of RPG one by one around the map.
It is similar that, and yes, RPG will be making themselves in the back, maybe about giving away that game one where it looked like maybe they had a bit of a chance in it, but SUVO haters were still in came back. It could have easily have gone RPG's favor 2-0, but unfortunately it is not looking of that kind, and it is looking like a very tough battle going on further into Legends Ascent as we await maybe to see the head-to-head stats between some of the players in this matchup. A big shout out to how SUVO haters have been playing. They did see a deficit very well, and now we do get to see his damage per minute. It has been changed. It's going to be on 862 damage per minute from the side of the R. Maybe seems a bit less, but his charms did initiate most of these fights for him, and he is pretty happy about how those numbers are lining up. So Joda, very well played to you. MVP in game 3. We had a bunch of different MVPs, unique MVPs across all 3 games, and honestly Precognition had a lot to do for his side in getting that second game for them, but that's why he's going to also be featured in your head-to-head. 25 kills for Navoid. Navoid going to be the member from SUVO. We're going to signal out. He had good performances in this in the last 2 games, with even his Olaf were pretty high up. Just couldn't maybe close out the game for him. 25 kills to the 28 kills of Precognition, the 17 deaths to the 12, 23 assists to the 28. So pretty even and balanced numbers for them. And damage overall, all 3 games, 97k for Navoid, 100k for Precognition, and then gold-wise, Navoid's going to take a mountain share of that just because it's the top laner, just because he's on the solo side most of the time and split pushing quite a bit, especially in the games when he was playing his Gwen. 46k for Navoid, 11k for Precognition, and honestly, very nice try for Precognition to try and win out this game for him. But taking a look at the leaderboard and how we're looking at this point, so is SU2L Esports still with those 4 wins, those 12 points. Revenants with the 3 wins, 1 loss, 9 points. And then SUVO haters, after the success today, have added finally more points to those 6 points that were sitting for quite a bit. 2 points added to them after this victory, albeit in a 2-1 fashion in the best of 3. So they only get 2 for that. So the 2 plus 6, that's the 8 points for them. Poro Patrol secures quite a bit. Not in today's matchups that much that you could see from them, but 5 points for them still is a good mark. They are looking good, not all 3 points, but points nevertheless. Jettfire's Dojo finally with 1 win under their belt secure 2 more points. That was also because it's in a 2-1 fashion. Kakao Gaming, we can only talk about when they get more points, and that's when they will actually see how the leaderboard actually looks. But unfortunately, RPG at the bottom of it with 4 losses and 2 points, basically 1 game each, 1 from this series and 1 from the Phoenix Ascension series, as we move forward and see how they will perform later on in Legends Ascent.
Right, I think Kakao has played less games as of now, but soon enough I think there is going to be a lot of changes in the table. But for that, stay tuned and have a great evening ahead.
I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian.
go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.